Okay, well that'll be interesting. I can answer that in a year. If you're right, my answer will take much longer. But 2009 before we'll know about that.
I just think his character, they're getting to the end of, there's nothing more they can really do with his character. He's done everything, and now he's, you know what I mean? Like, characters only have a certain shelf life.
But I think, I think we both felt like that like a long time ago. I think the writers don't really feel that way. I think they're pretty fascinated with his character, and they really don't want him to die. I think they're pretty attached.
I just feel like they're, like he's not, Alex, they've resolved the thing with Alex now. They've already started, this whole duality with him and Locke, this battle that's going on there. I think that's going to come to an end soon. I just think we're getting towards the end of Ben. I think we'll get maybe another flashback or something. And
yeah,
I'm going to say definitely by the end of next season, I think he'll be gone.
Okay.
They're going to move on to something else. Because they spent now 2 seasons on the others.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think at some point the others are not going to be the focus, but I still think Ben's going to be around. I don't know how that's going to work, but...
yeah, me either. What are you going to be doing?
But I don't think he's going to go away. I think maybe the others might play a part in what goes on later, but it won't be about the others.
I think Richard's going to kill Ben.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Either Richard or Locke.
Yeah.
I think Locke's going to try to kill Ben, but Richard's going to end up doing it to prove his loyalty.
To prove his loyalty. Interesting. Okay. That's going to be weird, man. That's going to be weird.
Yeah.
Locke doing all that shit, like, man. That's a whole other thing. Okay, so back to the scene. I'll just finish up the description. Right, so Jack, last I left you, Jack was beating up Ben, punching him in the face, that is. And then he grabs the walkie-talkie, and then he emotes a lot, and then he says, and then he talks to Tom on the walkie and says he's going to get him rescued and then kill Tom.
I love that. I also love that. I love this whole scene, and I love the I'm going to leave my people to the radio tower, and I'm going to make a call, and I'm going to get them all rescued, every one of them, and then I'm going to come find you, and I'm going to kill you. I love that. That was awesome.
It was a very good scene. As I think I mentioned earlier, I totally bought that all 3 of them were dead.
New Year's Justin failed you again.
New Year's Justin fails me sometimes, but I admitted that when I started him, and I was willing to accept his failures for the peace of mind he provides.
Yeah, well.
So yeah, I was like mourning the loss, like, wow. No more Saeed and no more Jin. Like, Bernard is like, whatever, afterthought. But, like, the 2 of them being gone is like a really big hole in the show to me.
I was not convinced at all. I mean, there's no way you would get rid of, 2 major characters and then a huge character as in Saeed, And for them to die that way, off camera, shot in the head or whatever, no way. They would go out with a lot more glory than that. They would go out with a bigger bang, and there's no way they would kill them off like that. Even Shannon, when she got shot, we saw it, and she got to die. Like everyone who's died, we got to see. And I did not buy that we would not see them die, and it would be such a gruesome, frivolous kind of death. Like, oh, Ben just said it, and okay, now they're dead. Like, no way.
I thought maybe they were going for shock value. Like, we wouldn't expect that. So, oh, shit, they're all dead. I don't know. I thought it was like a deliberate ploy on their part.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't have long to think that. They correct you fairly quickly. But
yeah.
But yeah, I was for a few minutes there, like, man, I really can't the show's going to be weird without them. I don't know. It's going to take a while to get used to that. Just imagining all the things that are going to have to change without them hanging around. So, but whatever. As it turns out, they're fine. So what I wanted to say about this scene, who are these people? Yeah, I think we already talked about that some. Maybe we can talk that more later. Yeah, we talked about all that earlier. Who the Naomi people are.
Oh yeah.
And what their deal is and what happened and all that stuff. The other thing I wanted to say is I feel like this
What do you feel like? Please tell us. You can share.
I think Ben maybe could have done something different here and maybe had better effect or at least I don't know. Once you kill all three of them, you have no leverage anymore.
Exactly. That's why none of this added up to me with that they're dead. Like he loses his leverage. First he was trying to say, let me just talk Jack out of this, and then that didn't work. So he said, well, let me, I have this hostage situation. Let me convince him with this. And then that's the thing about hostage situations and all that stuff. It's like, the person taking, the captor doesn't want to kill the hostages because once they do, they have no bargaining anymore.
Yeah.
The police aren't going to negotiate you once you kill everyone in the bank. You're done,
And what they do in that case is shoot one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So you show you mean business, but you still have people to use as leverage.
Mm-hmm.
That. It seemed like that's what if you don't hear me, shoot one of them.
Yeah.
And then he has to sit through that and okay, Jack, blah blah blah. You get another chance. It would. I think it would make it harder for Jack to sit through one at a time.
I agree. I think if it really was about that, then it would have. But obviously that's not where they were going with that. They wanted them to get to contact blah blah blah. But anyway, if they were going that direction, I think Ben would have definitely done the one at a time. It's much harder. I mean, because he proves he means business, and then there's two more people that you're directly responsible for now. Yeah. And so yeah.
Yeah. But, it's one of those things. I guess that happens a lot where, it didn't happen that way because, what was going to happen later,
Yeah.
Their planning wasn't perfect, but it shouldn't have been for the way it was supposed to play out. So
exactly.
Okay. So that's that scene. Did you have something?
Nope.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard a I'm going to say something noise.
No, I think I just took a drink of my Sprite.
Oh, that's what that was.
It's my thirst-quenching... Here
at Lost Lowdown, we enjoy Sprite for our lemon lime beverage.
Sprite, exactly. It's the only lemon lime beverage that does me right.
Much better than the competitors.
Much better than the competitors who shall remain nameless. Mm-hmm. Sierra Mist.
Ooh.
7-Up.
What did you do? Beep that. We got to bleep that. What happened?
Oops.
7-Up is just not sweet enough.
7-Up is gross. I really don't like 7-Up at all.
I actually like it when I feel sick to my stomach.
So it tastes like Pepto-Bismol then, huh?
Yeah, it goes easy on me because it's mild, but but it's just not very sweet. Like to drink it normally, Sprite and Sierra Mist are just so much better. But Sprite is obviously the best.
Sprite's the best. I'm a almost exclusive Sprite drinker. I feel like they're paying me to say that. I only drink Sprite.
If you want to be like Claude from the Lost Lowdown, you should drink Sprite.
You too can be like me. All you have to do is drink Sprite. For the last several years, I've been almost exclusively Sprite. The occasional cola for the caffeine. But I love that Sprite's caffeine-free because I'm not a big caffeine person. I don't drink coffee or anything like that. But
aren't you better than the rest of us?
I know, right? Did you catch that the undercurrent of superiority there?
I did.
I'm not bound by the confines that is caffeine. I've transcended your mortal vices. And it's true. But Sierra Mist it tastes really good too. It's a close second, and a very very good for a change of pace. When I I've had a lot of Sprite, and actually I don't even drink a lot of sodas anymore these days, but every now and then I'll get a Sprite.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm
sure everyone's thinking the same thing. Interesting.
I prefer the colas myself. I only have Sprite really when I specifically don't want caffeine because I want to be able to get to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, like during the daytime, if I have my choice, of what to drink, I'd rather have a cola. And I think I prefer Pepsi to Coke personally.
Yeah, the colas to me aren't really thirst quenching. They have more like sodium in them, which the salt like dehydrates you and makes you want to drink more. I actually find like Sprite really, really actually refreshing. Like it doesn't make me want to like drink more just because I'm thirsty. It actually quenches my thirst. I feel like they pay me to say that. But I do like Pepsi though. Pepsi's very tasty.
Yeah. I agree, and I do like Coke for a change of pace occasionally, but that's pretty much what I stick to, and it's not for me. It's not really thirst quenching. It's more just like drinking because it tastes good. I don't really like if I want a thirst quenching beverage. I drink water.
Mm-hmm.
But
aren't you better than the rest of us?
Well, I'm just saying. 80%. Come on, guys. Of course, we should have some water, right?
Yeah. Well, I think like sodas are like 99% water or something.
Oh, it's carbonated. It's not as good.
Oh.
Not as good.
Says your mama.
Says your mama, yeah. So, anyway, little soda, what's the word?
Deviation from our main topic.
Yes.
Boring.
Tangent.
Boring tangent.
Boring. Was it boring? Was it boring, or was it just not interesting?
Blue, tomato.
Yeah. Okay, so back to Lost. That's what
Please, hurry up, man.
Right?
Hurry up, this podcast is taking forever. Bam. No one wants to listen to a long podcast.
That's right.
I think next season, in season 4, we should cap all our podcasts at like 30 minutes.
I agree. That's the ideal length for a podcast.
Yeah, I really think 30. Maybe we can do, maybe a special 45-minute podcast.
Yeah.
If we really feel like going long. Yeah, if we really want to go long, we'll do the 45-minute one. But I think 30 minutes is good. We should. I think our fans would appreciate that. Shorter. 30 minutes, 30, 32, push it a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, less is more. That's what I say.
Less is more, And
you know what else I say?
What else do you say?
No one gossips about other people's secret virtues.
I would agree. All right. On that note, I've always thought that exact same thing. Let's move on to the next scene.
All right. Sounds good. Just you gotta say something sometimes. Okay, so the next scene, we're back to the Looking Glass station. Charlie tries to get the code out of a dying Bonnie. He finds out. She sort of says some of the numbers, and then he finds out that the code is a transnumeration of the notes to the Beach Boys' Good Vibrations.
Boring.
And then Bonnie dies. Boring. That's sad.
The whole Beach Boys thing with the I wanted to shoot myself. That was I'm shaking my head right now. I have no words. Can we talk about that, or should we wait till he's actually doing it?
I don't know.
Let's wait till he's actually doing it.
Okay.
And I've got, it peeved me a little bit. I should say it irked me. I'm thinking, pet peeve, it peeved me.
I think it can peeve you.
Can it peeve me?
I think so.
I think irk is a little better.
Maybe.
Irk is safe.
Irk is safe. Peeve is in purgatory. We don't really know.
Yeah, peeve is like,
I think I've heard people say, like, that peeved me. I think I've heard that.
I've heard, like, I'm really peeved or something like that, but not like it did that to me kind of thing. Like, I am this thing, but not that it verbs me.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, there's a verb tense there. I am peeved. That's like past participle, something like that, whatever.
Yeah.
Not my field at all. So you're saying it can't be like a regular verb or whatever. Anyway,
yeah.
You might be right about that. I have no idea. If anybody knows, just let us know. I'm a bad host. Sorry. So Bonnie dies, and that was the end of that scene. The next scene, we're back to the Losties, the trekking Losties, that is. Jack takes the beaten up Ben back to the main group and says to tie him up, and then Jack walks off, and then Kate follows him, and then Alex walks up to the beaten up Ben, and
just to look at him.
Yeah.
Not to help him, just to kind of get close and look at him. It's one of those weird, like, stage direct, how they blocked that scene. It just, okay, now you go up and, sort of attend to him, but she didn't really do anything, but just kind of look at him.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, you're hurt, and I'm looking at you.
Does my looking at you make you not hurt as much? I hope so.
Gotta love it.
It's Alex.
It's Alex.
She's, I don't know, crazy and plucky.
She's plucky.
Anyway, she kneels in front of him, I guess, and then Danielle approaches, and Ben says, "Alex, this is your mother."
And he, like, plops his head down, like,
yeah.
kind of like, I'm glad. I don't know, I kind of got a sense he's like, I'm glad that, like, lie is over.
Yeah.
That whole deception is done now.
Yeah.
Scratch that off the list. One down, 2 billion to go.
Yeah, I agree. It did seem like he was relieved. Enough of all that. It barely matters anymore.
Yeah, he said it so matter-of-factly, like, I don't know. It's kind of, really interesting how he said that. This is your mother, like, because he knew. That's what I thought was going to be part of this whole revelation, and what was going to be interesting about how Alex found out is what's Ben's take on this. Like, presumably he knew that wasn't his kid, obviously, but I just wanted to see if he knew that was specifically Rousseau's kid, because that, I think we talked about before, like, different scenarios of how the others could have gotten Alex.
Yeah, and what? When was that? Was that pre-purge or post-purge? I think it should have been pre.
Definitely should have been pre.
But it's like right on the line there of when the purge should have happened. So
yeah.
So
it was nice to see him. He obviously knows that's her mother. You know? So it's nice but it was just weird how he's just like, oh yeah, that's her right there, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it wasn't, I don't know, I don't know what we're supposed to think about the others taking her and all that. It all looks very strange now.
I'm fairly convinced that in the next episode, we'll get a scene with Rousseau telling Alex what happened, and maybe Ben confirming it, or Ben adding some stuff to that, to her story.
Yeah, there's a lot of details that are not addressed at all. This episode doesn't have time for such things.
I know. I love that. will you help me tie him up?
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
The first mother-daughter thing they do together. I just love that. And she said it so sweetly and tenderly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, young woman, you're so beautiful. My precious daughter, we've finally been reunited. Would you like to tie up the man who kidnapped you? Let's help me, please. I love that.
We shall bond.
Yeah, I will. Like their first bonding experience is tying up Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta love that.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, she sort of, stares at her for a second, gives her a little hand on the face, and
gotta touch their face.
Oh yeah. The face touch that shows you really care.
Yeah.
And then she she'll help tie him up. That's that's very Danielle. What are you gonna do?
Yes. And after we tie him up, we can make doll bombs.
Oh, but
yeah,
I don't
Mom.
want to make doll bombs.
You show me how to make doll bombs. I'll show you how to make an outrigger.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're both very crafty.
And a hole trap. I already know that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. I can show you how to make a secret underground little hiding spot. Oh, I know that one already. So you covered in birch wood, or do you cover it in oak? Oh, I covered it in.
We should compare notes,
Yeah.
Really,
do you do the reverse? Do you do the reverse double knot, or do you do the triple double knot on your ropes and for your net?
I found that the triple double really it creates too large of a knot, and it just kind of interferes with in and out of trap activity. So I tend to go with the double knot. If I'm feeling risky, the double double.
I agree.
So. So anyway, the big this is the reunion that is really a long time coming.
And it was not a lot of fanfare.
No, not at all.
He's your mother. Oh, okay, let's move on.
Yeah, exactly. No time to dote on that. This episode's not about that. I guess you're right. Maybe they'll sort of address it more thoroughly later.
Mm-hmm.
Just allowing it to happen in this episode. But that's episode 9 of season 1. That's an old thing. So,
yeah, and that's the other thing about that is, is Alex going to want to go to the States? Which she has never been, presumably, or not necessarily to the States, but wherever, she would potentially go. Is she going to want to go back to the real world, or is she going to want to stay on the island with her mom? That's going to be a whole thing, too, I think.
Yeah, that is a weird thing. I don't know what she should do.
And, I think somebody on our message board, on our comment section, asked the question, where are Carl's parents? And I think that's a very interesting question. And, was Carl born on the island? Did he come recently? Are his parents there at all?
Yeah.
Those are all very interesting questions.
I agree, yeah. Yeah, there's something there. If they can't have kids, there should be some explanation for why he's there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what we're supposed to think about that. I guess he could have been kidnapped, too. It's weird, though. But maybe he's a Dharma kid or something. He would have had to be a really little kid, though.
Yeah, maybe he's Annie.
He's of course.
And he changed gender and didn't age as much as Ben.
Right. Oh, yeah, the aging comes back. Look at that. That's nice.
Yeah.
It's kind of selective. It picks who it wants to not age so much.
Yeah.
So, Annie, God. Oh. Annie. So anyway, a momentous occasion quickly brushed aside, and we go over with Jack and Kate. Kate asked Jack what Ben said, and then Jack says that they killed Bernard and Saeed and Jen and all that. They walkied and he let it happen and all that stuff, and then Kate asks Kate asks him why he's bringing Ben, and Jack says so Ben can see that he failed, and then he'll kill him.
You know, hubris, man, I gotta tell you, you know, just stuff happens when you try to be prideful. Because, you know, I'm sure before Ben dies, whenever he dies on the show, he's going to cause some more, you know, bad stuff to happen.
Oh, yeah.
And if Jack would just kill him now instead of trying to, you know, be vindictive, you know, he could, you know, put that all to rest. But, of course, he can't kill him now.
Yeah, of course not.
You know.
It's, yeah. I would kill him, but I'd rather just hang him over a pit of acid and then walk away and assume he won't escape. So, yeah, anyway, he's, Ben, he ensures Ben's survival through this episode, at least.
Yeah.
So, but he says he's going to kill him, but he says, you know, he says all kinds of things, so who knows?
Yeah, Jack says all kinds of stuff.
He's a talk of that Jack. So the next scene, this is a scene that I think you had some issues with. This is the scene back at the beach with Ryan and Tom.
Oh, I had a lot of issues with this scene.
Ryan says it wasn't. Maybe I should read the transcript. I don't know.
Please read the transcript.
Right.
It won't help, but you should read it.
Because I just sort of annotated it or what's the word?
Summarize.
Paraphrase. Yeah, that's what I did. Let's see. Ryan, I gotta find it.
Oh, I got it. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh man. Sorry, it's taking so long.
Do you want me to just read it?
I'm having a lot of trouble finding it. I want to find it myself, but I guess.
I will wait.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Hopefully, thank you. Okay, got it.
Nice, perfect timing.
That was good timing. Ryan has a lot more lines than I thought he did. Okay, so I'm ready. You gonna read this? You want me to read this? Am I?
You can read it.
I'm doing it. Okay, so Ryan says it was an order, Tom. We had to follow it. Tom says Ben doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's lost it. I mean, look at what they did to us. Instead of putting 3 bullets in the damn sand, we should have killed them for real.
And then we reveal
Saeed, Bernard, and Jen, gagged and tied up, still alive and well.
Oh. Well, I don't know if well, but still alive. I had a lot of issues with this because, I mean, obviously this little small scene is supposed to explain that, you know, they just put 3 bullets into the ground and did not, you know, didn't shoot the 3 guys, which we're all happy about. Okay. But if you go by what they're saying, it just doesn't make any sense to me because I was trying to figure out whose idea between Ryan and Tom was it to shoot the bullets into the ground. Ryan says it was an order. We had to follow it, okay? And I think there's some weird grammar here he should have said it was an order. We should have followed it because they didn't follow it. And I think that first line when they say we had to follow. See, here's what's weird. I think they're trying to do 2 things at once. They're trying to make us still believe that they shot them and that Tom was against that.
Yeah.
Because he's seemingly saying it was an order, Tom. We had to follow it. We had to kill them.
Yeah.
Like he's convincing Tom we had to do it, making it seem like it was Tom's idea to shoot the bullets into the ground, and that Ryan wanted to shoot them, right? But then, of course, we get the next line when Tom says, Ben doesn't know what he's talking about. He's lost it, okay, which means Ben's order to shoot them was wrong. We shouldn't have done that. We should have shot the bullets into the ground, which is what they did. But then he goes, look at what they did to us. Instead of putting 3 bullets into the sand, we should have killed them. So it's like Tom is saying Ben's order was wrong, but he's saying we should have followed his order.
Okay, so here's what I think.
Okay, what do you think?
I agree. They're trying to deceive us. These lines have, they have a reveal structure where they make us think, the obvious thing you think is Ryan's just like, we had to follow orders, and Tom's like, oh no, we shouldn't have, whatever. That's what it seems like is going on.
Mm-hmm.
But now that we know that what they actually did was fire the bullets in the sand, right? And not kill him, right? Here's the way I have to read this.
Okay.
Or the only way I can think of to make sense of this. That the order was, like, earlier from Ben, he said to Ryan, sometime off screen, like, okay, here's the deal. I'm going to call you and say to shoot them all three, but you just shoot some shots in the sand. And, don't really kill them because we need them later or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the order. The order is to fire the shots in the sand. And
okay. I think that's a leap, but I totally buy that. It makes sense in that, that definitely makes sense. If the order he was referring to is the order to shoot it in the sand, then I think everything else lines up. Because then Tom is still basically saying we should have killed them. Ben is wrong. We really should have killed them. Okay, I'll buy that. Wow, I'll probably buy that.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't like the fact that it's really unclear. That you kind of have to guess if that's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't like that aspect of it, but there's no other way to make sense of it for me.
Me too. That's why, it really confused me at first in exactly the same way. I actually read somewhere else someone saying, why give the order for this weird order to, I'm going to do this and then you fire shots in the sand, it's a strange situation. I thought, really? And then I read the lines. I'm like, I guess that's what it seems to be implying is the order, If we had to follow orders and they shot at the things in the sand, then that was the order.
Mm-hmm.
And Tom's against it, should have killed him for real, So, if that's the order, it makes sense, but it is kind of weird, and they're also doing the deception thing, so.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're trying to get that deception across. They're trying to make us think it's the order to kill them, but it's really the order to shoot the bullets in the sand.
Yeah.
But it's weird to try to stuff more deception in a reveal scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you guys already made us think they were dead. Why keep going with that? This is the time to tell us the truth. Don't let's get one last line of deception in there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a little greedy to me to do that, but that's why I didn't like this scene because it didn't make any sense. But if you take the order as being to shoot the bullets in the sand, then it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah, the scene totally works for me. Being the easy manipulated guy. Believing they were dead and all that, and then wanting to believe that Tom, was saying we shouldn't have shot him and stuff, and the shock of cutting over just as he says we should have killed him for real. It works for me. I didn't mind the scene. So
That's all you get.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So next we hop over to Juliet and Sawyer, looking on in the background.
Oh, can I ask a quick question?
Okay.
During those 3 shots that you hear of the walkie, you hear somebody say no. I couldn't tell who said that, or even if no was what they said. You hear somebody making a sound during those 3 shots, which kind of helps with the idea somebody was getting shot. I felt like maybe Saeed specifically, when they were shooting the bullets in the sand, should have yelled hey, they're lying, or something.
Mm-hmm.
We're still alive. And the way that this scene takes place when Tom and Ryan are talking, they're kind of walking back towards them. So maybe they walked away to shoot the bullets and, out of earshot maybe. I mean, I'll buy that since they were kind of walking back in this part of the scene. But I at first thought, I'm like, why didn't one of the three guys, they're just shooting bullets in the sand, Jack, don't listen to them. Kind of thing.
I was thinking maybe Saeed thought it was good if Jack thought they were all dead. Like, he thought, that it would be good that he would just, do the plan because there was no more, threat.
Yeah. Whatever that was.
That was a lot of sounds.
That was a lot of sounds. I can hang with that for a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. The thing is, if they're really gonna die, though, like if Saeed is like, okay, it's good if Jack thinks we're dead, then they really are gonna be dead because nobody's gonna come back to help them. Even if the rescue party comes, I think they'll be like, well, those guys are dead.
Yeah.
I mean, they might like say, let's go check just in case. But by then they really would be dead because Tom and them would just kill them because everyone else is rescued. Why keep these three guys alive? Mm-hmm. So if he relegates himself to, to pretending to be dead, then they really are going to be dead soon.
Yeah.
So that's no good.
That isn't any good. I agree. I don't want to be dead.
So you ready for the next scene?
Yes.
Are you ready for the next scene?
I'm ready for the next scene. So here it is.
All right.
Like I said, Julia and Sawyer are looking on the background and lamenting the fact that they don't have any guns.
That was really funny. I love the way Julia, like she's kind of standing there. I think she's got like her hand on her knee or something, kind of bending up, just like, what are we gonna do? There's nothing we can't do. I thought that was really funny. It felt like comical to me, especially when who shows up.
Yeah, of course. He's always
there's
comical.
This strange air of comedy, like, what are we going to do? We're in a dire situation.
Mm-hmm.
How funny it is.
Just as the situation looks totally hopeless and they have no ability to actually, help out their compadres, then they hear a sound in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
A low rumbling.
Of fate and hope.
It's fate and hope, that's right. And before we know it, surprise, it's Hurley, and he's in the Dharma van. And he comes charging to the rescue. And Ryan stands in front of the van and shoots at Hurley. And Hurley keeps on driving and hits him with the van, and then this creates a good disturbance, and Sawyer runs behind the van, picks up a little like stick thing, and then I guess he takes...
Yeah, Hurley's about to get out of the car, and then he makes Hurley stay in the car.
Yeah, he makes Hurley stay in the car. He gets a gun somehow. I didn't. My notes suck. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he grabbed Ryan's gun that fell.
Oh, he grabs Ryan's gun. Okay, I thought he had a stick for some reason. I don't know what I'm talking about.
He had a stick at first too, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think he grabbed a big stick and then he crept on the side of the van and then he shut the door on Hurley and then he got the gun.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, I don't need the stick. There's a gun.
Right. Okay. Good. So he tells Hurley to stay in the van. You've done your job. Don't try to do any more.
Yeah.
He grabs the gun. He sneaks sort of behind the van. He rounds the corner, holds his gun on Jason to help out Saeed. But at that point, Saeed trips him and then snaps his neck with his legs.
The old leg snap. He got the the sweep to knock him down on the ground.
Yeah.
And then the old Converse snap.
Yeah, it was sort of all right, Saeed, I'm here to well.
Yeah.
I guess you got things taken care of there. Should I even bother to untie you?
Yeah, exactly. I think I said that off podcast. I could just totally see Saeed stand up. He had already unraveled his however they tied him up, like an hour ago.
Right.
He's like, I was just waiting for the right time.
I've been untied for a long time now.
Exactly.
I needed practice on the leg maneuver.
Yeah, I actually found a small stick and gave myself a manicure behind my back. I could just totally see Saeed not needing help at all.
Yeah.
And then I managed to get 3 sticks together and a stick of bubble gum, and I made a small impromptu radio, which I've called the Coast Guard on.
They'll be here any moment. Thank you for your attention.
I tapped out an SOS.
Yeah, so this is a prime display of Saeed's badassness.
Yeah.
This is really really nice touch. I really liked that. Because you don't expect the person tied up to be the one to do something. It's supposed to be the rescuers are supposed to, take the guys down.
Well, with rescuers like this, who needs rescuing? Wait, what?
What?
I had a couple of points to pick with this scene. It was all well and good and great, but I thought it was really strange that Hurley kind of runs over Ryan and then stops the van. And, Jason is, right on the other side with the gun. Yet he doesn't try to shoot at Hurley. He just kind of stands there and, waits for Sawyer to come with the gun and then Saeed to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was really sort of unsafe for Hurley to stay in the car with Jason right on the other side. But I guess the way it's supposed to play out is that Jason saw Sawyer or something and was waiting to get a shot at Sawyer. Which is what he was doing, I guess. But anyway.
Okay.
Then there's another part of the scene.
Yeah. So then after that, Tom tries to crawl toward a gun, and then Juliet steps on his hand, grabs the gun. Tom says he gives up, and then Sawyer shoots him in the chest and says, that's for taking the kid off the
One
raft.
of the best lines in the entire episode. I love that, man. I love that. That was awesome. Because it was, I loved it because it was like, man, Tom, if you didn't take the kid off the raft, you'd be alive right now.
Yeah.
But you had to get at least one bullet for the kid. Too bad that's the one that's going to kill you.
Yeah.
That was awesome. It was I don't know, some sort of felt like karma or something.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially since they shot him on the raft,
Yeah.
So, but that was great. It was nice that. Because Michael never got to, do anything to them for that,
No, he just had to, deal with them.
He just had to deal with them and actually betray his friends.
Do their work, and yeah.
Yeah, so it was nice that there was some retribution for Walt, and it was that was a long time ago, Sawyer. I'm glad it was nice that you still remembered that, and that was, that was awesome. And, of course, I think they're trying to remind us about Walt.
Oh, yeah.
Who shows up soon.
Already
showed up. Yeah, already showed up.
Previously.
Of course, which episode we're in.
He calls him the kid. I always love when they just kind of give these general terms for people. I want, Michael to step in. Walt. His name was Walt.
Yeah, that's my boy Walt.
But yeah, anyway, it was good. It was good that he remembered that, and good for Tom to get something for that, because that was really a shitty move that brought about all sorts of havoc.
He was just following orders.
Yeah, well, sometimes you shouldn't follow orders.
Oh, well, okay.
Even though everything we're doing here falls apart if you don't follow orders.
Mm-hmm.
But, come on. So anyway, yeah, that was good. So Tom dies. I actually think I guessed that was going to happen, but I had no basis for that. So I don't know. Lucky guess. What can you do? So the next scene is a flashback, and Jack is now stealing drug samples from the hospital closet.
Oh, how far we've fallen, Dr. Shepard.
He's sunken even farther, beyond prescription forging to stealing drug samples. And this is really, really bad thing to do if you're a doctor,
or anyone.
Or anyone, but in particular if you're a doctor or a nurse, because you are trusted with these materials, and it's your job to...
the Hippocratic Oath says nothing about stealing drug samples.
You're probably right about that.
That's all I got to say. When he leaves, he takes the samples, and then, which I think I read, I forgot who said it on our site, but somebody mentioned that they don't even do drug samples of that drug anymore because of that very reason.
Yeah.
Of people taking the samples. But when he leaves the drug lockup, he puts the key back out on the little rack, and I'm like, why do they have the key to this drug lockup right next to the place?
Oh, I didn't even
next to the room. Like, did you catch that?
No, I didn't even notice.
Oh, dude, he leaves the room, and there's like a sink or something, and like a paper towel dispensing machine or something, and he puts the key on a hook right next to it, and I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? And the door does have like one of those like punch locking things, where like it's like 4 or 5 little like silver buttons, and you punch the right code to open the door.
Yeah.
So maybe the door actually had, that works, and so the door, you have to know the code to get in the door. But nevertheless, the key to the drug lockup is right. You can get freely.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like he would want both of them to be a little more secure than that. Because all I got to do is get the door open and then take the key in like he did,
Yeah.
Versus the key being more controlled.
Yeah, I guess I assumed, he had the key to it.
Yeah.
I didn't really notice what was going on with the key. So, yeah, that's bad. That's really bad security, especially for drugs like that.
Yeah.
It should be a little more careful in the future. Maybe
it's just weird to me that they wrote the scene that way, that the key is just hanging there. It just seems really implausible to me. I mean, from watching ER, because I watch ER, the doctors and the nurses, from what I remember, they have, the ones who have that access have keys on them for that, but the idea that the key is just like hanging there is crazy.
Yeah.
That beard is so fake too, man.
Fake beard, yeah,
When he's yelling at the doctor, when he's yelling at Dr. Hamill, like the beard just looks so fake.
Yeah.
It really looks like 2 different beards or something. I don't know. One was real and one's fake or something.
No.
Because the beard changes over time.
And then there were 2 beards, one real and one fake. Yeah, I didn't really notice any of that, but it always looked fake to me. But just because I'm used to seeing Jack without a beard.
Mhm.
Even if it was real, I think it would look fake. It was a weird beard too. It's not a normal beard style.
Yeah, it's more scraggly.
Yeah. Very interesting. So right. So then Jack stumbles out of the closet, and Dr. Hamill shows up, and he tells Jack that he left messages about the operation when Jack asked about it. So Jack's stolen the drugs, and Dr. Hamill shows up, and Jack inquires about the operation on the woman that he saved, and then Hamill tells him that he left messages about it, and he asked Jack to his office for a talk, and then Jack says, say what you want to say here. I don't know. That's a thing. I don't want to go somewhere else. Say it now. So then Hamill says that the patient was responsive and lucid after the surgery, and he reveals that she crashed because she saw a man standing on the edge of the bridge, and he implies that the man was Jack. Jack says, "Do you have any idea what I've been through?" And then he asks Jack how much he's had to drink. Jack says to get his father down here, and if Jack is drunker than his father is,
I love that.
Hamill can fire him.
Well, I'm drunker than he is. I'll leave. That was awesome.
And then
and then next, you get Dr. Johnson from cardiology, and if he can jump higher than me, then you can fire me. And then get old Billy down in orthopedics, and if his forearm is longer than my forearm, then you can fire. I just love Jal. That was awesome. I love that whole thing. That was really funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely, come on. Like, even if he is, you're still drunk. That's not going to fly. It's not like, well, someone else here is drunker than me, so you can't fire me.
Yeah.
It's silly. So, so then Hamill says, he's trying to help. Jack says he can't help, and then he walks away.
You can't help me.
Yeah.
I'm too far gone. Don't you see how scraggly my beard is?
This is a scene where he's really shifty-eyed, and
I love the shifty-eye, man. Matthew Fox outdid himself. I just love he's just can't stand still, stand up straight, and he he's just looking all around the room, and
yeah,
it was great. It was great.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
It was a really intense scene, and this is where we start to find out that he was kind of the cause of the accident that he rescued the woman from. I mean, I didn't really know that. I guess I assumed he just happened to witness an accident. It didn't necessarily have anything to do with him.
Yeah, but, I think did I say that earlier? What my original thought was? Yeah.
Yeah. You thought that he. I don't know. I forgot. You thought.
I thought that the reveal was going to be
that
it was his car that was in the way that caused the accident. So when they basically said, he's still the reason for the accident, I was like, oh, whatever. I assumed he was the reason for the accident.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I hadn't assumed that. I guess from the way they shot it, I thought the accident was on the other side of the street, not on the side where his car was. So I didn't think it was his car. But I also didn't think he caused it in any other way. So
New Year's Justin.
New Year's Justin.
Today.
He does. He gets to be surprised by things like that.
Yeah.
Not that was a really big surprise, that just it changes everything. But it was interesting nonetheless. And a pretty good little scene. Okay, so is that it on that? You don't have anything else? I don't know what to say about that scene.
Nothing else.
Okay.
Well, here's another example that the proponents
what am I saying? I do know exactly what to say. Go ahead.
The proponents that Christian Shepherd is still alive, will definitely want to use this scene as evidence
Yeah.
To me, it came off as Jack just, being so out of it that he just kind of forgot that his father's dead. And, from the reaction of, I got to hand it to whoever plays Dr. Hamill. He gives one of those ambivalent reactions.
Yeah.
You can take it as, wow, Jack, don't you know your dad is dead? Or, wow, Jack, you're being ridiculous. You can kind of take it either way.
Yeah.
But it was really interesting, so I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. As I said earlier, I'm firmly of the belief that this is not an alternate universe or something where his dad's alive. I believe his dad's dead, and I also believe, maybe foolishly, that this is going to happen. That this isn't something that might happen. I believe this stuff will actually happen. So, maybe I'm wrong about that, but
for me, I feel like with the way it ended, that somehow they're going to change the future. As horrible as that sounds, to me, it seemed like one of those like movies where they're like, we got to go back to whatever, we got to make it right, and you leave off on that, and you come back at the next movie or the sequel, or whatever, is them going back in time or whatever it is to fix the wrong, and that's just the way it's coming off. So that's the way I feel like it's heading. Like somehow they're going to, and this whole idea of the looking glass too, somehow they're going to do something that's going to prevent them from being rescued. Which I can see the writers kind of being interested in doing, because we'll get to see what would happen if they were rescued, which will kind of, what's the word, appease us in that respect, for the people who want them to be rescued. We can kind of see what it would be like if they were rescued, but they can still have everyone still on the island, because, they need a TV show.
Yeah, right.
So that's what I think is going to happen. I think future Jack is going to do something where he's going to prevent them from getting off the island.
Okay. So more on this later when we talk about the last scene.
Yeah. Stay tuned.
And future Kate.
I think we'll be asleep by then.
Probably so. So, okay. So, we're back to the trekking losties. Jack's walkie starts up, and it's Hurley talking to presumably the others, who he thinks the others.
Hey, others, you better stay away from us, man, because we had one victory, then that means we're the best people ever. God, Hurley.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't even hate Hurley anymore. He's all right.
I don't hate him. He's just annoying.
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't annoy me in this episode. I was okay with that.
Really?
Full celebration and him coming through with the van and all that. I like
the thing about the van is that it could have easily backfired and could have easily, like, he didn't have a plan, obviously. His plan was to drive the van, and luckily Ryan didn't move, because if Ryan had moved, then Hurley wouldn't have killed anybody. Ryan could have easily shot him if he just stepped aside. Like, it could have gone wrong very easily. Hurley didn't think to consult with Sawyer and Juliet, and it's like for a lot of reasons I don't like what happened, but of course it turned out fine. It was great, so whatever. But part of me is just like, man, Hurley, you really could have screwed this whole thing up and got everybody killed very easily. Because it was very foolish just to do that with no plan. He had no. I mean, after he drives it into the camp, that was his whole plan. He didn't have a plan B,
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just drive in there and then, because he still had two other people with guns, who could have easily shot him. Anyway, I give him credit though. I mean, he came to the rescue to a bit, But I do have to take issue with, when he's taking credit for saving the day so vehemently. And I'm like, you really have to share the credit with Saeed and Sawyer. You get credit for the distraction, but they get credit for finishing, what you started.
Yeah. Yeah. He maybe gives himself a little too much credit, but
yeah, I was like really annoyed with I saved them all, man. It's like, shut up, Hurley, you really didn't. God.
I mean,
and that's the thing. What were you gonna say?
I mean, his thing was the vital motivating thing for the whole rescue. So I can see. I do think he deserves a lot of credit for it, but
he deserves a lot, but not all.
Yeah, it is a little bit much, but what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say, what's that thing he says? Oh, and then when he walkies, he tells them, attention others, come in others. If you're listening, I want you to know we got you, and stay away from our beach. And I mean, God, Hurley, why would you do that? Why would you tell them that the rest of their guys are dead? They could go send, who knows how many more people. They know exactly where you are now, and you just gave them an extra reason to come kill you. And it's like, God, man, he's the kind of person that's like, he means well, but he's just sort of, bumbling and kind of stupid. Like, he makes these, not that he's stupid, but he does these stupid things that usually turn out to not have, too dire consequences.
Yeah.
But, it could have easily been really bad, like if Richard heard that or something, and he decides to send more guys down to the beach, to go kill them. So...
Yeah. Good points all.
All I have to say.
Oh, should I continue?
Yeah.
We can't just stop it there. So Hurley, blah blah blah. We triumphed, and we cut back and forth to Hurley during this time, and so Jack gets on the walkie, and so Hurley knows it's Jack, and then he says everyone's alive, and everybody celebrates back in the trekking camp the fact that the three of them are alive. Of course, none of them, except for Jack and Kate, know that they.
We're really supposed to be dead.
Yeah, like Jack was withholding the information that they were dead, and so they never got to live through that. All they got was they're alive. The end,
Well, they had the little, they were sort of concerned whether or not they were alive because of the whole, two explosions out of three. But they never got they were never told they were dead, so they didn't have to live through that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what I meant. Like it was the uncertainty of what happened, and it turned out all right.
Yeah.
Not like they're dead. Oh no, they're not dead.
Yeah.
So Jack had to live with that a little more. But anyway, they all celebrate, and what?
I said and Kate.
And Kate, yeah. Well, Kate, whatever.
But it was Jack's fault.
So it was Jack's fault. He took that walkie. Oh man, took that walkie. Why did you take that walkie?
Gave him that walkie.
Gave him the walkie. He took it for who knows why, but he gave
He took it to give it to him.
He took it to give it to him, of course.
I mean, I really think that's what he took it so that the writers could write that he felt bad about, being the impetus for that call.
Yeah. I can't believe it. That line, it makes more sense when you see it like that. But I can't believe that's what they really wrote. But I guess it is.
Hey, believe me, I'm incredulous of a lot of things they write.
I'm like, guys, come on. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that's the thing to focus on. But that's what it seems like. Okay, and I guess my inherent belief that what the important thing was, I don't know. It all just seemed really weird to me. All that stuff about the walkie. I just thought it was unnecessary filler stuff.
In the season finale.
What are you
unnecessary
doing?
filler.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess that's what I thought. So anyway, Jack tells Hurley and his crew to stay put at the beach. And then Claire gets on the walkie and asks about Charlie.
But what about Charlie?
Hurley says he's not back yet, but I'm sure he'll be here real soon. So,
yeah, that was my... I had to think about that, but I'll wait till you finish.
Oh, that's the end.
Oh.
Of the scene. So what do
I
you
guess I have to... I was just wondering, like, Hurley says, oh, he should be back any minute or whatever. And I'm like, is he really coming back to the beach? Is that where he should come back to? I mean, because, that's where they're blowing people up. It seems like he should be heading towards the radio tower, not back to the beach camp.
I don't know what the plan was.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if there even was a plan, but I think if anything, he should be heading to the radio tower, not to the beach, because, well, as we saw, the plan backfired, and the others would have been waiting for him if he was supposed to be coming back.
Oh,
they would have been waiting for him there potentially. So it wouldn't have made sense to come back to the beach, But of course, they were assuming everything was going to go as planned.
Yeah.
So But
and if it has, then going back to the beach would have been fine.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I don't know what the shooters were supposed to do either. Were they supposed to come to the radio tower after the dynamite thing, or were they supposed to hang out and just wait?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't really discuss all that, did they?
Not really, no.
They had their plans weren't fully formed.
It was just sort of, you're going to go here, we're going to go here, you're going to go there, and there's no, and then what?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that they have the others' walkie-talkies, they wouldn't be able to communicate with each other at all.
Yeah.
They wouldn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
They're lucky.
Yeah,
they're lucky that some of this stuff happened.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. All the things got in their favor so they could do what they would want to do in these situations. Communicating with each other and stuff. Because they had no ability to do that. So there was another with the trekking losties, and there's another at the beach, and yay, they get to talk to each other.
Oh, here's a question. What happened to the walkie that Paolo had?
Oh, it's a fine question. Apparently nothing.
They never even did anything with that, right?
They never did anything with that.
Like, we saw it and we were like, oh man, maybe he's another. And then we saw how he got it, and then that was it.
Yeah, and I assumed at the time that it was a setup and they were going to do something with that in the future. That they wouldn't introduce that for no reason, but they really didn't do anything with it. No, it was never, as far as I know, it was never mentioned again in later episodes.
Yeah, it's just he got the walkie that Juliet had when they were at the Pearl.
Yeah.
And it's the end. It's like they didn't do anything with that.
Yeah.
Like, have us think for half a second he was, dubious.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was it.
I feel like it might come to something later. I
mean, they got all kinds of walkie-talkies now.
I don't know. Like, maybe he hit diamonds in that walkie-talkie. I don't know.
God.
More diamonds.
Not the fucking diamonds.
No, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea what it could come to. But I feel like you said, I don't want to believe that they would bring that up for nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know what they're doing with that. Maybe they had a plan for it and dropped it, or I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe they wanted it. They wanted the Losties to have a walkie-talkie. They were like, okay, well, let's write this in here. This will be a good time to write, how they can get a walkie-talkie. And then they just changed what they were going to do with that, and now they've got 2 walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
So they don't really need to bring that up anymore.
Yeah,
I can think of. They just kind of changed. They're like, oh well, we don't need to have them use this one, and because I always thought that they were going to, the Losties were going to use it or cut it on and overhear some secret plan or something.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
Not yet, at least.
They got nothing out of it so far.
Or I guess what they could do is, I don't know. I was thinking something where the others get together and they're talking over the walkies, and they're like, well, the Losties have walkie-talkies too. We can't use these, and they can go, oh, well, they only have 2 of them, and we know the frequencies, and so they try to compensate for the fact that the Losties have walkies, but then they don't know they have that 3rd one.
Ooh.
So like that ends up being useful later. I don't know. I'm really, really, really reaching here.
I like that. We can compensate for 2, but 3 we're
like those 2 are on these channels or something, and then we can just go to this other channel, which is what the 3rd one's on or something.
They didn't count on the 3rd
walkie. Yeah. The 3rd walkie from hell.
They had the perfect plan.
Oh God.
One of those things. Occasionally Jack's Army, they have, drop plot threads. So I have to believe that, and I know there was some reshuffling at some point, because I actually read from Greg Nations that the original plan was for the finale to be a Ben flashback.
Oh, wow.
That's what they were going to go with originally. So I'm assuming that what we were going to get in the finale originally was what we got in Man Behind the Curtain, but maybe like more, a longer version with more stuff.
Well, when would the Looking Glass stuff have come into play?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, he can't answer that.
I have no idea when they would have worked that in. But
and that's the thing. Like,
maybe
if you don't have the Looking
20.
Glass, if you don't have the Looking Glass, then you don't have Jack's Flash Forward. To me, if the episode is not called Through the Looking Glass, man, you really don't want Jack's Forward in there.
Mm. Yeah, no. It wouldn't have. What? Well, what? Now I'm really confused.
Like,
what do you mean?
For instance, like if episode 20, which was Ben's flashback, right?
Yeah.
If that was Jack's flashback,
mm-hmm.
I would want that to be called like Through the Looking Glass or something.
But then they don't have the Looking Glass yet.
But they don't have the Looking Glass yet.
Yeah.
Sure. And so that's the thing. It's like I don't think you can have you got to have the Looking Glass and Jack's Flash Forward together.
Yeah.
I
see.
And maybe the idea is that they decided to do the Flash Forward later in the season. That wasn't their original plan.
Yeah.
And they were like, hey, instead of doing a Ben flashback at the end, let's move up Ben's flashback and we'll do this cool Flash Forward thing. And we'll, just drop in all this stuff about the Looking Glass. We'll create, that underwater station everyone's been rumoring about for 3 seasons. Right. We'll give them that, a secret underwater station called the Looking Glass.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah.
And then they can start doing the flash forwards and stuff.
Yeah, it's plausible. I am curious about when and if they were going to introduce the flash forward element if they did Ben's thing for the finale. It's interesting, like, everybody was complaining when they switched it to Jack, but, like, I don't see a lot of complaints about what came out.
Yeah, right.
Because it was really good. So, it wasn't Ben, but it was a good flashback, so, it doesn't matter that it wasn't Ben. So, anyway, my point was supposed to be something I don't remember anymore. What was the point of all that? Oh, it was something about I was trying to speculate about the fact that they changed plans for the finale at some point, and maybe that has something to do with why the walkie got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think that walkie would have really come into play at something like the season finale.
Yeah.
When there's all kinds of action going on.
Yeah.
And it could have given the Losties an upper hand, but they didn't need it the way that they wrote this one. So
yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's the story with that. I don't know. So many things. So Okay, so the next scene, you ready for the next scene?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, good. So we're back to the Looking Glass station. Charlie tells Desmond to get the diving gear, and he will go put in the code.
Oh, Charlie, please put on the diving gear before you put on the code.
Nah.
Please, guys, prepare for something to go wrong, before something goes wrong. Please.
If he needed
you won't,
to,
will you?
If he needed to put the diving gear on, then he would do it. But he doesn't, so he must not have needed to.
Oh, there you go. That's a very fatalist point of view.
Yeah, yeah. It's all very whatever. I know what you mean. It seems like he could have easily lived if he had just taken a few measures. But
yeah. I want to let's talk about this whole thing. Actually, there's a couple things before we get to his actual death.
But at the same time, I'm torn because I love this whole thing. But all right. So so I guess I'm just gonna go through this scene, which is pretty long and has a lot of stuff. Charlie asks Desmond if he's had any flashes. Desmond says no.
Which I love that because when I watched it, I said, "Oh, cool, no more flashes, yay!" Like that means Charlie's not going to die. Like it's a good sign that Desmond's not getting any flashes of Charlie's death. And then of course in hindsight it's like, ooh, that means Charlie's dead then. Because if he's not getting any flashes, that means he's going to die.
Oh, I see.
You see what I'm saying? It's one of those things where you're like, cool, no flashes, but then you're like, oh no, wait, that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Because if he would have gotten another flash, that means Charlie wasn't going to die right now.
Right.
So I love how they did that because it comes off as a good thing, but you think about it, it's like, oh, that's bad.
Yeah, that's weird. I didn't really think about it as bad. I don't know. I didn't know what to do with that part. I thought it was just checking in. Okay, no, all right, well, no problem. Carry on. I didn't think it was necessarily a portent of death, but I guess it is.
Yeah, and I think maybe Charlie, kind of thought the same way that, oh, that's good, you're not getting flashes, that means this is my time to die.
Yeah. Right. So they separate. Charlie goes in to enter the code. He enters the code.
Groan.
So you really don't like this?
I
take it you're not a fan of this idea.
This whole code, programmed by a musician thing. I like it on the sort of level that the idea is programmed by a musician and he's a musician. Who better to crack this code? Great, whatever, blah. What I take issue with is that he cracked it so quickly, and he didn't know how the code worked because there's 16 numbers on the pad. Are they separated by whole steps, half steps? What's the scale here? You know what I mean? Like in terms of what the tones are going to be.
Going down that road, huh?
That's my point. Is how does he know? Is the difference between 4 and 5 a half step or a whole step or some other interval? How do you know? And he got it on the first try. There was no oh, I pressed the wrong button, let me start over. It was like, oh, here it is, that was simple. And I'll give them a little credit because he did know that the first number was a 5, so he knew where to start at least, which was good.
Yeah, that helped.
That helped a lot, but it was weird. And that's the thing. I mean, once he gets the first couple notes, he can kind of tell what the intervals are, and then he kind of figure out, okay, I got to go up 2 steps from this to the next note, so that'll be this number. So I'll give him, as he's getting the code, I'm like, okay, it's getting more and more realistic. But the idea that he could get the first couple without knowing how the code is actually, programmed in terms of, in terms of the musical scale or whatever. That's what I took issue with.
I see.
On the first try, man, too, I'm just like, wow, Charlie, first try.
Not good job, Charlie.
And,
First try.
and he didn't know like how many notes it was supposed to be. Is it the whole chorus of the song? Is it the verse of the song? Like, that was the thing. Like, it just didn't make any sense. It was so vague. Like, oh, it's this Beach Boys song. Okay. Like, you don't know which part it's supposed to be. You don't know if it's the melody part. I don't know if there's like a solo or something in the song. You know what I mean? Like, it's so vague, and he got it so easily and quickly. I just, I don't buy that. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this is a general audience thing. Most people watching this aren't going to know that much about music and aren't going to really worry about such issues like that.
But, it's funny. It's kind of like, we were talking earlier about the ringtones thing. It's like, how does he know which part of the song that's the code?
Yeah.
Like she didn't say, oh, it's the chorus or it's the verse.
Yeah. Yeah. No. He just guessed one of the parts and it was right. Maybe the song only has one part. I don't know. I don't even know the song.
Yeah.
But it sounded like it was like one phrase of something. I don't know what it was. It sounded like he got right to the end, like the phrase was about to go back, the way the end part happened. So, but as far as like the way the code works on the keys, I think that's, as far as him guessing what part of the song it is, well, yeah, that's a little impossible.
Yeah.
So I understand your point, and then somewhat mocking this thing of, oh, he's a musician, and so he gets to use his particular talents to enter this code, which makes it more compelling for it to be Charlie to do this.
Yeah.
Which I think maybe makes what I was thinking earlier, like last week, I guess, the greatest hits about the point that if Desmond hadn't saved Charlie all those times, he wouldn't have been able to do this. So, like, was he really supposed to die those other times? It calls into question that whole thing about,
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, too. Like, if Charlie would have died before, who's to say that, Desmond couldn't have swam down and actually got Bonnie to tell him the code or something? You know what I mean? Or maybe, Mikhail, like, kills Bonnie, and then Desmond kills Mikhail, and then, like, Greta's still there, and she decides to, tell him the code or something. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, you're right, though. It does call into question, maybe Desmond was supposed to keep him alive a certain number of times until he gets to this point. But who's to say that, like, they won't get into another situation down the line where it'd be more important for Charlie to be here right now?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How do you know this is the one?
Yeah.
Especially with your bad track record so far.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very silly, but yeah, that part made me wonder about that whole thing again. And this whole thing with seeing the future and it's fate for you to die versus I'm gonna change it, but you can't change it, but I changed it.
Yeah.
It's like,
it would have been a lot more fate, and probably way more ridiculous, but more like, oh, this is fate. If it was like, if the song was "You All Everybody," and
which
then
would have been really
like,
weird, because
you know what I mean. And then I would have been like, wow, like that's awesome that it's "You All Everybody," and he knows every note in that song. So I'd totally believe he could get that on the first try.
Yeah, oh, probably so. He ought to know it. Even though his vocal version is totally different from the real version of the song.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like, his version is like this falsetto with a different rhythm, like, "You all, everybody." Like, if you actually hear the song, it doesn't even sound like that.
Yeah.
I guess it's just like what he likes. I think he made that up in the pilot, how to sing it, and they tried to like write a song like that, and I don't know, they came up with something, and it doesn't quite fit, but anyway, yeah. So speaking of that, so you think this code was programmed in like pretty recently, like recently enough that it could have been "You All Everybody"?
Not necessarily, but I mean, I think it could have been. I feel like it was, it's a Beach Boys song. That's what, the 50s or something,
60s.
Or not the 60s, yeah. I feel like it was probably programmed when the station was originally built. But it could have easily been programmed by, they brought someone fairly recently to the island and they changed the code or something. And that's why, they could have made it You All Everybody, which would have been way more ridiculous. But, the more ridiculous the coincidence, the more it's like fate,
Yeah.
So it's like, it's sort of a balancing act there. So, you got to find the good middle ground.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think it was programmed when Dharma was first there.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. The song's old enough that it could have been.
It's a very long code. That's like the longest code I've ever seen. It's a long, long code.
It is, yeah.
Just to cut, like, a jamming signal off.
Yeah.
That's a long code.
That's a long code.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
And by she, I mean Bonnie.
Of course you do. Oh, Bonnie.
Oh, Bonnie. I really thought she was going to be around longer. Because, just because of that actress, I remember I recognized her from 6 Feet Under, and I just, I thought they would give her a meatier part than, barely two episodes.
Yeah, she had a cameo in the last one.
Yeah.
But I guess since this was 2 hours, she got, maybe 2 episodes worth of material.
Yeah.
Out there. But, I really didn't know what to think about them when I originally saw them. I didn't necessarily think they were going to die, but I didn't think they were not going to die. I don't know. I was completely, I don't know anything. So, I don't have anything good to add to that.
Apparently.
But they were one-off characters. What are you going to do? Very strange. Strange. So anyway, that's the whole thing with the code. So he enters the code, like you said, first try, You say, whatever, Charlie. I say, nice job, Charlie.
I say nice job too, but I still say whatever.
Okay, you say nice job, but mutter whatever under your breath. And,
yeah,
I don't know. I won't add anything, but so then he's about to leave. I guess the light goes off, right? And I didn't write that down. And then as he's leaving, what? And then as he's leaving, he hears a sound, and he turns around.
Tap. Tap, tap, tap. That sounds like the tapping of a grenade against the window.
Oh, but this isn't that sound. This is a different sound.
Oh,
that hasn't happened yet. This is the sound of an incoming transmission light flashing.
Oh.
It made a little sound too. So the incoming transmission light's flashing. So Charlie goes over to investigate. He sees what it is. He presses the button, and up on the screen there appears Penny Widmore.
Penelope Widmore at your service.
And I don't know what we're supposed to think, that she just happened to be sitting in transmission.
No. We're not supposed to think she just happened to be. No, not at all. Please, please. We're supposed to think. Please, I hate to tell people what we're supposed to think.
No. I know what you're going to say. I think. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I was going to say. That she's been trying to send this message. It's on auto dial. It's on constant, transmission. And as soon as the other end was activated, Charlie pressed the button. On her end, beep beep beep, connection activated or something. And so that's why she went and sat down and she was there.
Oh, that wasn't what I thought you were going to say at all.
You don't know me at all, sir.
I really don't. What I thought you were going to say is we're supposed to think she's the one trying to rescue them, ostensibly. So so she's standing by, because they're rescue is imminent or something. Like, I guess I thought that's where you're going with that, but I guess not. So are you imagining she's like at home, in England or wherever it is she lives, Scotland, and she's just like moseying around the house, and like she just hears this thing and then runs in there to talk to Charlie?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there's the background looks like a library to me. It's got these books and all this wood and stuff, and it doesn't seem like I guess it could be an office type thing, but it seems like a grand home library.
Yeah.
I just don't. I feel like she's at home somewhere. Or I mean, she is at an office, but it's I think it was just sort of on auto, and she was, to me, the biggest question is, why was she, how is she even sending a transmission to this place? How does it even work? But I think it was just kind of the thing where she's been trying to send a transmission for a long time, and then she was alerted when the transmission was going through.
Mhm. Okay.
It does seem like the perfect timing, but I just don't want to believe that.
Like she just sat down for her
in.
daily transmission or something.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh look, what great timing! You're there, I'm here.
Yeah.
It's great.
I just finished my tea and crumpets and decided to try to buzz old Des, and lo and behold, I ran into what did they call each other?
Oh, Mancunian?
Mancunian, there we go.
Yeah, that's quite a term there. So,
Penny's video looks fake too. Like that background just looks fake. It's got like this like map and a globe, and like it just looks fake. Like, I don't know. It just looks like a set to me.
It reminded me of the Star Trek thing where they talk to people on the screen, and it always seems like the production values for the other side of the screen are way lower than the...
Like if you like pan the camera to the left, you'll see like a boom guy.
Yeah.
Or you'll see a light or something. It's just like they built just enough set for that one frame.
Yeah, like because it's a static shot, like in that one location, and like don't move it an inch or you'll see the facade.
And she's staring straight ahead, like into the camera, which always makes it weird. Because it's not like she's on like a laptop or somewhere she's looking down, or something where she's kind of, it's like a camera she's looking into that's posted somewhere. She's looking straight ahead, eye level, like, it's just very like, what's the word I'm looking for? Contrived.
Yes, good, perfect word. Yeah, I mean, she's got like full video transmission. Like, you think she's seeing Charlie too? Like, I mean, how far does this go?
I think she is. It makes it seem like she's seeing Charlie.
It does, and I'm like, man, wow, Dharma, nice. You had this whole like video phone thing going back in the 70s,
and it's not even black and white, because I think all the monitors we've seen before are black and white.
Mhm.
And this was in color. Oh, it was like faded color. It just seemed like a 50. It just seemed old. It seemed old and fake. But double offensive.
Are you suggesting it's not the real Penny, but in fact a clone?
I think it's Smokey.
Oh, it's Smokey, of course.
It's always Smokey.
Yeah, he's always up to something.
She's always up to something.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. How dare I?
It's Smoke E, not Smoke O.
That's so presumptuous.
It's the female form, please.
Oh God, Smoke O.
If it was a male Smoke Monster, it'd be Smoke O.
Yikes. That's frightening.
I think Smokey is short for Smokina, please.
Oh, okay. Of course.
There's no way Penny should be seeing Charlie, but that's how it comes off.
Yeah,
there's no way there
should
should
be. It seems like she sees Desmond, like when he's running to the thing at the end. It seems like she saw him about to run in there.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, like I was looking at the expression on her face, like when he gets the door slammed in his face, and it looked to me like she saw him.
Yeah. It definitely. I mean, he definitely saw her. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's kind of like, ooh, no.
Like, oh, Desmond, no, and yeah, I don't know. But yeah, whatever. I don't know what we're supposed to believe. Maybe she's just getting audio and it just looks like it's video. But
yeah, I don't know. I just don't even know how she's sending that transmission. Like,
it's crazy.
Because if it's a radio transmission, then anyone could pick it up. You know, I mean, I'm not a communications expert, but you know, my understanding of how radio transmissions work, you know, if you got the frequency, you can pick it up. You know, and if it's like a satellite thing, it's like, how does she know the right spot to send it to? You know, can you even send a video signal over a radio? I mean, I don't even know if you can do that. I don't think you can.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, I guess TV signals are those radio waves?
I don't know. Maybe.
They have to be.
Okay. I don't know.
TV signals have to be. I mean, what else? The electromagnetic spectrum only has so many things on there.
Yeah.
They're not X-rays, they're not gamma rays, they're not UV rays. It's not visible light, or we would see it. It's not infrared light. It's what else is on there? That's it. Radio waves and what else is on the spectrum?
I am no spectrum expert. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, you pick them up with an antenna. TV has to be radio waves.
Okay.
Some form of radio waves. So presumably she could be sending a video signal like that.
Yeah, that's how she's doing it.
But can she send it that far? Presumably she's like in England or Europe somewhere. Scotland or England.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can you send a radio wave that far? You know, not by conventional means.
Yeah. No, not by conventional means. She's using something weird to get this done.
Yeah.
Unless your thing is true and it's some kind of double reverse thing, and she really is on the boat and some kind of weird shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, like she's on the boat, but she's just lying when she says she's not on the boat?
Yeah.
Why is that my thing? Did I say that?
Well, yeah, earlier you were suggesting, like, maybe this really is Penny's boat, and then we'll find that out next season.
Oh, okay. Well, I'd buy that it's Penny's boat, but I wouldn't buy that she would lie to say that it's, well, that's, yeah, I don't know how I can reconcile those two things. I don't think she's on the boat. Can I say that?
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
I don't think she's on the boat.
Okay. I don't either.
That thing I was saying about what boat? You mean the ship I got out there?
Right.
You mean the freighter I sent? Yeah, that kind of thing. Okay, I'll bet that. That's probably that thing I said.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't have a crocodile, but I have an alligator.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, right. I was just trying to, like, I don't know, combine that with your theory somehow, where she's close by.
Mhm.
I don't believe that at all, really, but
yeah, I don't believe she's on the boat or ship or whatever it is.
But it is crazy to send that from the UK. I mean, that's a long way away from the South Pacific.
Yeah, I feel like they're doing something. I feel like the writers don't really know how satellite communications work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I say that like I'm an expert. But
yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like they're kind of misusing how the sat phone really works and everything to begin with. So maybe they're just assuming you can just kind of send a signal however you want to, and they're not really taking into consideration the logistics of how that technology works. And
yeah.
they're kind of thinking it's just a satellite communication thing or something.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be anywhere in the world.
Yay!
Yay! And that's the thing too. I mean, should we talk about this whole Penny thing, Widmore thing? Who's really behind it? Who's behind what? What's behind who? What's behind door number 3? I mean, because like with Penny, okay. How is she funding this research? I mean, this rescue mission. And I'm not referencing the Naomi thing particularly. I'm just saying in general, she's obviously trying to rescue Desmond.
Yeah.
We know she's got those Brazilian scientists doing some stuff with that. How is she funding this?
Presumably with her money that she has a lot of.
Her money from
her daddy, I guess.
From her daddy, because she ain't got no job. Never worked a day in her life.
When she talked to Desmond, she had that line, with enough money and determination you can find anyone.
True, okay.
So,
yeah, but I don't think it's her money.
So, well, yeah, I mean, it's her money in the sense that I think her dad's giving it to her. I don't think she's stealing it. But,
no, but that's my point. That's my point is, okay, if Charles Widmore is giving her this money, then okay, what do you think about the idea that he's the one trying to find the island? Like he doesn't want his daughter even seeing Desmond to begin with, So why would he be giving her money to fund, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars or however much it's going to cost,
I guess I had the impression he didn't know about it. Like this is he was unaware that Penny was doing this.
But okay, but then how do you reconcile that? He's obviously giving her a substantial amount of money for this. Is he just not asking where this money's going? Like, why do you need X amount of dollars all of a sudden since Desmond's missing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's a good liar. She's come up with some weird excuse, or maybe she gets like an automatic allowance and she doesn't have to like explain where her money's going. I don't have a great answer for that, but I just had the impression that he didn't necessarily know about it.
I would go. I would buy that only to a small extent. Charles Widmore seems like the kind of person who, he's a big, powerful businessman, and I think he's, into some sinister stuff. And I think he would be concerned about what his daughter's doing,
Yeah.
And presumably find out very easily what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I will also, on the other hand, I will buy that maybe she had a trust fund or something, so when she turned, 21 or whatever, she got a, substantial amount of money and she saved it, and maybe she does still get an allowance or something. So maybe she's funding this herself and the money that he gave her, and, like you said, she doesn't really have to explain anything because this is kind of her money. She's just like spending all of that, but, how much would that really be,
A lot.
Yeah, a lot, presumably a lot. So I would buy that. I would buy she had a trust fund or something, and that's what she could be using or something like that. What do you think about? Okay, so what do you think about Widmore's involvement in trying to find the island or something?
I guess right now my best guess for Naomi's people is that he's behind that.
Okay.
That maybe he, Penny didn't tell him, but he found out about her operation, and he I don't even know what's going on really. Why does Penny think Desmond's on this island? Why does she even know about the island in the first place? My original theory was that she found out because of Charles Widmore. He knows about the island because Widmore has some connection to the island. The only connection with the island, like in terms of, I think in terms of the show, Widmore doesn't have a connection with the island. But,
yeah, we haven't heard anything about his connection to the island.
The only connection to the island that I'm aware of is from the Lost Experience stuff, where they indicate that Widmore did the construction for Dharma on the island.
Mm-hmm.
So, and of course, Widmore, has multiple parts, and how much was Charles involved and all that, I don't know.
Well,
but,
here's a question. There's a lot to talk about here, but here's the question. If the Widmore Corporation did the construction on the island, wouldn't they know where the island is?
You'd think so, yeah.
Especially that was a heavy-duty construction job. They're building underwater facilities. They're building underground facilities.
I wouldn't want to work on the crew with all that.
No. Polar bears,
Yeah. Come
well, I
on.
guess not. I guess the polar bears aren't loose yet.
Hopefully not.
But nevertheless, you would think that he would know where this island was, or at least have access to information. Now, maybe you could say they knew they could get to the island before the incident, and that he's been after the incident, which made the island invisible or whatever. He's been trying. Yeah, that whole thing back when that stuff was important.
God.
Yeah, don't forget about that. So maybe it became invisible, and then that's when he's been trying to find it since then or thereabouts. Presumably now it's visible again. I believe that's what Carlton and Damon said after the failsafe was turned. It's visible again.
But it's not too visible.
Not too visible where you can easily find it, apparently. Because, someone like Widmore who has, access to, extraordinary resources, he can have a couple satellites, taking pictures of that area looking for land masses.
Yeah.
And very easily spot it as long as there isn't any, crazy supernatural, things that are obscuring the island for, conventional detection.
Yeah.
So, Carlton and Damon said the island is visible now, but it's apparently not too visible, like you said, because you think people would be able to find it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Especially since it seems like people are looking for it.
And it seemed like from Naomi's story that, it wasn't that easy to find.
Yeah, and they didn't even, Naomi, I think she said something about that they had surveyed the area or something, and they just thought it was all water.
Yeah.
Something to that effect, and she was surprised that there was land there.
It was like the island just appeared or something, and then they crashed, and, it was, it made it seem like the island's kind of still kind of hidden.
And don't forget that whoever is still doing the supply drops, however that's still working.
Is that still happening? Maybe the last one's over.
Even if the last one's over, there has to be information in somebody's database or file somewhere what the coordinates are to do the drop. So that information is out there.
Oh, God.
Yeah, right.
But, oh, God. That stuff is still around, too. It's not even, answered yet.
No, it's not.
What's the supply drop? Was it connected to the lockdown? All that nonsense is still, lingering. Wow. We've moved on. Other things to worry about now. But, it's a fair point. If they got to drop it, they should know where the fucking island is.
Yeah.
To be able to drop, food in the right place and all that. Especially if they're getting specific with locations. God, they should really know what's going on the island. And who are these people? I don't know.
Who are these people? Yeah, and so that's the thing. It seems like if Widmore really wants to find the island, there's evidence to say he really should already know where it is, and then even if it was invisible at some point, it's not supposed to be invisible anymore. Why can't he find it? What does he want on the island? What does he want the island for? I can see a situation where Hanzo or Dharma, they had him, they had his company, do the construction, but didn't really tell him, why they were trying to be on this island, and or the real reasons, why they were there, and maybe he found out later. But I feel like if Widmore is trying to find the island, then it has to be something connected to Jacob. I feel like whoever the bad guys are, they're trying to harness Jacob's power or something like that. Because that's the only thing that's interesting about the island anymore. Dharma, they were interested in electromagnetism, but that's gone apparently.
I guess.
I guess.
I don't know. I think on the Lost, the Answer special, where they had clips and they narrated by Kyle MacLachlan, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's weird. Why?
I don't know. He got the job somehow. It's weird. And he's totally doing a narrator voice. It's kind of hard to tell it's him sometimes. But
I like Kyle.
I do too. But haven't seen him do a lot for a while. But
hey, Sex and the City.
Sex and the City. Excuse me. Yes, I know he's done plenty of TV, but not any that I've watched.
Yeah.
Anyway, they also have Damon and Carlton talking about stuff. And in there, I believe they state that we are supposed to believe that the fact that Desmond turned the failsafe key actually did avert a global catastrophe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, that we're really supposed to believe that.
But the Pearl video says it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring that up because
that makes me think that the real experiment was the people in the Pearl, and that the test was to see what would people do if they're told that other people that they're watching have to press a button that saves the world, but it really doesn't. And they were analyzing the people in the Pearl to see if they would buy into that or how they would react to that, if they would maybe believe it, despite the fact that they're told it's not true. Yeah, that's what I want to believe now, that the experiment was if there was an experiment, it was in the Pearl.
Yeah.
Because they had a camera watching them.
Right.
So.
And I think we speculated that at some point.
Yeah, and then you couple that with the fact that the tubes, the pneumatic tubes, didn't seem to no one picked them up for a while.
Yeah.
That was either due to the purge, or that was either due to. That's interesting. I got to come back to that. Or maybe they didn't pick them up because what they were writing down was useless.
Mm-hmm.
Because that wasn't important.
Mm-hmm.
But I was going to say, if nobody picked them up because the purge happened and no one was there to drive around to pick them up, literally because they were dead.
Yeah.
That means that there were still people in the Pearl, writing and doing that stuff
for a really long time because there were a shitload of tubes.
So at some point, they must have gotten out of there and said, something's wrong, something's going on. We haven't been relieved. We haven't been able to contact our supervisors or whatever. And then they come out and have to deal with the fact that everybody's dead.
Yeah,
that'd be an interesting flashback.
Yeah, it would.
What happens? Who are those two guys, and what did they do? Did they join the others? Did they get killed?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. I never really thought about that. The other weird thing that we talked about is, the Pearl was a short, temporary assignment.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like, and the Swan was too, but not as short, but still temporary. And that whole thing of, it seems like they would talk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
But your shit's an experiment. And
No. Our video said it's real, but no, our video said it's not.
It's just, and do you see that Marvin Candle? No, but I did see this guy, Mark Wickman.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. It must have been weird. Wait,
did your guy look like the guy from the orientation video when we first got to the island? Yeah.
Yeah, he does. And that'd be really bad if he identified himself as one or the other, whatever, in that one, and then they go to the station and he calls himself something else.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're crazy, Marvin.
Yeah. It's really interesting. It seems like, Dharma wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
They really didn't have it all together.
Yeah, it wasn't airtight. There was, I guess I had the impression of, people going to these stations, not being in a central location, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were just shipped off to their stations and there were no interaction, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which would make it easier to like keep the secrets of what was going on, and they were shipping in fresh people. And I just had, from what we saw in Man Behind the Curtain, like I had a completely different picture of what Dharma days were like.
Yeah.
It really really makes that look really strange.
The other thing we could maybe hypothesize is maybe after their stint in either station, they were sent to the Hydra and brainwashed.
Oh yeah, there's always that. That's a good point.
You know, maybe made them to forget what they experienced, or I don't know.
Yeah, because that's the other weird thing. That video seemed to be Dharma created.
Mhm.
It had the Hanzo in there and it had the DeGroot in there. But then it also had the Jacob reference.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we're supposed to. Are we supposed to think the others made that? That's kind of a weird thing too.
I think we are.
They like cut together a brainwash film. Like who did that? I want to meet that guy.
Brzezinski.
Oh, it's Brzezinski.
He cut together the Swan orientation film. He's quite, he cut film out of that.
Yeah, you're right. He did.
So,
and we'll never know why he did that. God,
he cut out the weirdest part.
I know. It seems so inconsequential. Like, why bother, Brzezinski? What are you doing? Just leave it alone.
Mhm.
Oh God! Wow, there's so many things on this show.
There's too many things on this show.
Like for every mystery we talk about, there's probably like 10 we're not even like gonna mention in this podcast.
Oh yeah.
I mean, wow. So the point is supposed to be this Penny Widmore thing. I don't really know. I New Year's Justin is no help here. And I just don't have a good theory about what's really going on.
Well, I think New Year's Justin, I think the New Year's Justin approach would be that it's not Penny's boat, that Naomi's not who she seems to be, and that there's someone else who is, trying to get on the island for sinister purposes, and that Penny's thing is, a separate thing.
Okay. Yeah. New Year's Justin's got that. I was trying to like.
You can't go any further.
I was trying to hit up New Year's Justin for a full theory.
Yeah, no. That's the thing. You can only go. The thing about New Year's Justin approach, you can only go as far as they give you the stuff. Yeah. And then if you extrapolate, then you're not being New Year's Justin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because all that stuff I agree with, but I don't know how to take it further. I don't know how to say what's going on with Penny and who's really behind this other group and, all that stuff. Do you have a theory about that?
Basically my idea is that, I guess I just believe basically that, what do you mean specifically?
I mean, how this all fits together. Penny's got her search. There's this other group. Who are they?
Okay,
behind
that? This is what I think is going on.
Okay.
This is from the evidence and extrapolation and wishful thinking. A healthy dose of all three. I think that Penny has her own search. She's looking for Desmond. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Widmore has his own group of people who he has specifically searching for the island. Now, I think that between Penny and Widmore, I think there was some transfer of information, maybe secretly between each, that because I think on Widmore's side, he was in charge of the solo race, and so he would have had sort of a map of Desmond's course, right? Which I'm sure Penny had access to also, and so did anyone else who was trying to find Desmond, the Coast Guard, or whoever would be looking for him in a situation like that.
Yeah.
They would know the general area which, he was last spotted and where the winds and the currents and everything would have taken him, and so they could find a reasonable area that they should be searching in. Mm-hmm. And I think that Penny has found out that, her dad I don't know if I really believe this, but I'm thinking we might find out that Penny discovered that her dad is also searching in this area too. And I think it's sort of a coincidence that they're both searching for something in the same area, but of course it's not really a coincidence because he happens to be on the island.
Yeah.
But so I think that's what's going on. I think
maybe
think Penny has her.
Yeah,
I think Penny has her own. Definitely has her own thing going on, and I think once she, I guess my point is they have their own separate thing, but I think that there's some transfer of information between the two sides. You know, Widmore spying on his daughter, or paying people to tell him stuff about what his daughter's doing. Because I think that when her group of people discovered the electromagnetic whatever from anomaly from the failsafe, I think that helped him figure out where the island. That helped Widmore figure out where the island was. And I don't think she necessarily knew what to do with that, although he did say, like, we found it, blah, blah, blah. So it could have been something like, Penny found out that, her dad is trying to find this island that's got weird magnetic properties and anomalies, blah, blah, blah. And so she used that information for her team to help track down where Desmond might be. So it's like the information's going back and forth sort of secretly maybe between the two of them.
Yeah.
She's peeking into his files or something, and he's like paying people to steal her stuff or, stuff like that. I really think something like that is going on. But I think they have their own separate thing going on, and I think at this point, Widmore is trying to find the island, and that Naomi is one of his people. Although I think she's just doing a job, she doesn't really know what's going on.
Oh.
I don't think she's high enough up on the pay scale to really know what's going on.
Mm. Yeah.
Did that answer your question?
It certainly did. Certainly did. That was pretty good. I think that's the kind of thing I would want to say if I tried to come up with a theory. That's the sense I get. And you did what I probably would have done, which is you don't exactly know how it's all working. So kind of this general sense that there's information flow between the two somehow.
Yeah, I think there needs to be some sort of information flow because I think that Penny's going to find out stuff during her thing, and Widmore's going to already know stuff because of his relationship with, the contracts on the island and all that stuff.
Right.
And I could see her finding out that he built all this stuff in this secret place, and then nobody really knows the location to, and that, and then my other point is that, she's going to know the general area where Desmond, his boat might have crashed or he might have drowned or died or whatever. So she's got this search pattern, this grid, and she may have found out from, stealing her dad's files or something or some of his information that happens to correlate to this mysterious island.
Mm-hmm.
So she decides, okay, maybe this is, this island with this magnetic properties is in the same area where Desmond could be. He could be on this island, so that's why she decides to pursue that.
Yeah. Okay. I think
at least that's what Greg Nations told me. Just kidding. That's what Carlton and Damon emailed me a couple minutes ago.
Right, of course.
I don't know if it's true or not. They just said it was.
Aren't you gonna meet them for dinner next Friday?
I am.
Talk about the future of the show.
I really could, I live in LA. I really could go stalk them.
Yeah, man. I could
go,
you should have seen them by now, but
I could go, kidnap one of them and, tie them up and, force them to tell me what's going on. Is that illegal to make threats like that?
Well, as long as you don't mean it, right? You don't really mean it.
No, I don't mean it, per se.
It's humor, folks.
It's humor. Although I wouldn't mind spending about an hour to figure out how I might plan such a thing.
No one ever got hurt with a little joke, right?
No one got hurt with a little joke.
We're all fine.
That would be, that'd be bad. But man, I would totally get some answers.
Yeah, it'd be like a slightly different version of Misery.
Yeah, I start punching them in the face. Tell me what the whispers are about. Oh, man, that'd be great. That'd be great. It's Vincent Smokey. I said it's Vincent Smokey. Give me an answer.
I'm going to ask you this one more time.
Exactly. I'm going to ask you this one more time. Is Mikhail really dead now?
Yeah. I mean...
Tell me who's in the coffin right now.
Yeah. God, you could spend a lot of time in an interrogation if you actually had
right. I should record it and put it on a podcast. So the fans can hear. That'd be the biggest spoiler ever.
Oh my
Big
God.
Spoiler podcast ever.
Wow. Yeah, I think you beat every spoiler person ever with that one.
Damon Lindelof tortured and spoilers revealed.
Yeah, that's... And, I'm glad you said Damon because I think he'd be easier to crack.
Yeah, I definitely would go for Damon. Definitely would go for Damon.
But somehow I think Carlton would be slower.
Carlton's older. I think he's hard. He's harder to crack. He's a bigger guy too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to try to take him down. I'd go for Damon. I'd definitely go for Damon.
Yeah, me too. If I were to do it, which I won't.
I won't, and I wouldn't. How dare you? How dare you people out there insinuate we would do such a thing? Although I do live in L.A., and they can't live that far from me. The city's only so big.
Yeah, that's true. It is a finite size.
It is.
So
we can all agree on that.
If you had enough time, you could just go everywhere.
If you have enough time and money, you can find anyone.
That's right.
What did she say? Money and dedication?
I think money and determination.
Determination. Okay.
Yeah.
What did I say? Time and money?
I think, yeah.
I think it's time and money.
Time and money, that's what you really need.
Dedication comes later. All you need is the time and the money.
That's it, huh? Okay.
That's it.
That'll do.
Speaking of time.
So, speaking of time, what do you mean?
I don't know.
I don't know.
At this point, we've been podcasting for 50 hours.
Is that a segue?
Well, there's. We could harp on this whole subject for a long time.
Oh, forever. No, we can move on. I think we got into that pretty deep.
Okay. I think we stated a couple of points and things to ponder. So.
Yeah. It's interesting to note that as of now, we don't stand very much farther along with understanding what's going on with Penny and her search and stuff versus the season 2 finale where it was introduced.
We'll see. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, we're definitely on the next step of that, but how many steps are there, is the question. I think we might be closer to figuring out what's going on with Naomi's rescue mission than Penny's.
Definitely.
But yeah, I agree. I hope we're close. But man, we waited a whole year for the next part of this Penny story.
Yeah.
A whole season.
I mean, it seems like the Naomi thing was developing that.
Yeah.
It seemed like she was a part of that. So first I thought, but then with the reveal in this episode, it makes it seem like she's not. But if it's really Charles Widmore, then they are related. It's not specifically her search team, but they're only there, the fact that they're there is related to Penny doing her search. So
I can totally see a scene when Penny finds out that Widmore, that her dad has been sort of secretly trying to find this island, and then he totally plays it off like he's been trying to find Desmond too. Well, why didn't you just tell me, Father, that you were looking for him?
Don't ask that.
And then it's because I, something. Because
if I told you never would have.
Yeah, I didn't want to give you false hope.
There you go.
There you go. But you don't even like Desmond. But I know that you like him, and it makes me happy when you're happy.
That's all
that matters.
About
writing, man. You can have people say anything.
And
haven't said anything.
No way he means that.
No way he means it at all. He's just totally playing it off.
Yeah, like, come on, man, whatever.
Penelope, all that I care about is your happiness.
Of course you do, Daddy. Of course you do.
Of course.
Of course. Sorry.
So we're still in the middle of this scene, I guess.
Yeah. There's plenty more to happen here, but we went on a Penny sidetrack. So, right. So back in here. So Penny comes on the screen. You know, it sort of slowly fades in, and Charlie tells her who he is, and that he's from Flight A-15, Oceanic Flight A-15, the famous flight, and that the island's in the South Pacific where he is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. Now she knows there's a connection between Desmond and this crashed plane.
Mm-hmm.
So I was glad he got that out there in time. So anyway, then Penny identifies herself, you know, Penelope Whitmore, and Charlie recognizes her name, and you know, from when Desmond told him about her, and then Charlie calls her Desmond. Penny verifies that she heard that Desmond's there, so now
so now she knows that he's alive, and that you know, he's on this island.
Yeah, exactly. So she's, you know, her search is doing the correct thing, I guess.
Although I thought, like, Charlie might say when he's like, you know, Desmond. Did you say Desmond? Desmond Hume? Yes, Desmond. You know, just to really verify.
Oh.
But I think because you know, Desmond. It's not, you know, it's a name. People have that name.
Yeah.
But I think we are supposed to believe that they saw it. He definitely saw her on the screen.
Oh yeah.
I think we're supposed to believe she saw him too, just to verify that it's the real Desmond.
Mhm.
Not like Desmond Carter or some random person on the island.
Yeah, right. Oh, this isn't the Desmond you wanted? What happened? I thought you said...
This isn't the... Oh.
Hello, I'm Desmond Carter.
Hello,
I'll be your boyfriend from now on.
Why is he a computer scientist?
I don't know.
He's a nerd. No offense to computer scientists.
Yeah, I guess that was a nerd voice. Yeah, I don't know. It just so anyway,
just go to the name. Just gloss over it.
I can't explain my actions, so I just have to move on and hope it all makes sense in the end. So so Charlie asks, no. Penny verifies that it's Desmond. Charlie says that Desmond is fine when she asks about him, and then Charlie asks about Naomi's boat. Penny says she's not on a boat, and who's Naomi?
Who's Naomi?
Which, you know, we talked about that. That's kind of curious because Naomi already specifically said she never met Penny. So she really shouldn't know her anyway. But nonetheless, this seems to be a revelation.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's a red herring, you know, or false information. And Desmond's going to go back thinking it's not Penny's boat, and he's going to go tell Jack and the gang that, and they're going to believe Ben that Naomi is the bad guys when they're going to be the good guys.
Oh, okay. You really think that's going to happen?
I do. I really do. I think they're going to pass up their chance to get rescued by the good guys, and then I think the real bad guys are going to come, and then they'll have to like band together or something to really defeat the real bad guys or something.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only way I see this going. I mean, because like you said, Penny doesn't know. I mean, because that's just the way. I mean, but what else is going to happen with that information, right? I mean, Desmond is thinking, okay, it's not Penny's boat, which means Naomi's not with Penny, right?
Yeah.
What is he going to do with that information? But use that to help corroborate what Ben said, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what's going to happen, but I guess I think it's true. And that
you think it's true that it's not Penny's boat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even if it's true or false, it's still gonna, they're gonna use that to corroborate what Ben said. But I think the twist is gonna be that it really was Penny's boat, and they're gonna, and I could totally see, a sort of a reference to, the season 1 finale when they have a little, they're on the raft and they have a little sonar, and they're they see the ship that Tom is on, basically, on the little thing, and they can either shoot the flare and get rescued by these guys or not shoot the flare, which would have been good.
Right.
And I think they're going to remember that incident, at least, maybe Sawyer will. And, and so when the boat is coming close to rescue or something, and they have to signal it or else it won't work, they'll decide not to signal it, but it'll be the good guys and they should have signaled it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's my speculation for the beginning of season 4.
Interesting. I'm sticking with it's truly not Penny's boat, and they really are the bad guys.
Okay.
I don't know how that's gonna play out. Desmond's gonna rush in and want to tell them not to do it, and I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but I do think it's true. So I don't know. We're gonna have to wait a long ass time for that.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway. Right. So back to the scene, I guess. Charlie, right. So Charlie asked about the boat, right. And then so Penny.
Right.
Sorry, I'm trying to find where I left off. Right. So next, I said it again. I'm sorry. It's a crutch. So Desmond notices.
Right.
Desmond notices a blood trail into the water where Mikhail was.
I think what Desmond notices is that really creepy, suspenseful music that starts playing.
Oh, there's that too.
There's some weird music, like duh, 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 like this like constant note thing going on that was really creepy. That just tells you something's going on.
Right. So spurred on by the suspenseful music, he notices that there's something sinister we'll look at. And, so he sees a little blood trail, and Mikhail's not there anymore. It's going into the water. And as that happens, there suddenly comes a rapping.
A rap-tap-tapping at my porthole door.
Right.
Porthole window.
And
quote Mikhail, nevermore.
Yeah.
Boom. That'd be funny. I could see that'd be a funny thing to rewrite the words to the Raven with related to this whole thing. Rap tap tapping at my looking glass door. Was it my lost Penelope?
Of course. Wow.
That would be funny.
So yeah. Anyway, as a portent of doom, much like the Raven, Mikhail knocks on the porthole and shows Charlie a grenade.
Mm-hmm.
With a nice look of triumph on his face. And then he pulls the pin, and Desmond runs in slow motion to see Penny. And he realizes, I guess he realizes from this that, he better run and go see Penny because something's wrong. And just in the nick of time, sort of, Charlie closes the door in his face, and then Mikhail lets go of the grenade, the little whatever you call it, and so the grenade detonates. Then the porthole breaks and water rushes in, and then Desmond tries to break into the room with a fire extinguisher on the porthole on the door into the room. And then Charlie, stands there for a while, and then he frantically writes on his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then he swims to Desmond's porthole and shows him what he wrote, which is not Penny's boat on his hand.
Underline boat.
Oh, the underlying boat, yeah. And so, and then at this point, sad music swells. Desmond and Charlie share a moment. They're
brothers forever.
Little hand through the glass thing, and knowing Charlie's about to die, this is the thing they've been dealing with all season, and so then Charlie dies.
Yeah, which the first thing I was going to say, I was rewatching this scene actually as you were describing it. It's pretty weird, but I recant my statement. I don't think that Penny saw Desmond. I think she heard Desmond because he screams Penny because she sees her, and then she says Desmond. I think she hears her voice, so she still knows it's him because she heard his voice.
Yeah,
but I don't think she saw him.
Okay.
When they have this thing, you're fated to die, it can't end well because, Desmond saw him drown because, as we saw it, Charlie drowned himself.
Yeah.
He could have easily, let the door stay open. The water would have rushed in and just sort of filled in, the entire station. I think they still would have had plenty of time to actually, put on the scuba gear or at the very least dive into the moon pool and swim out. Or they could have, or I actually think he had time to shut the door behind him and, keep the water in the room. But I understand, it's his time to die, blah, 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 this is his thing, whatever.
Yeah, and then also the thing I've seen people say is that, Desmond told Charlie that Claire being rescued, depends on him dying.
Yeah, but see, that I don't buy that. I won't buy that at all. That doesn't make any sense.
So, if he really believes that, then he's just sort of sacrificing himself so she can be rescued.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like, Charlie says, oh, so you're sure you saw Claire and Aaron get on the helicopter? Yeah. Okay, did you happen to see the helicopter blow up soon after takeoff? That's the thing. It's like just because you saw that doesn't really mean they get rescued.
Yeah.
It's not like he said, I saw them 15 years from now at home and safe and happy or something, or I saw them going back to Sydney at her, at her house, something like they really got rescued. Getting on a helicopter is the first step, it's not the last step.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those things where it's like, you say, okay, in my vision I saw you drown, but he only drowned because he locked himself in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And he only locked himself in the room because he was told he was going to drown.
Yeah.
And it's it's just a circular thing that just doesn't really make any sense. But, it worked, I think. I would have much rather Charlie, I think it would have worked a lot better if this somehow they could have crammed this whole looking glass stuff into the previous episode. When we thought he was going to die in the previous episode, but he just ends up getting captured.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would have worked better back to back like that, as one big sort of emotional thing.
Yeah.
But I think it still works. I get the point. I just wish it was a little less of his choice, I guess.
Yeah.
To die, but then of course that takes the bravery and heroism and everything out of it if he really didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Like he was just trapped in there and he couldn't have saved himself.
Yeah.
So I guess I just want both, You can't have both.
He would still get some points for, doing it in the first place, for going down there and
yeah.
It was a risk already. So even if he had been killed without his control, he still risked something to go down there. And
yeah, he still gets some points, and he gets a couple of points for being able to give one last message before he left.
Yeah.
I do want to say this kind of not really, but in my joking head, I saw this play like an ad for Sharpie. Like, even if you're in a room that's flooding with water and your hand's a little bit wet, Sharpie will still write clean as the day is long. I don't know. Or just it was incredible that Sharpie was able to write with all that water, right? Because it was in his pocket, which was by then already underneath the water. Then he took it out and then like was writing. His hand was already wet.
Yeah.
You know, but it was still pretty good.
Yeah. It was faded, the message. It wasn't quite, it wasn't, you know, clear black.
It's kind of rubbed off kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. But I was thinking about that with the water. But I have to say, like, this scene, I was really sad during this scene. I really got swept up by the sadness of Charlie dying.
Oh, God.
You know, I didn't think I would, but somehow, like, I was a lot sadder with Charlie dying than, like, the other people that died. I don't know. Something about the way it played out really
I would say that the most, that I'm probably the most sad about Charlie dying. Than, I mean, who else? Boone or Anna Lucia,
Boone, Shannon,
Libby, Shannon,
Echo.
Like, you know, the thing about it happened so quickly and so, you know, fairly early. You know, Charlie is the oldest character that's died yet.
Yeah,
you know, on the show since the beginning. And we've been through, you know, all of his addictions and baby stealing and joking and all that stuff. I wasn't sad because it was, you know, it was so, you know, it was so built up. You just kind of knew it was going to happen. So it wasn't, you know, you don't get that surprise element out of it. Like, oh no, he's dying. It's like, well, you can't be that sad when the character sort of, you know, relegates himself to die, you know.
Yeah,
I think it's sadder.
You know, like the inevitability of it and the fact that I knew it was coming, like, I don't know, that added to it for me. The fact that I knew it was coming made it, like, sadder, like it was this tragic inevitability, you know, and now I have to, like, sit through it, you know. It sort of, it gave it an extra something that, like, a sudden death wouldn't have had. The fact that it was, you know, built up and it just seemed like, you know, it had to happen or something. And it just, and plus, like, I liked his character in the last two episodes, so, you know, so I missed him more. Like, he just annoyed the shit out of me in the earlier episodes. And,
that's the thing. Like, he's always been so annoying to me. And the last couple episodes, like even the last few, where he was fairly annoying. I mean, in this episode, you know, he was okay. He was kind of a different person because he knew he's at death's door. But you know, I wouldn't have wanted Charlie to stay, you know, to not die, because I don't really like his character that much. But he does get points. You know, he goes out like a champ. You know, so I respect, you know, how he died and what he did and everything. I was particularly sad, but you know, I wouldn't want him to come back. You know, like if Saeed died, I'd be like, oh no, I'd be really sad and really hope somehow he would come back. But Charlie, I'm like, you know, it's the kind of thing where, like, you know, somebody who's dying a slow death, like of cancer or something, like you have time to prepare yourself for it. And when it actually happens, it is sad. But you're able to cope with it because you've been coping with it for so long. Yeah. And but it's kind of interesting because, you know, I don't think there's really any other show out there where characters, you know, where you sort of know somebody's going to die at a certain, besides, like, I guess, like a medical show or some drama where somebody has a disease, but, like, you know, for the longest time we've known that he's supposed to die. Yeah. So we've been preparing for that. So, but it was okay. His death was okay. I give it. Oh God. I give it. You know, I gotta rate it, man. I'm that kind of person. I have to rate things. I give it an 8 out of 10. Okay. That's a pretty good death. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, I agree. I have to admit, like, if he did live, you know, dealing with him, you know, back in the island and stuff, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily have loved that. But nonetheless, I don't know. I had some kind of attachment to him. I really just didn't want him to die, even though, like, the reality of him not dying wouldn't have been that great. But at the time, I'm just like, God damn it, don't die. Oh, but, you got swept up in what they wanted you to sing. I did, and the music just pulled me in, and it was in slow motion too, and they really went for it. No, they did a good job. They did a good job with that, and then he does the cross thing. Yeah. And I mean, God, you can't. Come on, that's just sad when you do that and you're dying. Yeah. I mean, gotta love that. He does it with his left hand, which was weird. People are saying.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if he's left-handed or what, but apparently when you do it with your left hand, it looks backwards or something. Anyway.
Interesting. Didn't notice, but you're right. He does do it with his left hand.
They kept up that whole religious thing the entire time. That was nice.
Oh. What do you mean?
Well, the fact that Charlie was very religious.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. They did, yeah.
You know?
Yep, they did. Yeah.
What was the whole thing? Now
Oh,
I want to revisit Charlie's dream hallucination thing about having to save Aaron.
The fire plus water, like, stuff?
Yeah. Did that ever come to anything?
Oh, they got the kid baptized.
They got him baptized, and that was about it, right?
Yeah, that was it. That was all that was.
Okay, well, I hope that helps, Aaron.
Yeah, I know.
You know what else is weird? You know, in the last episode, before Charlie left, he put his ring, his DS ring, in the crib, and you know, I don't know if Claire saw that when she packed up the baby.
No, I think they made a point of showing that she didn't, like, 'cause she walked away with the baby, and I think they were about to leave, and it was left behind.
It was really sad that this family heirloom that meant so much, you know, to his family for so long, and that he felt, you know, like Aaron was like his kid, you know, to give it to him.
Yeah.
And it's just going to sit there and, you know, maybe be lost to the ages.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of sad.
She might find it, though. They might go back to the beach or something.
I mean, where else are they going to go?
Yeah, I agree.
They're not getting rescued.
They're really not.
I really think they're going to go to O-Town.
Really?
But that'd be very strange for them to be in, like, you know, because you know what they could do? They could move to O-Town and then, like, move the production to L.A. and start saving money and shoot on, like, sets and stuff.
Oh, God.
And only do, like, jungle stuff when they need to do jungle stuff. That's what they could do. But that's the thing. If they move to O-Town, then they have these, like, houses and stuff that they're in, which would be weird. Like,
yeah, I mean, that makes it seem like a really different show.
Yeah,
if everybody's
like
hanging
knocking
out
on their
houses.
door and hanging at the house and having house parties. And I mean, but where else are they going to go?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, they're not getting rescued, so they need to go back to the beach, you know, which they seem happy there.
They do.
But why not go to O-Town? You protect it. I mean, you cut the fence on. Nobody can even get in.
Yeah. That's not a bad place to be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind staying there if I were trapped on the island.
Right.
I mean, it's got all the amenities of home. How can you not?
All the amenities of home. All the comforts of an island.
That's right. So, the comforts of an island. What are those? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Look in the brochure.
Oh, okay. All right. So, I think they're just gonna go back to the beach. But I wondered about all the explosions and if that crib was gonna be all right in the end.
The crib Locke made.
Yeah.
Back when Locke was a good guy.
Yeah.
Now he's something else.
He is really something else now. He definitely took a turn. He's really been something this season. He's been on a weird path this season. Like last season, he was just pathetic and whiny and like annoying.
Yeah.
And this season, he hasn't been that, but
he's been like strong and forthright but like selfish and like sort of stupid.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like he's, you know, kind of like almost like Don Quixote, like charge this way, you know, but no, you're wrong. It's just a windmill, you know, like it's like I'm glad you're confident in what you want to do, but what you want to do is like seemingly wrong, or it's going to foul things up for other people, and you know. I do want to talk about his little line later when we get to that.
Whose line?
Locke's line.
Oh. Locke has all kinds of lines. Okay. So I guess we're done with Charlie and the Looking Glass business.
Let's give a round of applause to Charlie Pace, a valiant hero who annoyed us for a long time and went out like a champ. So can't blame the guy for doing what he thought he needed to do and going out very respectfully.
Yeah, I liked him. I liked the early stuff where like Locke had him quit the heroin and all that. I thought that stuff was pretty good. He totally lost me in season 2.
Season 2 he was a weirdo.
Yeah, he did all kinds of weird shit in season 2. And season 3, well, he just kind of hung around, and then I liked him in the end. But but most of all, he's been around, and when people are around long enough, you get some kind of attachment for them, I think. So yeah, compared to say Bonnie and Greta, I have a much more of a attachment to Charlie just because he's been around.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
From the beginning. So, yeah, definitely.
What's Charlie's greatest moment? I feel like we're at his funeral.
Yeah.
This is like his eulogy, and we're. What do you most remember about old Charlie Pace?
His greatest moment.
What's his greatest hits in your opinion?
I mean, for me, thinking back, I have to say this episode, this ending for him is like the best thing.
His death.
Yeah, his death.
He was going to a funeral. What I most remember, what I liked most about him was his death.
This is his death. Yeah, no, let me think. What else did he do? What else did he do? I don't even know what else he did.
He didn't do a lot. He's the sidekick.
Yeah, definitely. He shot Ethan.
Oh, yeah, I was pissed about that. So.
I was pissed about that, too. I'm over it, though, now, because we know enough about Ethan.
Yeah.
But at the time, I was really pissed. But I understand why he did it, so, I don't really blame him for doing it. But that was pretty major for Charlie as far as plot involvement.
Mm-hmm.
And he also he went on that expedition with Saeed to rescue the baby from Danielle.
Yeah.
Which basically turned out he got caught in that trap and then he got injured and then when they got there Danielle just gave him the baby. So
yeah,
it wasn't really.
I'm on Lostpedia, and they have this production photo of Charlie with his hand on the glass that says "Not Penny's Boat," and it's not a shot from the film because the Not Penny's Boat it's not even written the same way. Boat's not underlined. There's no water in the thing. It's just like a promotional shot. But it's really interesting to see that. Kind of sad, but. If you go to the Charlie Pace entry in Lostpedia, you can see that. But I don't know. He never did a lot of great stuff. So I don't even know what I would rate on the top.
And then there's the season 2 finale, Charlie, where he had no idea why it was weird that people weren't back yet, and did some. Should I tell you about all the crazy shit that? Oh, nothing really happened, and all that nonsense, and then he was weird and all kinds of stuff. He did all kinds of strange things. What a weird character. I don't know what to do with him.
Don't know what to do with him.
But I liked it in these last 2 episodes, so. It's all about what you've done for me lately.
Wow, nice. You're one of those.
Yeah. I don't need that great track record.
I know my husband beats me all the time, but he just brought me flowers. Oh. Because,
in the Charlie, heroin episode, I really liked that because of Locke. He was the person that sold that episode to me. How much credit does Charlie get? I mean, I don't know. He played a part in it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do with Charlie's greatest hits.
Don't know what to do either.
He's not really he's never really been involved in the major stuff,
No, he's a sidekick guy. He just helps other people do their stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, goodbye, Charlie. We'll see you later.
Let's hope not.
When we watch
because it'll be
again.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what I meant.
If we see you later, you're going to be a zombie or it's going to be a dream.
Yeah. That might happen. Who knows? They do that occasionally. Okay, so the Charlie Desmond Looking Glass plot is over for this season.
Yay.
Nothing more on that. So, the next scene, we're back to the trekking losties, and little baby Aaron is crying.
Oh, my daddy's dead.
Oh, it's really sad.
Why else would he be crying? What's interesting about that to me, I think that's what they're trying to get across. Oh, the baby's crying, coincidence, right when Charlie dies.
Yeah.
I don't need them to tell me babies are crazy and scary. I know that already.
Mm-hmm. We all do.
But I think, Crazy Claude, I look at that scene and I think maybe Aaron has powers. The whole idea of, the original idea why they wanted the baby when we thought that that Aaron might be like Walt and all this stuff. And,
the prophecy.
The prophecy and our whole theory about that Claire has psychic powers. And so maybe that Aaron has psychic powers, so he kind of knows that Charlie's dead now, and I don't know what how far we're supposed to read into stuff like that, but it's all up for the taking.
It is. I more and more I'm giving up on Claire. Whatever she had to contribute. She
had an opportunity to be really interesting.
She hit home runs in season 1 and 2 with her episodes. And then this one, the one this season wasn't a bad episode, but it wasn't nearly as good as those were. And her plot just like she never got plugged into the plot again.
No.
And I think that's what ruined her. Like when people aren't involved in like the main thrust of the show, they're just not interesting. They're just like hanging around.
Like Saeed in the beginning of this season.
Yeah.
Like you would see him once or twice and he's just pilling around doing nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what you got to do. Like you got to get people like involved somehow, or they're just hangers on, like sitting around playing ping pong or something.
Playing ping pong and building tables and all that stuff he was doing.
Building tables. I forgot.
Remember when he built that table?
Yeah, I do. Oh, it's a table. Great.
Mhm.
God, that was weird. Oh man, so many things happen. I'm gonna have to watch all this shit again sometime. Remember all the old shit that I forgot.
All the episodes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably towards the end of this break, I might go and try to watch the show from the beginning. It's been a while. It's been since last year, right?
Yeah,
since
summer.
we did the season. I haven't seen season 1 and 2 since then. So
Me either.
I could probably stand to watch it again. Some of those episodes are hard to watch because you're like, oh, this won't come to anything. This is just filler.
Yeah. You have a pretty good sense of what matters and what doesn't after this long. So, yeah, that's true. But nonetheless, I can probably sit through most of it.
And you've seen this stuff more than I have.
I have, yeah. I have. I've seen it multiple extra times. But I can watch it again. Because I haven't seen it in a while. And like once a year for my favorite TV show, sure, I can do it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, I probably watch like Twin Peaks once a year.
Really?
Yeah. Of course, it's
well, you
pretty
know
short.
who killed Laura.
Well, why bother? Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I guess I try to enjoy the individual moments and not like try to get caught up in the plot or whatever.
Yeah.
Enjoy the little things that happen in the episodes, themselves. And not try to like be interested in the other stuff that I already know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm just in general I'm not a big rewatcher of things. Like even my favorite movies, like I'm not like since I was a kid, I mean when I was a kid I could watch my favorite movies like 50, 60, 70 times or something.
Oh, me too.
But like
I'm not that
these
good
days
anymore.
Yeah, I mean, these days, like, my favorite movie, 5 or 6 times, man. I love you, but I don't want to watch you too many more times than that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, and even with TV shows, too. Sitcoms I can rewatch a lot because, it's all about the jokes and stuff.
Yeah.
Dramas, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess for me it's like with TV shows it's like reading a book again. I mean I've done that a few times. You get back in the world, and with a lot of TV shows it's long enough that you just don't remember everything.
Yeah.
So like compared to a movie where you can remember a lot more of it, because there isn't so much to remember.
Yeah.
But I do watch movies repeatedly too. I like to keep checking in on them. Like, are you still good? Or,
Has your plot changed? No, it hasn't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just do I still enjoy you? Are you still working for me? Like, I don't know. I like to do checks periodically. Like,
but what if the answer is no?
These movies that I hold as my favorites, are they still like my favorites? Well, then I have to reevaluate.
Then you'd be sad.
Well, but what can you do? I mean, I'll survive. I won't be too sad. I mean,
You'd be like, oh, Pulp Fiction, I hate you now.
Well, that might happen, but it hasn't yet.
Keep watching it, and it will.
It still really works for me every time I watch it. So, yeah, I mean, maybe someday, but I haven't grown out of it yet. So
I'm waiting for the day.
I know.
It's been over 10 years.
It has, about 13. So,
13 long years. All right, so where are we?
Right. 13 long years of post-Pulp Fiction bedlam. So, anyway, right. Back to the scene. Aaron was crying where I left off.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say, yeah, I mean, I thought the same thing. Claire's a psychic, the baby's a psychic, all this kind of stuff. Maybe we're supposed to think that. Maybe we're just supposed to think it's a sad coincidence or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, moving on from that, Naomi's phone indicates that Charlie succeeded. And
yeah, let's talk about this goddamn phone.
All right. So she runs up to Jack. And she tries the phone and hears Russo's distress call. And Danielle says, "Oh, it doesn't matter because we're here at the tower."
I just didn't like the fact that Naomi specifically said, like, once it turns green, you'll be able to make the call. Like, what does that green light mean if it doesn't mean that you can make the call? It's like, oh, it's green, but, oh, no, we still can't make the call. It's like, that's crappy. That's not what you said, And, of course, I'm sure people have talked about it doesn't make any sense that, a radio signal would interfere with a satellite phone. That's just not how they work.
Yeah.
And it's like, and it's picking, and that's the thing. I mean, it's a phone, so it has to make a connection. It's not a radio. It's not just picking up a signal. It has to create a signal and connect to, And the idea that you cut it on and it's just picking up this like her transmission, which is ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
Because that's just not how it works, people.
No, it's not.
But whatever, we got to live in their world, so.
Yeah, I'll go with it. In their world, somehow, that happens. Creative license.
But what I didn't like, I mean, that's the thing. I don't mind living with the rules as they create them, but, they kind of broke their rule with when the light turns green, you can make the call. Oh, well, the light's green, but you can't make the call yet. It's not fair when they kind of renege on what they set up,
Well, when the light turns green, you should be able to make the call, but, there's this mitigating factor.
Yeah, well, they should have just, not to let the light turn green and, I don't know, let it stay red, and then it didn't matter. They were there anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough, sir, fair enough.
I want it more than fair.
Okay, it's more than fair.
No, I want fair enough. Go back to that.
Okay, it's fair enough.
Okay, can I have it less than fair a little bit?
No, you get fair enough or more than fair.
I can't have it less than fair?
You can't.
All right. I want both.
But you should get neither.
Oh, neither or either?
Oh, God. Oh, man.
All right, so let's continue here.
Yes. So Jack, Danielle, and various other people go inside the tower. We see the tower for the first time, and, ooh, it's the tower.
Very, normal tower.
Yeah.
I was expecting something totally different.
There really isn't much to this. It's, I don't know, I was expecting something to happen here, but nothing really does. Anyway, they go inside, and Danielle shuts off the message. She just pushes a button or something and pulls something out and whatever.
Yeah, well, it was nice to see how the message worked, or at least to get some clues to how it worked. It seems more plausible than how I originally thought the whole thing worked.
Yeah. Right. So how does it work?
Should I explain? Should I explain what I mean by that?
Yes.
Well, to me, I thought, she made this recording, and there was, I forgot what I thought now. It's so long ago. Well, the way it seemed to work is that, she has this tape that she made this recording on, and the system is specifically set up to count the iterations that it plays this tape. So, you put the tape in there, it plays the message, and then, I guess as it's rewinding or something, it tells you what the iteration is, and then it plays it again.
Yeah.
My original thought when we first, encountered this in Season 1 was something a little more normal, where I thought the iterations also had to be recorded, and I didn't understand how the iterations were being displayed and all that stuff.
I remember. Yeah. That was the whole thing in our retrospective.
Yeah, what's that about? How do you have these iterations? And obviously there's some sort of computer system that's counting this and then translating the numbers into, voice, basically.
Yeah, I had this idea that there was this, computer thing that, it had, it was like a digit, it was like one of those, it was like a timer, a counter or something, to click off one, and then the computer was programmed to, say the numbers, 0 through 9 or whatever, and so it could just read off any number the counter went to. That's sort of how I imagined it worked, which is actually probably not that far from how it actually works.
I think we speculate that, they have some guy record, a voice recording of each number, and the computer says, okay, 354, and it just plays the track 3, then track 4, then track, whatever.
Yeah.
So you get that, The same way when you call, those automated systems or something, the current time is 3:45.
Right.
Right.
It's all nice and smooth and natural, like human speech. You have selected Mountain High. Like,
yeah, exactly. Rated R. Last showtime is 2:84. Wait,
yeah.
what?
2:84? What happened?
I don't know. What
Time got
there
crazy.
Time got crazy.
Like, hey, there's more than 84 minutes in an hour.
I think I was using military time.
Oh, you were using military time, of course.
Crazy military
time with a kick.
You with a kick, a little extra spice.
Oh God, yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's the kind of thing. The voice doesn't really sound like that bad, but I feel like that's the only feasible way to do it. You know, because you can't have someone sit there and record every individual number. I mean,
no, because it could go up to 1 billion iterations or something, and you're not gonna record 1 billion audio tracks.
It'll take forever.
Yeah.
You'll never and it's just a bad way to do it. You know, you want to solve the problem in a reasonable way, and you sacrifice a little in how the number sounds, but you save a shitload of work. So it's worth it. So anyway, yeah, that's it is interesting to see how it works, I guess, but we really don't get much else out of this place.
No.
It's really I don't know. I wanted more, but oh well, what can you do? So Naomi can't get a signal inside the tower, so they go outside, and Naomi starts getting a signal.
Well, she should have known she was going to get a signal. I mean, come on. It's a satellite.
Right. Good point. I was like, why not? That's why. So
yeah, that's the thing. They make it seem like it's just a regular radio, like it's subject to these regular radio wave interferences. Like, oh, I'm inside this building. Let me go outside. As well, no, you need to go outside because the satellite needs line of sight.
Yeah.
Crazy writers.
I.e. Damon and Carlton.
Exactly.
So she gets signal. Ben asks Jack to stop this, and Jack refuses. And just as Naomi establishes a connection, she gets a knife in her back. Courtesy of John Locke.
John Locke. The knife in the back is free, but I'll charge you for something else.
For the bad argumentative techniques.
Yeah, what? Yeah, the whole thing about the knife in the back, people have asked, and I asked the question too, why didn't he just shoot her? I want to believe that since we saw that there were specifically 6 bullets in the gun, that he's going to need all 6. He knows he's going to need all 6. I mean, obviously, it's more dramatic to have a little knife in the back, and it's kind of like reminiscent of old season 1 Locke, the knife throwing Locke, But for practical reasons, why not just shoot her? I just feel like he's going to need all those bullets or something. Yeah. Which makes me think that's why he didn't shoot Jack too, because he kind of knew Jack's not supposed to do this, which means I'm not supposed to shoot him. I'm not supposed to shoot him because I need my bullets for this other thing. So Jack's not supposed to do this. I don't know.
I'm a little confused. Jack's not. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, I'm basically saying that Locke says when Jack is trying to make the call go through and Locke doesn't want him to, and he says I'll shoot you, Jack, blah blah blah, and then Jack doesn't let down, and it comes to the point where Locke has to shoot Jack if he doesn't want Jack to go through with this. Yeah. And he tells him you're not supposed to do this, which I guess is referencing Walt told him, or he has some sort of idea of how things are supposed to play out. Either he has some idea that Jack is really not supposed to get them off the island or not make this call, or he knows that he needs all those bullets for something very specific. So, he can't shoot Jack, which means if he needs the bullets for this specific thing, then that means that Jack is not supposed to, be shot by one of the bullets. So Jack is not supposed to, go against them, basically. So I don't know which way to take that.
Yeah, I thought he was just saying you're not supposed to do this, so don't do it, and that's why I'm holding a gun on you, so you won't do it. You know? And, like, if you do it, I'm going to shoot you because you're not supposed to do this. Like, I guess that's what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I think, too. But I think the other side of it is, I mean, it just depends on what Locke knows. Does he know that Jack specifically isn't supposed to make the call / get people off the island? Or does he know that whatever the next part of his journey is, he's going to need those bullets for something, or he's going to need to kill 6 others or something? You know, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think what he knows might be up for, debate,
Yeah, that's true.
And I think it goes with the second thing about the bullets, I think, goes with maybe why he didn't shoot Naomi.
Mm-hmm.
So in that idea, he can be saying, you're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to be going against me because the only way for me to stop you is to shoot you, but I know I can't shoot you because I need all these bullets.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think the main one is really you're not supposed to get people off the island. I think that's the main topic, because that goes along with what we hear Jack say in the flash forward.
Yeah,
we weren't supposed to leave. Blah blah blah.
Right. All that brilliant stuff.
Brilliant.
That we're mocking.
So we love it.
So there's a missing piece here. Maybe we can speculate for a minute or two about it. Do you think? I mean, you think Smokey Jacob Island wants, in the form of Walt, just told Locke like, And here's another question.
You should do. Here's another one.
I just thought of another one. If it's
okay.
really Penny's boat, then why are they stopping it? If they're really the good guys.
Who's stopping what?
Why is Smokey Jacob Island trying to stop this rescue?
If they are the good guys.
If they are the good guys.
Yeah, good question. Maybe that means they're not the good guys. Maybe Jacob doesn't want the Losties to leave either.
Okay. That might be true.
Yeah, who's to say?
That might be true.
I mean, maybe Jacob doesn't want anyone finding the island. He knows that good guys, bad guys, whoever, if other people find this island, that's bad news.
Okay. Fair point. It just occurred to me. So if Jacob, okay. So you think that's his primary motivation here, is he just doesn't want anyone to find the island, period.
Pretty much.
And like if there were a way for the Losties to transport back home or something, he'd be okay with that as long as no one's going to find the island.
I would buy that he wouldn't mind them leaving, but I just don't think he wants anyone. Like the same thing with Ben. We talked about why Ben won't let them leave, and I think it said the same thing where it's really about how they get off the island, because the only way for them to get off the island pretty much is if someone comes to get them, unless, there's another boat or sub somewhere that we haven't seen yet. Although I'm still waiting to find out what happened to that one boat we saw in that scene. That reminds me. I didn't bring this up. I was talking to a friend of mine, who you know, Jerica. You know who that is. She doesn't listen to the Lost Lowdown because, as she says, I can just talk to you, Claude.
Oh, yeah.
So
same thing.
I told her, I'm like, you should, because every time we hang out, we talk about Lost, and she asked me all this stuff, and I feel like I'm reiterating what I said on the podcast, and I said, you should just listen to the podcast. She goes, why? I could just talk to you. I'm like, well, okay. There you go. Anyway, she asked me this very interesting question that I wanted to bring up. It's an old topic, but I think it's a question worth thinking about. Okay. Remember when Colleen died?
Oh, no. Yeah.
And they had that whole ceremony thing, and they shoved the body out to sea.
Yeah.
She was wondering if that's because people who are dead on the island kind of resurface and hang around. and that they sent Colleen off the island, her body off the island, so that she wouldn't show up again. Like the idea that the others are aware of that occurrence, that dead bodies on the island, come back to life or something.
Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, right?
Oh.
And this idea that things don't stay buried on the island, and I think people were thinking that Ethan might come back or something. And
of course, you don't have to be on the island to appear. You could have died somewhere else, and you might appear as long as the person on the island knows who you are.
Mhm.
So in that way, it makes it seem like it doesn't matter. It seems like the people who knew Colleen could still see her. If Echo can see Yemi, and Ben can see his mom, and they did not die on the island.
Yeah, true, definitely true. But I think there's something to think about there with the fact that they go through the trouble of sending the bodies off to sea.
Yeah.
Out to sea.
Yeah, I guess I thought it was just development of their rituals and stuff. It didn't really occur to me that it might actually mean something.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's where would that ritual come from?
I would assume it would come from the hostiles.
Okay, but then where? I mean, what is their cultural,
background?
basis?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Where?
I mean, the only people I've heard about that do stuff like that, I think I heard, which doesn't make any sense to me now that I think about it. Where did I mean, it was a TV show. I heard something about Eskimos doing that, but this could have been a TV show, and it wasn't even true.
Inuit, please.
Inuits. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm totally un-PC.
Use the preferred nomenclature.
Well, they have to send me updates when they want to change stuff like that.
Yeah, no, of course.
No. Anyway, I don't know. I can't think of any cultures that send their dead out to sea.
I think the Vikings used to do that.
Oh, maybe it was the Vikings, not the Eskimos. Other people in very northern places. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, the Vikings.
The Viking funeral, I think you actually burn it. Did they burn it?
Don't they burn it as they send it out to sea or something?
I think they might have burned it.
I don't think they burned it.
They didn't burn it.
I don't think they burned it.
I was thinking maybe they did burn it.
Well, you don't know what they did.
I think they burned it.
Did they? I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, look it up, man.
I'll look it up, all right.
Oh, I know you will. You only gotta look it up.
They call her Colleen Pickett.
Colleen Pickett. Oh.
I didn't know they were married. I guess it says they were married.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they were married. I don't see a ring on that finger. Okay, here he goes. The funeral practices of the others are similar to those in Viking, Roman, Buddhist, and Hindu burial traditions. So you got Buddhist and Hindu, which is very Dharma.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah.
And those attending the funeral were dressed in white, which is the traditional color in some cultures, including those that practice Buddhism. So that could be a Dharma influence thing too, maybe?
Yeah. Could be.
Yeah, this says it was set on fire.
They do burn it. Okay. I thought they burned it, but then
you always think stuff.
I do.
Yeah.
That old brain just doesn't stop, ever.
It really doesn't. Really doesn't.
I've tried to shut it off, and it never works. It just keeps going. Sometimes it's garbage, but...
So anyway, she brought that question up. I thought it was very interesting, considering that, we didn't have... Yeah, like you said, it just seemed like a reference to their cultural practices, but we couldn't get anything more out of that, and the fact that... they might know something about bodies coming back to life, or the spirits of those bodies coming back.
I could see that they know that.
Mm-hmm.
Ben and Richard had that conversation about him seeing his mom.
Yeah.
I'd buy that they're aware that that's something that happens, and it's interesting. And that's not as old as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like season 1 stuff. That's
Nah.
That's not too bad as far as old goes.
Yeah.
But it's worth noting. I hope when we look back, that stuff won't seem like just like whatever. It'd be nice if it did seem to have a purpose.
Yeah.
And that would give it a purpose. So, yeah, interesting.
Anyway.
So, right. Oh, I was going to ask, well, what do I want to say? So, right. So your thing with Jacob is that he doesn't want people to find the island. And that is his primary concern in this situation. So he sends Locke to stop this attempt because...
I think Jacob's primary concern right now is having Locke help rescue him or whatever that's about.
Okay.
I think Jacob is in need of help in some form.
I would agree by his one and only line.
Yeah. I don't know why I think that. Just call it a hunch. No. Yeah, he says help me. And I don't know if he specifically means help me, or he means, like, help me defend the island, or if he means help me get rid of Ben.
Yeah, I know. It could mean a lot of things.
It can mean a lot of things. So I think that's really what Locke is about to do, is about to start kicking some butt in the name of Jacob. But right. I don't think Jacob wants people to find the island either.
So this is like a side mission, not primary kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Helping people not find the island does help Jacob in a way, I'm sure, but it's not directly related to whatever kind of help he needs.
Yeah, the what's interesting is Locke doesn't explain why he killed Naomi or anything like that, or what he was told by Walt / Jacob / Smokey / the island. The fearsome foursome, as it were.
Right.
It'd be different if he was like, the island told me that these people are bad, and it would go along with what Ben said, or the island told me that, not necessarily that they're bad or good, but that no one can come to the island, no one can come here or something like that, and he doesn't get a chance to explain himself. Doesn't he leave too?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
He just walks away or something.
I guess, yeah, he does. He he holds a gun on Jack as Jack tries to pick up the phone, and then he says, like we said, you're not supposed to do this. But he also says he doesn't want to shoot Jack, and in the end he lowers his gun, much like a similar situation in Further Instructions with a certain undercover officer. He isn't quite ready to kill Jack. He had no problem with throwing the knife in Naomi's back, but can't quite shoot Jack. And we all knew. I mean, come on, who thought he was going to shoot Jack? I didn't.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. You're going to shoot Jack now? Okay. I mean, that's the only thing about this show. I'll rarely believe Jack's in serious jeopardy, in terms of dying, because he's the main character, and I really don't think he's gonna die ever.
Yeah.
So unless it's some kind of weird thing where he dies right at the end, but up until
if he dies, it'll be at the end. It'll be getting them off the island or for some noble cause.
Exactly, yeah. And it has to be really close to the end. They can't go too long without Jack.
He won't die off screen, believe me.
Oh, he really will? Oh, God. Yeah, they shot Jack, and that's it.
Exactly. Ben came back from his grave and shot Jack.
Oh, that's really weird. So, yeah.
Oh,
anyway,
that's another thing, too. If they ever do kill Ben, we might still see him around.
Oh, God. He'll so show up again. Yeah.
He'll have to show up again.
And he'll be even more menacing when he's supernatural.
Yeah. Try to kill me now.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Punch me in the face? I don't have a face.
Try to punch me in the face now, Jack, huh?
So, right. So, yeah, Locke, I didn't even write down what he does. He just kind of fades into the background. It was a little bit odd.
Yeah, the focus shifts to the call, and I think Locke just leaves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, he's done his job. Now they're going to have to explain why Naomi got a knife in her back.
Yeah.
Thanks, Locke. So,
yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah. Anytime. I'm here for you, buddy. So Jack, another person, he talks, Jack, oh God. It's getting close to the end. I'm starting to lose it. So,
it's been a long podcast.
So,
keep it together, man. Keep it together.
Yeah, we'll make it, I think. So Jack talks to a man on the other end and informs them of their situation. When he asks about Naomi, he luckily asks another question that Jack can answer. Instead of saying, well, you know, she's kind of dead right here with a knife in her back. So he informs them of their situation and, you know, asks them if he can get a fix on their signal. Hell yeah, I can. And so
hell yeah, I can.
Yay! And so the man says they're on their way, and everyone celebrates. Yay! So
I'm thinking this is not good. This is not good.
Me too, but don't you think they're the good guys? It is good, right, for you?
I don't think both Locke and Ben can be wrong.
Really?
I really think this is the one instance where Ben is telling the truth.
Yeah, I do too.
Because he's got nothing to lose. There's no reason to lie. He, you know, like I said, he's the boy who cried wolf, and that's the irony is that when he's actually telling the truth, no one's going to believe him.
Yeah, definitely. He's like beyond the boy who cried wolf. He's
yeah.
Oh my God, this guy is, as far as liars go, man. Woof. He's way up there. So I don't know why I just barked. Weird.
I mean, the other scenario is that he's wrong. There are bad guys out there trying to find the island, but Naomi's guys are still the good guys. But that's the thing. If they are the good guys, then I mean, they're not going to get rescued. At least not all of them.
Oh,
you know, maybe Claire and Aaron will get off the island somehow or something. You know, put that to rest. But if they are the good guys, then it's like they're not going to get rescued. So what's the point of making them the good guys?
Right.
You know, if they're the bad guys, then there's drama there because you get that they're all hopeful. Oh yeah, here's the boat, blah blah blah, and they, you know, these guys storm off with guns or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh no, look what we did. We brought this upon ourselves, and then they have to fight these guys.
Pretty much the same kind of thing as the Walt raft flare incident. Where, oh yeah, you got plane crash. What?
That was awesome. No, look at that. You ain't kidding, is you? Oh, that's sweet. Okay, we're going to take the kid. Man, something happened to Tom, man. He looked progressively worse as the seasons went on.
He is not eating well, I don't think.
Something's going on.
He appears
he looks
to,
totally different than he looked
put
in
on
the
weight.
first.
He looks older. It's only been 3 years, but he looks like 10 years older than he did when he appeared in the season 1 finale. It was, and he made a transformation to season 2. It's been a progression. He wasn't as bad in season 2 as he is now. But I don't know. I don't know if he's having health problems or something, but yeah, he looked really bad in this episode. So maybe it's good for him that he's dead. Lost is making him unhealthy somehow.
Yeah, something's going on.
Yeah, it's very odd. Very odd. He got gray hair too. He even seemed to have gray hair when we first met him.
Yeah.
It's all very confusing. So anyway, this is where we leave the Losties at the end of the season here, celebrating with a rescue seemingly imminent.
Yay!
So, it's a pretty triumphant ending, seemingly. but I do think they're the bad guys, and truly not Penny's boat or whatever, and so I think bad stuff is going to come of this in the immediate future, but I have no idea what and how that will play out.
Yeah, and they said we'll be right there. I mean, what does that really mean? Are the Velocities supposed to stay there? Are they supposed to go to the beach, the nearest beach?
Yeah.
Let's coordinate this a little bit more, please.
Mm-hmm.
How long is it going to take? I mean, you guys are 80 miles offshore or something like that?
Yeah.
That's going to take a couple hours or something. I don't know how fast boats go, whatever.
I don't either.
At least an hour.
And it's a freighter.
That's a freighter, whatever that means.
I don't
that means
know.
That means it carries cargo or something.
I guess.
Why would you have a freighter?
Don't ask me.
On a rescue
with a helicopter.
mission? Yeah, with a helicopter. To me, that means that means it's sort of a low budget thing. Like you don't have the right kind of, equipment and resources. Like all you could get was a freighter.
Mm-hmm.
But that should mean it's not Widmore then.
Mhm.
That's the thing. I feel like it might be Penny's boat, man, and we're gonna believe they're gonna say it's not. I don't know what I think anymore.
Okay.
I want it to be the bad guys, but I also want it to be the good guys, and then think it's the bad guys.
They don't think it's the bad guys, though. Not yet. The only thing that'll make them think it's the bad guys is Desmond.
Exactly. See, I think Desmond's going to come and tell them, hey, look, it's not Penny's boat. And Ben's going to be like, I told you. And they're gonna think it's not Penny's boat.
Right. I can see that happening. I really can. But I guess I'm just leaning the other way right now.
Or maybe Desmond will tell them when it's too late, but he'll be wrong.
Right.
Like, it's not Penny's boat. And, Penny shows up. Oh.
What are you talking about, Desi?
Desi? It's so crazy.
I'm right here behind you.
How did she get behind him?
I don't know. She's a little...
Yikes.
She's
kind of scary. All right, so next scene,
and the final scene.
Oh, should we mention that Minkowski, the guy on the other end of the phone, of the sat phone?
Oh, was that his name? I didn't even catch that. Minkowski, really?
Minkowski, I think, is a famous somebody.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that name, but I don't know what he was famous for.
Let me tell you.
Okay. Where are you going to get this information from?
Out of my head, of course. Because I know a lot of stuff. What are you talking about?
You just need a little time to punch in the... I mean, remember the facts?
No, I don't need time to remember that Minkowski, Herman Minkowski, 2 N's, of course, because he was early 20th century German mathematician / physicist who described time as a fourth dimension.
Ooh, no, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
I think he did some math stuff that I've seen. I've heard that name a few times associated with things. But hey, they like to just throw names out there. So presumably, maybe we'll get to see what's up with that at the beginning of season 4.
We'll see.
Who is Minkowski, and what does he do?
And what does he do? Who is your father, and what does he do? Did you want to say something about that, or are you just noting that his name was that? Or just noting that another character reference to famous mathematician, physicist, philosopher, blah blah blah. They love that.
They do love that. It's. I think it's one of their naming things.
Yeah.
Instead of just plucking a name out of the air, they go look for something like that. What haven't we used yet? Here we go.
Yeah, Minkowski. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. So next.
Right. The next scene and the final scene of the season 4 finale is a flashback, aka flash forward. Jack's sitting in his apartment, and it's it's not looking good. He's got, crap in the sink. I do my dishes way more often than he does, apparently.
You do your often way more than a restaurant.
I like that. You do your often way more than a restaurant.
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
I'm tired.
I knew what you meant, and the way you worded it worked in his favor sometimes.
You do yours way more often than... I'm done.
Are you tired?
Is this like hour 10 of the podcast?
No. It's like hour 9, I think.
Oh, okay.
We're fine, folks. Don't worry.
All right.
We're professional.
I think we've got another 30 minutes on this talk shoe thing before it cuts us off.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens.
So.
Okay. So Jack's sitting on the floor. He's depressed as usual for this segment of the show. He calls Kate again, and he asks to see her. He arranges a meeting at the airport.
At LAX, which is literally like a mile and a half from my house.
Yay!
Just thought I'd make you jealous with that tidbit. No,
I'm really jealous.
Yeah, I actually kind of wonder where they shot that. I wonder if they shot that at LAX or if they shot that at the Hawaiian airport, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't get a good enough shot to really be able to tell where that was, but I did want to mention in Jack's apartment he had a lot of maps and books about maps-related stuff, giving us the idea that he's desperately trying to find the location of the island.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I thought nothing of it the first time I watched it. But, oh, look, Jack, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just looking at maps.
But he doesn't know that he's looking at maps?
No.
Oh, he doesn't know what he's doing.
No, he's on drugs and drinking and just looking at maps,
this scene, I've been kind of watching having the episode on my computer on as we go through these scenes and looking at it. And, his beard was fairly consistently gray the whole episode. And in this one scene here, when he's, on the floor, on the wall, whatever, his beard does not look gray at all. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what to do with that.
I don't either.
No gray. There's no gray.
Time anomalies, alternate dimensions.
Yeah, I don't know if it's, and I don't know if these, I'm assuming these flash forwards are in, chronological order.
Oh, yeah. They have to be pretty much chronological. I mean, he references the funeral and stuff, and...
Hey.
Hey.
That's what I say before I shoot you with the harpoon.
Oh, okay. I forgot.
Don't forget.
Good thing I ducked and it missed me.
Yeah, good thing I didn't have a harpoon.
Quick reflex.
And even in the end, the last scene at the airport, his beard does not look gray anymore. I just don't know what to do with that. I mean, production error in two different scenes, I don't know. All right. So what else we can talk about?
Yeah, I don't know where to go with that, but
besides the whole scene here.
Yeah. So then we see Jack out at the airport, and a mysterious stranger arrives.
Who, Kate?
Oh, you spoiled it.
You've been saying Kate the whole time, and plus everyone's seen the episode.
I'm trying to set the stage here.
No, set the stage, but you've already shown us the actors behind the curtain.
Yeah. So anyway, no, that was supposed to be humorous. So anyway, it's Kate.
Oh.
She comes out of the shadows, and she's got a lot of makeup on, and
she's got some digital effects or something.
Yeah, she looks pretty weird. It kind of reminded me of that American Idol episode with with
Gwen Stefani.
Gwen Stefani, yeah, where she just looks like fuzzy or something, like not clearly defined.
Yeah, I don't know I really think it's just the lighting. I don't know if they used a different lens when they shot her too. But and I doubt that they want to spend money on digital effects. I mean, she's not that horrible looking where they have to like do a lot. But she looked dramatically different, and she was like glowing or something.
Mm-hmm.
And her eyes were like sparkling, and like they just made her seem like heavenly almost.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really weird, really strange. I don't know if they just did that just to have the contrast between her and Jack,
Yeah.
Or if they're, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with that.
I don't know what they're doing with that either. 'Cause like I think even in her flashback, she's never been like that,
Yeah, her hair was like silky, flowing goodness, and like it was just crazy.
Yeah.
She was crazy.
Yeah, it was. It was weird. It was very, very weird. But yeah, I don't know if there's any point to that or not. My jury's out on that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and read through this scene in its entirety. It's not that long. And
can I read Kate's part?
Oh, you wanna do it back and forth?
Can I read Jack's part?
Which one do you want?
I don't know. I don't care.
I don't either. That's not good.
You want to read this whole scene?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be Jack.
Okay. Get in character here.
Are we starting where are we starting?
We're starting at the beginning.
Okay. The hey.
Hey. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Hey.
Hey.
Saw you on the news, still pulling people out of burning wreckage, huh?
Old habits.
You look terrible.
Thanks.
Why did you call me, Jack?
I'm handing you the newspaper clipping.
Oh.
I was hoping that you'd heard.
Sorry.
that maybe you'd go to the funeral.
Why would I go to the funeral?
I've been flying a lot. I'm not going to answer your question. I've been flying a lot.
What?
Yeah, that golden pass they gave us. I've been using it. Every Friday night I fly to L.A., to Tokyo, Singapore, Sydney, and then I get off and I have a drink and I fly home.
Why?
Because I wanted to crash, Kate. I don't care about anyone else on board. Every little bump we hit or turbulence, I actually close my eyes and I pray that I can get back.
This is not going to change.
No, I'm sick of lying. We made a mistake.
I have to go. He's going to be wondering where I am.
We weren't supposed to leave.
Yes, we were. Goodbye, Jack.
We have to go back, Kate. We have to go back. Yeah, this was an interesting scene.
Yes. So there's the scene. I was just going to read it all myself, but you got a nice dramatization of it. Lucky you. So I really don't understand Kate, so it's hard for me to be her. But I especially don't understand where she's coming from in the scene. I sympathize with Jack a lot more, so it's hard for me to relate to her, whatever whatever her deal is in this scene.
Well, you did just see his whole story.
Yeah, I suppose that helps, huh? To identify with him. So yeah, fair point. Fair point. So the big reveal in this thing is that it's all been a flash forward. This is post crash, and other stuff too. Kate says, why would I go to the funeral? You find out that that Jack really thinks he needs to go back to the island.
Mm-hmm.
You find out that they've been lying about something.
They've been lying.
I don't know, what that means. And then there's this very minor mystery of who's going to be wondering where Kate is, which I don't care as much about, but it's there. Who's she referring to there? So there's a lot of things to bring up here.
Well, the easy one to tackle, I think, is who she's going home to.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. Yeah.
And she says, he's going to be waiting for me, implying that Jack knows who this person is. So I think it's Sawyer. I mean, it could, just be whoever, some new person or somebody she met, since they got back, and Jack just knows who it is, so she doesn't have to say.
Yeah.
I think it's Sawyer. I was thinking it also could be Kevin. Her old boyfriend that she almost married.
Oh, Kevin? Oh, that guy. The cop guy?
The cop guy.
Yeah.
I was thinking, maybe after she got back to, the real world.
She did marry him. She did. They
she did?
With it.
Oh, they did get married. I was thinking maybe when she got back, she, he found her or something, and they reunited, and she tried to make it work with him.
Mhm. I could see that. I just assumed it was Sawyer, but yeah, it could be other people.
Mhm.
Right. So what about all this other business? What are they lying about? Why is Kate so anti all this stuff? What's her deal?
What are they lying about? They could be lying about a lot of stuff. And that's the thing. He says, what is the line? He says, I'm tired of lying.
I'm sick of lying.
Sick of lying. That can mean a lot of things. Sick of lying about what happened on the island. Sick of. He could just be sick of lying because he doesn't feel like a hero, and people think he's a hero, especially with this last thing that happened with the car accident. Grander than that, maybe there's a conspiracy, about, how they got back to the States,
Mhm.
Because we know that Kate she should sort of be undercover because she's still wanted.
Yeah, that was another question. Yeah, why is she not arrested?
Mhm.
And in jail? Did she somehow maintain her fugitive status, or did they just pardon her for no apparent reason? Without the marshal, no one wanted to chase her. I don't know. That part's kind of weird.
I mean, I feel like someone has a lot of explaining to do if the Losties get back to the real world.
Yeah.
This whole wreckage thing, and that the bodies were accounted for. People have a lot of explaining to do.
I'm not even sure I believe that anymore. I'm starting to feel like Naomi was lying.
Why lie about that?
I have no idea.
Does it make any sense to?
It really doesn't. Never mind. I don't think that anymore.
That was quick. It's a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense why she would lie about that, because even she said, what difference does it make? You're not dead. You know? And so it's okay, you're right. You know what? I really want to lean toward some sort of idea that that something happened to where the Losties the plane never crashed. They did something where they got, they basically got themselves rescued. They got back to the real world, but it sort of, negated the crash of the plane, some sort of time travel thing. And that they're lying about, and that's what they're lying about, is that, the real timeline or whatever is that they were stuck on this island, but now they're really not. And this idea that he has to go back, I feel like, is related to that he remembers his time on the island, but he never actually did it or something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'm just stuck on this looking glass thing, and I'm stuck on this idea that all of this is taking place in the future, which should not be able to be changed, but they change the future all the time on the show.
Yeah.
So
they have set a precedent for that.
And I just want to believe that when he's like, we got to go back, that he's not. It's not only a location. It's a time too.
Interesting. I just assumed location. Well, I have heard that possibly next season there will be more flash forwards mixed in with the flashbacks. So I guess what I'm thinking is that the flash forwards are true, but this story will develop through flash forwards. This isn't the end. You know what I mean? He will continue to try to get back, and I don't know. I don't know what the end of that is.
This is the thing. I feel like it will continue. He's going to try to get back, but it's also a getting back in time thing too. Because if he gets back, I mean, it's like that's the thing. He keeps saying like we have to go back, not like I have to get back. Like we like. I feel like he's saying everyone collectively.
I agree. Yeah, like everybody who was there. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone who needs to go back, which is to say that that somehow possible. That there's like this one thing he can do to get everyone to get back, which would sort of denote a time travel kind of thing. Versus let's round everyone up and put them all on the plane and go back to the island.
Right.
Because that won't happen because there's people who don't want to go. So that I'm sort of torn. I'm sort of torn between what makes sense and what seems to be going on. Because I think it's more than just let's find a way to fly to the island. And I think. However they got off the island too is important in terms of what's going on there in the future.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it ties in.
Is the island even there anymore? Is it visible still? Like,
yeah. Oh boy, so many questions. What about everybody else? Yeah,
where is everybody else? What about them?
Yeah, what about the others? What about what happened? Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of blanks there. There's a lot left to resolve, but I do want to believe this is going to happen, and that somehow they'll still be able to like bring some resolution to this story without just negating it completely.
Do you think that if he's just going to go back to the island and then what? I mean, like, oh, I'm happy I'm on the island.
Yeah, I don't know where it goes from there.
It doesn't make any sense. He's addicted to drugs. He's going to go to the island and I guess wean himself off of it, but I have no idea what if him going to the island is really the end of this or if something else, comes in. I have no idea, but I guess I just don't. I don't want this to be negated. I like it, but they do that a lot. Not a lot. They do that sometimes in shows and stuff where they, it's like they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to show you this future, but also, do something else. So you kind of feel satisfied by seeing what could happen. Mm-hmm. Then they go and they sort of change it, and then something a little more pleasant happens.
Right.
We'll see. In a year.
Yeah, I know.
9 months or whatever, 8, 9 months.
Yeah, it'll be a long-ass time. Oh, man. But, that's something we can look forward to developing. It's a really new, thing for the show. I mean, the perspective is totally different,
It's kind of like dual storylines.
Yeah.
You know, one in the present, one in the past, and one in the present.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, and it shifts the focus, you know, to some extent, where you have this future stuff happening.
It just, to me, it seems like there's no point in developing the future storyline unless it's going to somehow affect the past storyline. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
You know?
Mhm.
Which to me just goes back to time travel.
Goes back to time travel.
It all goes back to time travel. Well, so with this whole time travel thing, I mean, how does that, you know, this whole future flash forward thing, how does that actually tie in, you think, to the Looking Glass, with the Looking Glass? Is it just a red herring? I think I said red herring like 20 times in this podcast. I feel like this is Clue, and this is the end where you get to hear them say red herring for every ending of the movie.
Communism was just a red herring.
Communism was the red herring.
Great line. God
Gotta
damn
love
it.
that.
They had to repeat it 4 times.
Yeah.
God.
The flash forward was just a red herring. The Looking Glass was just a red herring. Is the reference to the Lewis Carroll Looking Glass is it just a idle reference, or are we supposed to look into it more? What do you think? And I'll tell you my theory about what's going on.
Originally, I thought we were supposed to look into it more before we knew more about what was going on. At this stage, I feel like it's about as, you know, deep as like White Rabbit was, you know, in that episode. So, I don't see that there's much there, but I have a feeling you might have some thoughts on that.
Well, I have a very general theory about how the Looking Glass might fit into the flash forwards. So here it is.
All right.
My idea basically centers around the idea. My idea centers around an idea. That's pretty nice. My theory centers around the idea that they didn't leave the island through like conventional means.
Okay.
You know, they didn't get on a boat. There was no helicopter. The idea that somehow the Looking Glass has the ability to, or was allowed them to basically make it seem like they never crashed on the island.
Yeah.
And that, you know, the survivors, or maybe just specifically Jack and Kate, to make it really weird, remember, you know, their time on the island, everything that happened, but the world doesn't remember. And so to me, I have that idea, you know, couple that with Jack talking about I'm tired of lying, basically. Yeah. You know, that's kind of where I got that from. Right. But of course, you know, how did that fit in with the fact that he's a hero twice over or whatever? When the first time he was a hero really should be his time on the island, you know. Yeah. So, you know, it's not an airtight theory, but
and also, like, they were saving the reveal that it was a future thing for the end, so they weren't going to have people being really overt about, you know, in the early part about, and you were on that island, too, you know. So, so that's the other thing that's making this weird. They were deliberately concealing that.
Yeah,
so,
that's
you know,
true.
it's hard to know whether it means something, you know, that they, you know, maybe really didn't know or whatever, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just, you know, most of their literary and pop culture references or whatever don't really come to much. You know, all these characters have these names of different mathematicians or philosophers or whatever, and it really doesn't come to much.
Tale of Two Cities, anybody?
Yeah, exactly. Very, very tangential reference.
Catch-22.
So, you know, Looking Glass really shouldn't do too much, but, you know, I wanted to be really crazy and interesting, but it probably isn't. But I, you know, I just want to throw the idea out there that that somehow the Looking Glass has the ability to either we're seeing this timeline because of something with the Looking Glass specifically, and it really never really happens or doesn't happen, or, you know, the Looking Glass has, you know, it's some crazy thing and had some crazy power or something, and it got them off the island through unconventional means. I don't know.
Okay. That's it?
That's about it.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing much there, just a general theory.
Okay. It's possible. I mean, I originally thought the Looking Glass was more descriptive about what the station was going to be. And I guess it's possible, there's stuff we don't know about it. I got the sense that what we saw was all there was, but there might be more to it.
I hope there's more to it. And, if you think about it, I mean, if the Looking Glass does have some crazy power, I mean, where's a good place to hide something like that, underwater?
Yeah.
Because we found all the underground ones.
Right.
Those aren't hidden enough.
No, not at all.
And, hey, what if Widmore wants to find the island because he knows about the Looking Glass and he wants to use it to change the future or something? Or,
Oh, God.
Hey, that's a powerful power.
It is
I'm tired.
Powerful power. I'd like to throw out something I've seen a lot that I sort of feel like is true. It's another kind of vague theory, I guess. That's really short, and it goes a little something like this. The fact that that Jack radios Naomi's boat at the end, and they seem to be on their way pretty soon. The idea that and Locke says, you're not supposed to do this and all that, that is the event that's, brings about some sort of chain of events that leads to this flash forward. That was a point where, if he hadn't done that, then blah, 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 and blah, 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 other shit wouldn't have happened. Whatever comes in the future, I don't know.
Yeah.
But, and then it wouldn't have ended up like it did. That for some reason they ended up lying about stuff, and for some reason Kate's just a bitch in the future. Who's like, why would I go? And we're gonna keep lying because I want to, and it's
lying about what?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I mean, that's part of the theory that the theory doesn't explain, but
that's part of the theory that the theory doesn't. Okay.
That's one of the questions raised by the theory that the theory doesn't deal with.
Okay.
But somehow, they're going to show up, and I don't know. Some people have theorized that maybe just Jack and Kate got off and no one else did. I don't really believe that, but maybe. It's completely open what happened to the rest of them.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I can definitely see Jack really desperate to want to go back if he left everyone there.
Right.
That is plausible. I still want to believe that she wants to go back home to Sawyer, though.
Yeah. I do too, pretty much.
But that's the thing. I mean, Jack was going to, he was going to leave before on the sub, so
yeah.
Maybe he got a chance to leave and he thought he could get people. But tired of lying about what, though? I mean, it seems like maybe the lying would be that everyone was left there, but that's something he would tell the authorities.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so.
Yeah.
And I don't know how Michael would tie into all that, if that's really him in the casket.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Michael already got off the island.
Yeah.
So maybe, Jack just tracked him down or knew what his new name was.
Yeah. Yeah, and if he's the only other person.
Yeah. That theory doesn't really hurt the whole Michael in the casket thing.
I agree.
That's interesting. That's interesting that they're the only two, and maybe that's specifically why Jack keeps calling her, because she's the only one who knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Interesting. Put it on the pedestal like everything else. Put it on the mantle.
Okay. Here I go. And I've placed it there.
There it is. Is the fireplace going?
It is, but it's a fake gas one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, those are a lot easier.
Yeah, the real ones are dangerous and messy, and nobody wants a real fireplace. Come on.
No.
Burning
like the
wood.
Smell of burning wood.
Stop it. Just stop it, guys.
Never mind the man typing.
No.
I was going to say something else.
Alrighty?
Yeah, we have like 8-9 months to speculate on what's going on here, and I think we'll need all that time to be wrong.
Mm-hmm. I remember before, season 3, all the speculation that went on versus what, happened, and very little of it was spot on. My vision of what was going to follow was really very far removed from what actually happened. So,
I don't even remember what I said.
I don't either. I remember what I said, not what you said. I had the sense that the time with the others was going to be far more crazy than it was, and I thought, God, we're going to learn so much about them, and that little segment of the show didn't really teach us that much about the others. It was only later that we really learned about them. After they all escaped and stuff, we got more and more. And really, there's still a lot of mystery about them. So I assume some of that stuff will be addressed in season 3. It's a very odd place to leave a season. The others are just off doing who knows what, and these, this boat may be coming for, and what's their deal, and it's just kind of
yeah,
an odd place to leave things.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Last season we had the big hatch explosion, and
you're coming home with us.
Yeah, exactly. And there was it was sort of an obvious cliffhanger, kind of thing. I guess they really went with the impact of the flash forward for the ending of this episode.
Yeah, it's sort of a transitional finale because everyone's. Yeah, the others are going to the temple, and the Lossies may be getting rescued. Well, not really, but
Yeah.
Ostensibly, and
that's another theory I've seen, that they'll actually all get rescued, and the rest of the show they'll be rescued. I don't really think that's going to happen.
Who thinks that? Let me slap them.
Yeah, I know, you should.
I mean, because there's too many island mysteries. I mean, how do you? We can't talk about Jacob anymore. Smokey, the dead people who resurface on the island. Like, all those mysteries are just null and void if they leave. No more Dharma stuff, really.
Right.
I mean, you can do some, I guess, other type of Dharma mysteries, but not island related.
Yeah.
So that's a weird. That's the thing. Like, that's too easy, though. If they get rescued at this point, it's too easy.
Yeah.
I mean, all they did was, wait for Naomi to come and then, cut off 2 blocking signals, and that's it. We got rescued. Wow. Took us 3 years to just do that?
I don't think much of us.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they got to work a little harder to get rescued. For real.
In the end, it'll be more than that. And Smokey, needs to be resolved. And if they leave the island, that's going to be rough. They just cut back to Smokey, and he explains who he is and what his deal is.
Unless I noticed that they brought Vincent with them, on the trek to the tower.
They did.
And so I was thinking, well, maybe if they get rescued, with this crappy rescue theory, that they'll just bring Vincent with them back to the States, and then, Vincent is Smokey, and he'll just run amok around the country. And they'll have to put together a crack team of scientists and military professionals to take down Smokey.
Yikes.
Led by the enigmatic Ben Linus.
Ooh. Oh, God, no. Please, no. Please, no.
I can see Kurt Russell in this movie.
I
Kurt
could
Russell
too.
or Nick Cage.
Yeah, sure. Why not both? Be a powerhouse.
Both, double bill, yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's a great
Speaking
idea.
of movies with old actors,
Mm-hmm.
you heard about that new one, Mr. Brooks, with Dennis Quaid?
No.
I think it's Dennis Quaid, or is it Dennis Quaid? It's like this serial killer movie.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure it's Dennis Quaid. Now I'm thinking of somebody else. Oh no, it's Kevin Costner.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Kevin Costner. Playing this badass serial killer guy. Here it is on the cover of IMDb on the front page.
Wow.
And I'm just like, I don't buy you as that kind of character, Kevin Costner.
Why not?
He's just so don't.
Upright and straightforward and
exactly. The old guy next door.
Yeah. Well, he really hasn't had the blockbuster power that he did in the early 90s, late 80s.
Yeah.
So maybe he needs to reinvent himself somehow.
I guess.
Try to come back as a character actor like John Travolta.
I just see him as the bodyguard,
Yeah.
I see him as Wyatt Earp.
All I can think of with Kevin Costner is JFK.
JFK, Jim Garrison.
Yep.
Yeah. Field of Dreams, come on, Dancing with Wolves, Robin Hood. Look at all those movies, and he's going to go play this, serial killer guy.
Yeah, he's always the good guy, pretty much. So it's weird to have him doing that kind of stuff. But
Demi Moore's also in the movie.
Oh, really? Oof.
Do you care to see her acting again?
I don't really.
Yeah.
Wasn't really a fan to begin with. I think her time has passed.
Yeah, she took some breaks there.
Yeah. G.I. Jane, man, that was it for her.
G.I. Jane?
Yep.
Scarlet Letter, man, don't forget.
Yeah, that too. Oh, man.
Striptease.
Oof. Ouch.
My favorite Demi Moore movie probably is... I know, right?
That's a rough one.
Ghost, probably.
Oh, God. That's
yeah.
What are you going to do? Everyone knows that one. I've never even seen that shit. I really
It's such a weird movie. It's such a early 90s movie.
It is, yeah. Let me see if I can say I like any of these movies. Oof. Ugh.
What's your favorite movie, Demi Moore movie, everyone who's listening? Why don't you ponder it with us?
Yeah, God, this stuff. Is
it 1991's Nothing But Trouble? Or is it, maybe it's 1988, The Seventh Sign?
I don't think I've seen The Seventh Sign. I kind of wanted to see it.
I saw it. It was interesting.
This About Last Night is based on Mammoth play. I wanted to see that too, but I haven't seen it either. So no comment on that.
St. Elmo's Fire.
I saw A Few Good Men, but that had a lot of other stars in it who stole her thunder, I think, like Jack Nicholson. Hello.
He's always stealing thunder.
Yeah.
That was Aaron Sorkin?
He ran away with that movie. I guess it was.
Who knew?
Who's that? I don't even know who that is.
Aaron Sorkin, West Wing and Studio 60.
Oh.
He's the creator of those shows and the writer. Wow. Old Aaron Sorkin with a huge movie.
There was a lot of people in this movie.
Yeah, Christopher Guest. What are you doing in this movie, Christopher Guest? Noah Wiley. They just packed him in.
They really did.
Kevin Bacon, Kiefer Sutherland, Kevin Pollak, J.T. Walsh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tom Cruise. James Marshall. If anybody remembers Twin Peaks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the best thing he ever did.
Yeah, definitely.
Cuba Gooding Jr. I never actually saw that. I never actually saw A Few Good Men because I was 12 at the time or something, 11. Another kind of movie I wanted to see when I was that age.
Yeah,
but I remember it being a big deal.
it had the iconic line, "You can't handle the truth," which made its way into pop culture.
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah, that's Jack. Yeah, that's the new Jack.
Yeah.
He went down the Christopher Walken road.
Yeah.
He was good though. He was more interesting to watch than most of the other people in the movie. So,
my favorite post classic era of Jack Nicholson. My favorite movie was probably As Good as It Gets. I liked him in that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, best picture, right?
Hey, what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
it's a good movie. Batman, you can't beat Batman. The Witches of Eastwick, man. God, I watched that a lot when I was a kid. I didn't know what was going on, but
what were you doing?
I don't know. It's one of those things. You get a hold of a movie when you're a kid, and it's all weird and crazy, and you just watch it, but you just totally don't know what's going on. That movie came out in '87.
Yeah,
I was probably like 8, 9, 10 when I was probably watching that on video. Wow. Yeah, I'm like, oh, look at this. These guys, the three witches, and they share Susan Sarandon and Michelle Pfeiffer. What a team.
Yeah, what a team indeed. Yeah, I never watched that. It looked too weird.
It was definitely weird. Definitely weird.
I was afraid of it. He did, yeah.
Maybe we should go back to Lost.
Oh.
I just realized how long we've been talking about
yeah, you're right.
Random stuff.
We're way off topic.
Just a little off topic, but entertaining nevertheless, I assume.
Always.
So, we've been podcasting for what, like 30 days now?
Oh, at least.
It gets longer every time I mention it. Next time it'll be like a year.
Boy, our arms tired.
I really don't even know what else to say about the episode. Besides that, it was really good. A lot of crazy stuff.
Did you want to maybe look at some of the comments?
Yeah. I wanna. Let's go do some other stuff besides specifically talk about what will the episode.
Yeah, I think our official run through is concluded.
It's closed. If I had a gavel, I would call that adjourn.
Yes. Call that adjourn.
I call that adjourn. I would adjourn this adjournment. I would institute an adjournment.
All right.
Heretofore, I do declare this run through adjourned. Gavel, gavel, gavel. All right, yeah, let's run through the comments. We had a lot of comments. You guys are awesome. We've seen a decidedly. What was I going to say? We've seen a marked increase in the number of posts of late, and which is awesome. And we love it that you guys are. It kind of is like you guys, were sort of forming, the Lost Lowdown community. You guys are go on there and you talk amongst yourselves, and you put your theories out there, and you add little tidbits, and bring back stuff that you guys have found out there on the web, which is great, and it's fun. And I think it's safe to say we will definitely have a forum by the time the season starts. Season 4 starts. So it's plenty of time to get a forum together. So that'll be more conducive to interacting and posting messages and stuff. But
yeah.
At some point you're supposed to say yeah and agree with me.
Sorry. No, I agree. I was reading the comments. I got distracted.
Oh, can I just say, it doesn't matter, but I would love it if the people who post as anonymous would either sign up so that we can, have a name to your comments, or, just put a name, some sort of moniker when you do anonymous.
Yeah.
That way, like, we can tell, like, if there's 4 anonymous posts, we can tell if those are all the same person, or 4 different people, or 2 people and another, or 1 person and then another person posted 3 times, and because it's kind of nice to see, to get who's saying what, even though it's some crazy name or something like that, but it's nice to know.
Can still assign an identity.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it's a crazy name. We're all about crazy names here. Even though we don't have crazy names.
I'm looking at you, you're inner ninja.
Yeah, me too. You're inner ninja.
Not that crazy, but still. So, yeah, that's the other thing we want to do is do the little roll call, last Lowdown roll call.
Yeah.
I think that's good for the end of the season.
Yeah, I do too.
So go, Justin.
Thanks all of you for sticking with us. And I'd like to thank the following people. Here we go.
Are you actually prepared to do this?
I'm not at all, but
okay.
I was just going to read down the list of the comments here.
Awesome.
And try not to repeat myself.
All right, let's see if you can do it.
Paul in NYC, a lot of comments from him. Thank you, sir. You're Inner Ninja. Haven't seen you before, but thanks for the comment anyway.
Welcome, You're Inner Ninja. I'm pretty sure this is the first post we've seen of yours, so welcome.
Welcome indeed. Jane Doe, plenty of comments from you.
Jane Doe, gotta love old Jane Doe.
Good, always reliable. Fifi Martini, also.
Gotta love the Fifi.
She showed up some time ago and been pretty consistent.
We haven't driven her off yet.
No. Radiant Redhead. You've been around.
Who is not a woman.
Who is not a woman.
I have to keep reminding myself that because I don't know. Radiant Redhead just makes me think of a woman.
Me too.
But he's not, and that's okay.
It is absolutely okay. We all, as men, could wish we were radiant.
Yes, and redheaded.
And redheaded. Right. Oh, there's me. I'm not going to thank me, though.
Well, thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Makari Q. We all remember Makari Q.
Yeah.
For her many comments and are finally figuring out how to say that name.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
We got it right. Good for us. Let's see. Sylvia, newer commenter.
Sylvia's actually one of my friends that I've known for many, many years now. Hey, Sylvia. She's been wondering where the podcast is, and it's coming shortly. Obviously, if you're listening to this, it's already there. But yeah, so good old Sylvia. I've known Sylvia for like 4 or 5 years now.
Wow. I've never met Sylvia, but thanks anyway.
Yeah.
For the comment. Steven, I think I've seen your name before.
Oh yeah, old Steve-O.
So yeah, thank you, sir.
Should we talk about what they're saying in these while we're going through?
Oh, I was just doing a roll call.
Yeah, I know. I just thought that it might be, 2 birds, 1 stone kind of thing.
Oh dear. Okay.
Oh dear.
I don't know what to do
see.
now. You've thrown me off.
I mean, some of the comments are just comments. If there's something to bring up, let's see. Oh yeah, okay. So Anonymous said, why was Kate not in jail? Did people forgive her crime because the ordeal she went through on the island? My answer is no. The law does not protect you. There's no pardon because you had a plane crash. So I would think that she's not in jail because she's going under a different name because, the authorities don't know that she's, in the States. Yeah.
Which is weird.
Which is very strange.
It would have been tricky to pull that off because they should know that she was on the plane.
Maybe she said her name was Henry Gale.
She was being... That always works. she was being transported by marshals, so, I mean, surely that was known to them. So, you know, it should have been rough to get away from that because they would have been expecting her. But
I think this brings up something that I think I mentioned this before about, you know, if they get rescued, it would most likely be by, you know, some sort of authorities or officials or something. But now we see that they could be getting rescued by some sort of third party, you know, not really related to any government, what's the word? Police organization or anything like that. So, I mean, presumably, you know, if I mean, not that she's going to get rescued by this boat, but, you know, if something like this happens where the freighter comes and they all get on and the freighter's taken into the next location or the nearest land or whatever, she could just make a quick escape somehow, you know, or blend in with everybody else before they're actually, you know, confronted by the real authorities.
Yeah.
Still would be tricky, though.
Yeah, definitely. She'd have to raise her Born to Run game a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know, she's Kate. I'm sure she can pull it off if anybody can. Fat Cartman, you've been around for a while, so.
Oh yeah.
Always good to read your comments. Anybody know the theme for next season? I really have no idea what the theme for next season will be.
The theme for next season?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Forgiveness?
I guess he means like season 1, I don't know what season 1 was. Intro, I guess. Season 2 was the Hatch. Season 3 was the Others. So
season 4, I think, is going to be Island Mysteries.
Okay.
Or I should say, I meant like
what?
Yeah, they're going to start bringing up Island Mysteries. No, I meant Island History.
Oh, history. Right. Yes, you might be right. They have to do Island History sometime. I think it's possible that won't be next season, but maybe it will be. I don't know.
They're going to the temple. I mean, come on, we got to get some stuff. They're going to the temple.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
You got a good point there. You know who? We know you. You've been around a while, so.
You know who is always great.
Yeah. I actually don't know you.
Great spelled GREEAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA
Yay.
There's just no good way to elongate words.
No, especially not a consonant.
Yeah.
It was an epiphany a while ago when I realized you can only do that with vowels, and so when people sing and hold notes, it's always a vowel sound. So there's only like so many, sounds you can do if you're going to hold a note. And I realized how limiting that is. It's interesting.
It is.
You really can't, those consonants, they just aren't good for singing. So anyway. Fat Cartman again and again and again. Wow.
Somebody was posting a lot there. Let's see. What is he talking about?
I had a lot to say. Charlie.
Guys, we definitely read all of the posts, but sometimes, especially since it's been a while since you guys posted this, between when we're podcasting now, it's like we read it, we're like, oh, that's interesting, and then like we forget like specifically who said what and why.
Yeah. Especially when there's 100-something posts, it's easy to forget. In the old days when we had 3 comments,
yeah,
we could nail them all down, who said what and exactly what they said. But,
exactly.
Yeah, these days it's a little harder, but hey, we try.
The burden of fame and popularity.
Oh, first thing he's talking about the solitary reality thing. I don't know what to do with that. Charlie's note to Desmond seemed important, and that's a loose end. Yeah, I think Desmond's gonna go run and tell them that. We speculated about that earlier. That'll probably come into play later. He really didn't. I guess if he no, because he's locked out of the room. if he could have gotten to the room, he could have talked to him on the radio.
No, the room is flooded. It's not, and I don't think, even if it was locked, I think the pressure of all that water would keep that door shut because of the way the door opens into the room.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be able to even open the door if he tried.
Yeah.
Even if it was unlocked, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right. Okay, let's see.
Oh wait, does it open outwards or does it open into
no, I think it opens outwards. I think it opens
does
outwards.
It?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that not
yeah,
what you
Charlie,
said? I don't remember what you said.
Charlie stepped out of the room to close the door, right?
Yeah. He pulled it shut.
So if it was unlocked, the force of the water would if he opened it, it would rush out. Okay. Yeah.
It'd be like that thing with Jack at the beginning of the season when the water came in when he opened that door.
Oh, look at that, a little bookend.
Yeah.
Flooding in the beginning of the season, flooding at the end.
Oh, look at that. Full circle. So, let's see. Okay. Wow. Sorry. Very long comments here.
Let's see.
Oh, is he talking about
you know who is talking to Cartman? Let's see.
I'm sorry. I wish I knew what I was talking about here. Oh.
It's got to be really interesting to hear us read.
Yeah. Sorry. Maybe you can do that. And interrupt me if there's something.
Yeah, here's the thing about you know who brought up this thing about Alex, Carl, and Rousseau being a family. I guess. What's really going to happen? I mean, I can see Alex hanging out with the Losties, but Rousseau's not going to hang out with the Losties. She's going to go and do her own thing.
Yeah, she's not cut out for long-term social interaction.
Yeah. So and Carl is going to go wherever Alex is.
Oh yeah.
So I guess they just kind of won't be on the show anymore because Rousseau's going to be off in the jungle and they'll be with her, I guess.
I highly doubt that. I highly doubt they'll become series regulars. So
yeah,
you're probably right.
But it's kind of weird too because I really don't see Rousseau wanting to hang out with even her daughter. I mean, maybe Sunday brunch or something.
Yeah.
I don't need to see you every day, Alex.
Yeah, she won't be able to handle it really. Too long by herself. She's not really cut out for all that. But I have a feeling that's what they'll do. They'll just sort of go off, and we have a lot of catching up to do, and that'll be that.
Oh man,
I can tell you about my bullshit, and you can tell me about yours, and we'll bond. And Carl can come too. I don't know what he's gonna do, but I don't think he's going with the others anymore.
You know who brings up this point that Hurley killed someone?
Yeah, that's true.
Which is pretty big.
I meant to mention earlier. I was thinking I got to give Hurley points for continuing to drive when the guy was shooting at him.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was for Hurley. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
If someone were shooting at me, I'd be inclined to swerve or something. But yeah. Anyway, had to throw that out there. But yeah, you're right. He actually killed somebody.
And you know who brings up the question if ABC had to pay a license fee to the Beach Boys for that song?
Oh.
But they actually didn't use the song.
Yeah, they just mentioned it.
There's different license fees and categories for if you actually use the clip of the song versus if you I think have someone else perform the song.
Yeah.
And even if in this case where they just kind of used the melody and just referenced it.
Yeah, I've heard of multiple movies where they tried to get a song and they couldn't get it, so they got like a different version of it, like an orchestral version of it, or some kind of instrumental version, or some other like alternate thing that they could get.
Yeah, because like I think if you get like a Beach Boys song, you pay them because they wrote the song and because they performed the song.
Yeah.
But you can pay less if if someone else performs a song who's really cheap.
Right.
You can get a better deal and all that stuff.
Right. So yeah, all they used was like the melody on the keypad.
Yeah.
I can't imagine they had to pay for that. But
yeah, not more than $5.
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. Yeah, no, probably not. Silence Apprentice they had to pay for, because that was
they would definitely have to pay for that. And it probably went to Dave Grohl, huh?
Yeah, well, he did write the song, but I think Courtney Love owns the Nirvana catalog, so I don't know.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking it would go to her, but he wrote the song.
It's kind of a weird situation.
I don't know who gets the money. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess she does, right?
Maybe. I really don't know. I really don't know.
We should call and ask.
Yeah.
You call Courtney.
Okay.
I'll call Dave.
Damn it. I don't want that.
Not it. I don't want to talk to Courtney Love.
I don't either.
Yeah. Well, I called it.
You did. Oh well.
Yeah, I got to be quicker, man.
Yeah.
Also, who asked, was Jacob appearing to John in the form of Walt? And I think the answer to that is I don't know. Maybe kind of, but it made me think that this whole thing about Jacob being the island, being Smokey, all related, the Holy Trinity.
Yeah.
Maybe Jacob appears as people that /love because you can't see his regular form normally. But if he appears in the form of Yimmy or Walt or somebody like that, then you can see him.
Yeah.
But you can't see him in his natural state unless you're Ben or, lock that half of a second.
Right.
So I think that's kind of interesting. That there's a reason why he appears as other people.
Yeah.
Because if he appeared as himself, you wouldn't be able to see him.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what he is. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
I would really wonder what, the real form of some kind of being like that would be. But if he just sits in that house, the whole thing's crazy. I did assume that was, if not Jacob himself, it was caused by Jacob. In some way that he made it happen. But I guess I don't necessarily believe that was actually him for real.
Yeah. Yeah.
But some kind of agent of his, or something like that. In the end, it barely matters. But that's just how I.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to believe that that's Jacob specifically, so much as it's Walt is related to Jacob.
Yeah.
Tied to him somehow.
Yeah, it's what he was telling Locke is from Jacob, but yeah, but actually being him, who knows? Bruce,
always Brucey,
always a pleasure.
And always count on Bruce.
Yeah, he's always hanging around,
and saying stuff and being Bruce. Gotta love it.
That's right, brucing it up.
Brucing it up. Brucing it up left and right. What if that was Bruce Willis?
Oh, God. What if...
He's probably not going to like our Demi Moore talk.
Probably not, huh? Well, we didn't really like her movies that much, so maybe he'll like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he still loves her.
You think so? Oh,
yeah.
You're a hopeless romantic.
I am.
I think he hates her. Bruce asks if he has enough money to travel every week, why not just hire his own private plane to fly back to the island? Well, I think he mentioned that he has they gave him They gave them golden passes.
Yeah.
Which, if you crash on an airline, that's their obligation to do probably. Even though, it really wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
They really didn't have any control over what happened. So I don't know that they really should have to do that. But nonetheless,
I mean, I don't know who's to blame for, their original course correction. I mean, something was up with that.
Mm-hmm.
There was some sort of mechanical problem that made them do the course correction, which, if they didn't do the course correction, they wouldn't even be near the island.
Yeah.
So something was up with that, but yeah, the actual crash itself, not to blame.
Yeah, definitely. That's all Desmond. So there's that. Let's see.
Speaking of that, let's talk about that in terms of the lying. I mean, how much would the Losties have really told the authorities? Like, well, we found out that there was this group of people called Dharma, and they were doing all this stuff, and the plane really crashed because this guy Desmond turned this failsafe, and it released electromagnetic energy on the island, and that pulled the plane down and broke into all these pieces. Like, are they really going to get into all that?
I know. They would have quite a story to tell.
Yeah, and then we've been dodging polar bears and smoke monsters and and there's a lot of stuff that the authorities would be like, these people are suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Yeah.
And group delusions.
Yeah,
and
exactly. Exactly. Collective hallucinations. Oh dear. Yeah, I know. If someone came back and told that story, like if I read about that, I'd be like, you guys are out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, and so maybe they decided when they got rescued to not say anything about all that stuff, and that's what he's referring to about the lying.
Yeah.
Maybe he, to a certain degree, they'd have to explain some things. I was thinking like maybe they didn't say anything about the others, but then some people were killed by the others. Would they hide that fact, or would they just say, oh, they died in the plane crash?
Yeah.
They drowned or whatever.
It's a big question, definitely.
So I would love to see what they decide to say or not say.
Yeah.
When they get rescued, if they get rescued.
I could see not wanting to sit down and tell the whole story. It would wear me out trying to explain everything that's gone on so far.
I can see Jack like, hey, just order the DVDs, man.
Yeah.
Watch it for yourself.
I hear there's a sale over at Amazon.
Exactly.
Free shipping on orders over $25. Come on, buy them. You'll be a happy man.
Yeah.
It's a good question, and I guess that's kind of what I had in mind, somewhat at least, that one of the things they were lying about is what went on the island.
Mm-hmm.
I can see them leaving stuff out and all that, And I mean, I'm thinking they're going to have some explaining to do about Naomi being stabbed in the back if the other people show up,
Definitely.
Well, there's this guy, and he was with us, but we don't agree with him, and sorry, oops,
Yeah.
It doesn't look good.
Oops, he did it again.
Yeah. Oh, God.
He played with our hearts.
Mm-hmm.
He messed up our chances of leaving the island.
And Bruce also seems to be implying that the flash forwards, that in season 4, they'll get to see what their life will be if they're rescued, and they'll get to decide. Which seems to be implying that maybe Jack actually saw what, the flash forward in this episode, which I don't really believe, personally.
Oh. Yeah, he seems to be implying that as a flash forward, that means each of them will get to see what their life will be like if they're rescued, and each then decides to stay on the island or leave. That's interesting.
I could see Jack wanting to stay if he really saw what happened.
I mean, that's the thing, though. I think you have to take into account, on a universal, global level, are they really supposed to leave the island, or are they really supposed to stay?
Mm-hmm.
Because it seemed like, I don't know. I guess you could make an argument that some people should be meant to stay and some people are meant to leave. But like Jack says, we weren't supposed to meant to leave, and I feel like he means everybody, not necessarily just him and Kate. So I don't know. I feel like, I definitely can see, like Kate seemed like she had an okay life, whatever. From what we could, get from that little scene.
She had plenty of time to put on makeup.
She had a nice car, driving a Volvo, plenty of time to put on makeup. Run a comb through that hair.
Yeah. I'm sure she used a fine shampoo and conditioner.
I'm sure. Herbal essences, I hope.
Oh, yes, please.
Please.
An orgasm in every wash.
Natural botanicals. Yeah, see, that's the thing. The idea that he gets to see that and decide to stay, that's a weird thing. How is that even possible? That you can see the future and then, like, consciously decide to change the future. That's all kinds of crazy. All kinds of crazy. Yeah, but that's the idea. But see, that's the thing. Desmond saw the future related to someone else.
True.
And this is the idea. You're seeing the future related to yourself and, like, fairly specific things, not just flashes, but, like, a whole storyline. And then you decide to stay based on that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But hey, every theory is worth talking about. So
I agree. I thought it was worth bringing up.
Yeah.
I don't agree, but I think we will see flash forwards, but I don't think we're supposed to believe the characters actually will know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
It'll play off the on island action in a different way from the flashbacks, I guess, where you can imagine that they if they're not remembering it then, they remember it in general, and it's maybe having some impact on what they're doing on the island.
Mm-hmm. And I think that flash forwards would be sort of the inverse of that.
Yeah.
Where it's basically the current island time is like the flashbacks are. Yeah. So whatever they're doing in the future, when we see them doing stuff on the island, it relates the same way. You
can see, where some of it came from, which is why I wanted to connect the Jack flash forward with what he's doing in this episode. That somehow this radio thing.
I think that was definitely the pivotal moment, and they built that up, and the whole thing with Locke trying to get him not to do it, and I think to a certain degree the audience is hoping he doesn't do it because we know what his future is going to be,
right? And
it's horrible, and then afterwards we get the scene where we know he really really regrets it, and. So I think they were definitely trying to go in that direction where this was the big moment where he could have, if he would have just listened to Ben and Locke. Two people that, given their history, I wouldn't want to listen to.
Me either.
And given the circumstances, who in their right mind would listen to them?
Yeah.
But he has the ability to not have at least not have that horrible future for himself.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I don't know. I completely forgot what I was going to say. Shit.
Well, whatever you were going to say, it was awesome.
I hope so. Something about Jack and oh god, I had a whole point, but I lost it.
You lost it.
Oh dear. Yes, I did. That's what I was going to say. I'm sorry. But I think he needed to make the call for the story to.
He had to make it. He had to make the call.
Like, we need to see what's going to happen if he makes the call. So,
yeah.
Even though I really didn't want him to do it, but it's something I've started to understand. Like, bad shit has to happen for the plot to get interesting.
Oh, definitely.
So, I've made my peace with that sometimes. I used to just get really irritated. Why can't they just resolve this, 2-hour movie in like 20 minutes? That right here, if he just hadn't done this, none of this would have happened. He walked right by the killer or something, like, come on. But anyway, so I think, so I am actually glad that he did it so we can see what the ramifications of that will be.
Definitely. And that's the thing. It's like if you never try to get rescued, then everyone's going to be like, why don't they try to get rescued?
Yeah.
So it's important. Bruce also asks, where is Cindy? And I would say she is going to the temple with the others.
With the others, yeah. And I'd say we didn't see her just because they didn't have the actress there. You know?
Yeah.
But we're supposed to imagine that she's there. Much like Bernard and Rose, you know. She's not there all the time, but we're supposed to imagine that she is.
They're always there bickering in the background.
Yeah. Exactly. When the actors are there, you'll see them. Yeah. But I thought they did a good job of bringing her back a couple times, and at least addressing that situation. I was glad that they did that. That was one of the weirdest things from season 2 that just seemed like, really.
Yeah, it seemed like a really weird loose end, and they just kind of did it for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
And I guess we still don't really know why they took her.
No.
But specifically why they took her when they did, because they could have taken her at any point before then. But I mean, we speculate about this plenty of times. I think it's really just to heighten the tension and make it more plausible that Ana Lucia would shoot Shannon.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that definitely punched up the tension. It was a weird kidnapping, though. It's like, how did they pull that one off? But they just storm into the camp with guns and stuff. I don't know. It's back when they seemed supernatural. But,
yeah, because the Whispers were there.
Yeah, the Whispers, good old Whispers.
Oh, Whispers.
We missed the. So let's see. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Radnack. Always appreciate Radnack.
Radnack. Gotta love Radnack.
You can't ever forget Radnack. Radnack had a lot to say.
Yeah, he's got the crackpot go back in time theory that I half agree with.
Go back in time.
That's what it seems like they're trying to do.
I just don't think that's gonna happen.
Through the looking glass.
Through the looking glass. All right.
That's all I can do is say that.
I think if anything, I don't know. If anything, I see vision of the future and then changing what they do based on that. Jack actually going back in time, I don't think that's going to happen.
He goes back in time and tells himself not to make the call.
Yeah, no way. I
don't buy that.
The two Jacks, the beard Jack and the oh boy.
Yeah, oh jeez.
Weird. You don't want to be me, man. Don't make that call. God.
He says, did Jack hire Penny to find the island? I don't know what that means.
Is he crazy?
Was the Penny scene before or after this cliffhanger?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What Penny scene? What are you talking about? You crazy,
Oh, Radnack.
Radnack. Sorry. Not Bruce.
Maybe we should read the whole thing. I'm confused.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Was the Penny scene before or after this cliffhanger? Okay.
What does that mean? Which cliffhanger?
I think he maybe means the flash forward. And maybe Jack hired Penny to find the island in the future, and somehow she's finding it in the past.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah. Maybe you can flesh out what you mean a little more.
Yeah.
Because I'm not clear on. Penny's looking for it in 2007, and she sent a message to 2004. I assumed the Penny stuff was contemporary with the island stuff, because when they found the anomaly, I assumed that was from the failsafe, which would put it right there in the 2004. Unless you're saying they found that in the future. Oh dear. No, I really I don't think that. But maybe if you explain more, I'll understand your theory better. Than I do. If Naomi's fake, why introduce the Survivors Are Dead storyline? That's a good question. I don't know what they're going to do with the Survivors Are Dead storyline. It seems like it barely matters. And at this point, Charlie told Penny that he was from that flight. And then you have these boat people, who knows what they're going to do. But at least I think Penny's on the up and up, and, she talked to him.
If we can't trust Penelope Widmore, who can we trust?
I know. Exactly. I mean, I just like Juliet, I trust Penny. I believe she's on the right side of things. So
that's the thing, though. I feel like her search is somewhat covert. So I don't know if she's going to go run to the authorities and say, hey, there's survivors from Flight A15. But
I think she might. It might be a thing to do. If she really wants to find Desmond,
It just depends on how she's doing her stuff. Like, okay, hi, Miss Widmore, how do you know that? Well, I was sending a signal to this random location, and and then they would need to somehow verify that, and they won't be able to because the state, that part of the place was flooded. So, they would need some evidence, verification. They wouldn't just go on her word, the word of a grieving, not widow because they weren't married, but you know what I mean? Like, I think the authorities could easily, not want to listen to her, especially since they have this evidence that says all the bodies are accounted for. So she's going to have a hard time convincing them. She needs something else to go on besides,
maybe she recorded it.
She didn't record it.
I'm just saying, maybe she recorded it.
Yeah, maybe she did. Maybe she did.
And if she has video, that'd be really good.
Yeah, she doesn't have video, but maybe she has video.
I like to think she has video.
I don't think she does. It seemed like she did, but that station should not have video to send to her. And that's the other thing. Even if it's just the audio, then it could be fake.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
What are you reading now?
Bruce's next comment is he thinks we'll completely ignore Jack's flash forward until the season 4 finale. Well, I don't know about that. Especially if they do other flash forwards. I think in that sense that wouldn't be ignoring it. Even if they don't necessarily develop his plot more, just by doing other flash forwards, I think you're kind of addressing it in a way.
Yeah. I see his point though about we had the Penny thing with the scientists in Antarctica or whatever in season 2, and then we didn't hear about that again until this finale in season 3.
Yeah.
And now we're starting Jack's flash forward in this finale, and I get his point. I do too. I can see, but I agree. Like if they do other flash forwards, then it's it's gonna help a little bit.
It is a common theme, Walt was taken in the season 1 finale and rescued in the season 2 finale. They got in the hatch in the season 1 finale, blew up the hatch in the season 2 finale. That is a common thing to do. So addressing the Jack situation in the season 4 finale sounds likely to me, but I don't think they'll ignore it. But they might not do much with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Kent. I think I've seen Kent before.
Kent is, I definitely remember reading Kent comments.
Kent had a lot to say. Wow.
Kent had a very lot to say. In fact, I can tell you, Kent had exactly 746 words to say.
Wow. That is a comment.
Kent gets the... does he get the longest comment award, at least in this thread? I think he might.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think he might.
I'm not that far down.
That was me who said a lot. I don't count. I can't get the award.
Said a lot. You're responding to people, though, right?
I just kind of scanned it. I think Kent gets the award for longest comment.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, Kent. We will be sending you your trophy and plaque in the mail 4 to 6 weeks.
I'm sure
And it's going to be COD, sorry.
Oh, dear.
Ooh.
You had to throw that in. We're not made of money,
We're not made of money, literally.
Literally.
Because we would be subject to many scientific tests if we were made of money. We wouldn't be able to podcast. We'd be in a lab somewhere being dissected. Because it's very, very strange to be made of money.
It is, yeah. For a conscious, sentient being to be made of currency, very, very strange. Or maybe it's even like electronic. Oh, never mind. It's getting too weird.
All right.
Blah blah blah. Yeah. Not implying what you're saying is not interesting when I say blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I mean, interesting stuff, etc. Yeah. He's pretty much just commenting his opinions here. Yeah.
I think he's the one who started the bet on the running time. He says 8 hours, 37 minutes, 19 seconds.
Wow.
And if you're listening to this, you can tell that that's not right. Because it's definitely longer than that.
Wow. Yeah, that's not a bad guess, though.
Not a bad guess. I have to say, before we podcasted, I would have said that guess was way too long, but obviously it's not, because this is at least 9-something hours so far.
Definitely, yeah. Brilliant. Alice,
old Alice, she's been around.
Yeah, I've seen Alice for a while too. There's getting to be so many of you. I'm having a harder time keeping you all straight.
Yeah.
Back this time last year, we had like 5 regular fans.
This time last year was what, like Vicky H?
Mm-hmm.
Vicky H, the original fan.
Yeah, really the original fan. I don't even know who else.
I don't even know who else. Vicky H was around. Let me look in the archives. I feel bad for all those people who are like, I was around.
I know, me too. I'm ignoring them.
Yeah, it's not you, it's us. Our memories are bad.
It really is. My memory isn't even that bad normally, but as far as names go, it's horrible. I just forget them so easily.
Let's see. We had like no comments back in the day, man.
Oh man, did we have nothing?
Okay, here we go. We got Laura. I remember Laura. Oh, Laura.
Wow, is that the same Laura?
It's probably the same Laura.
We've got a Lara too.
Oh, we do have an Lara.
But I believe there's also an Laura.
There's an Laura who was posting way back in the day.
If that's still them, I don't even know.
I'm looking at our podcast number 4, which was Live Together, Die Alone, which got 13 comments.
Ooh.
It was me, and then Anonymous, and then me, and then you, and then Vicky H, and then me, and then Vicky H, and then you, and then me, and then Laura, and then you, and then Kieran, and then me.
Oh.
So, 13
Kieran,
comments.
Our great lost fan.
Kieran, if you're out there, we miss you. Don't know what happened. Maybe you got bogged down with all the fish and chips in the UK.
The show was so good in season 3. If you didn't watch it, I recommend it.
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd be listening to this if you didn't watch it, though. That'd be really
Kieran.
weird. But yeah, Kieran was good while he lasted.
Yeah. He was a dedicated fan for a good couple weeks.
Very dedicated fan. Oh man.
Who else was wow.
We've got Jerry.
Jerry.
With a J, who with a J, of course with a J. With an I is what I meant to say.
There's a G Jerry too.
There is. There's that movie with the G Jerry.
Yeah.
With Matt Damon and the Affleck brother, but
He Affleck twins.
The Affleck twins, yeah. It's a pretty good movie if you really like watching people do nothing.
Mill around in the outback.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe's been around for a while.
Oh, definitely.
Joe and Rebel.
Jerry provided what was her thing? She had a thing.
Jerry had a thing.
Yeah.
Jerry never told me her thing.
No,
What's
you knew
her
it.
thing?
This was the whole thing that we put together. Like, we knew her from, 3 places or something, and because she said something, and she went by a different name somewhere else, and there's something with Jerry, but I don't remember what it was.
Jerry is in Ohio, in Cincinnati, I believe.
Ohio. She was lost in Ohio, and she said the thing about the show being like the car ride.
Yeah, a long car ride with good friends or something.
Yeah.
And I think on the Frapper, she's lost in Ohio.
Yeah.
But on the comment, she's Jerry.
Yeah.
And then I think she emailed us something.
We have
really horrible memories.
She wrote an email and just signed it J. And
yeah, that was great. Signed it J, and we're like, huh? Okay.
We didn't know who she was, but now we do. Anyway, Chris, Krys, I think.
Krys is pretty new.
Pretty new. I've seen him in the past, couple things, but
yeah.
But he's a newer fan who is nonetheless appreciated. I assume a he. You
put a Y in that with a K. I'm thinking a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be a woman. I don't know. I'm assuming it's a man.
Chris, please come tell us your gender so
yeah,
we can
let us know.
We can know.
It is definitely a name that could go either way.
Yeah.
Let's see. What did Chris say? Yeah. Sorry.
Chris saw Walt's name in the opening credits like you did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know, that happens to me a lot when I watch TV shows. I'll see the credits and I'm like, oh, look, it's that person, and it's, some guest star or something like that, and I'm like, oh crap, now I'm going to be expecting them, and
yeah.
And it sucks, and especially in this when you see Walt's name. Luckily I didn't catch that, but
it's momentous.
Wow, you're like, well, he's in here.
Yeah, I was like, man, how is that gonna work? What the fuck? Again, like I said earlier, I should have known. That's how they would do it. Anytime it's like, man, how are they gonna make that work? Oh, it's a dream or a vision. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah.
Naomi working for Widmore? I don't buy that theory. Oh, wait.
We actually...
I thought...
Okay.
I was thinking... I'm tired. I was thinking Penny working for Widmore.
Oh.
And I'm like, no, I don't buy that.
No.
Okay.
No, this theory is pretty much what you said.
Yeah, sorry.
So I think you do buy that theory.
I do buy it. I bought it already.
But you don't think she's culpable. You think she's just a woman doing a job.
She's just a woman doing a job, in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
If this was the 90s, I could call her a 90s girl.
Right.
But it's not the 90s anymore.
And there's not a good name for the 2000s.
The first 10 years, there's nothing to call it. You get the teens, and then you can get the 20s and 30s, and on, you're fine. But
you're good after that, yeah.
Well, the first 10 years, you have nothing.
No.
The double O's, the knots.
Yeah.
There's just no good word.
There isn't. It sucks. It's the problem of zero.
Yeah. The problem of zero. Sounds like a good title for some sort of book.
Yeah, I think it is, actually. Something like that. Robbie. I don't know Robbie.
Robbie, I think there was a BBIE at one point.
Oh, really?
I don't remember a BY.
Interesting.
I think Robbie's pretty new. I don't remember Robbie. Robbie predicted what would happen in the first second of the first minute of the first scene. And kudos to you for being brilliant.
Jack drinking? You predicted that? That's weird. That's really weird. I would never have predicted that. Ever.
Wait, what do you mean?
The first scene was Jack, like, drinking on the plane.
The first second of the first minute of the first scene was a shot of Jack's cup.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, he's saying I thought he was saying he predicted what would happen in the show very early in the show.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Like when the show started, like he knew it was a flash forward kind of thing.
I predicted what would happen. In what the he's saying when he predicted what would happen, not when what he predicted was happened. Oh, I don't know. Let's move on. What he predicted was not what happened at the beginning, but what happened at the end, and he's saying when he predicted that thing. So
Yeah.
I see. Good for you, Robbie. Good for you.
Yeah, it's fun to get to be right.
Alice? I don't think I mentioned Alice yet. Have I or have I?
I don't think we've mentioned Alice.
Okay, good old Alice. I've seen her around for a while.
I think we did mention Alice.
I don't even remember.
I don't remember.
Anyway, Alice. I say
Alice
you
is
again,
worth mentioning twice.
Or I say you for the first time. I don't know. What are you talking about? Oh, God. Anytime I read middle work, I just want to move on.
Yeah.
Unless we're talking about Middle-Oath, but we're not. And they're not the same thing. They have really not included anything explicitly from the Lost Experience yet.
Yeah.
So I think, and their time to do that, I think, has passed.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to.
They're
going to leave that alone. I didn't have any more. That was a good one to interrupt.
I pretty much interrupt on the good spots, and then I usually think I shouldn't have. I was just going to tell our audience if they are at their computer, they can follow along with us as we scroll down the comments page.
Yeah, I'm going in order.
Yeah, because we're just going in order. So we're right at Alice, right after Robbie. So on the most recent comments about Through the Looking Glass. So scroll along with us.
Yeah.
That way you can read the comments too and know what we're talking about.
It probably will make more sense if you do that because we're not repeating the comments very well. Okay, Radiant Redhead has another thing to say again.
I also wanted to say that Jane Doe's guess of 7 hours, 14 minutes, 9 seconds, you lost. Jerry's guess, 8 hours, 15 minutes, 42 seconds, you lost.
You're ruthless.
You know, I am ruthless, but, I can be ruthless when I was wrong, too, for my own guess. So we're all wrong.
Right. I was wrong, too. So for me also.
Yeah.
It would have been a rough one. And they named really specific times. So
Yeah. I never mentioned this, but in the back of my head, I thought if anybody was really spot on, I was gonna try to get them something.
Oh, really?
I don't know, a coupon for a free podcast.
Oh.
Oh wait, they're all free. Okay.
Oh,
oops.
You mean they're not paying us? What happened?
I know, right?
All right.
What we don't get in money, we get in comments.
That's right.
So, okay, you're on Radiant Redhead, and okay.
Yeah, he's talking about Jacob being in the casket, which we talked about. Briefly. I really don't believe that, but it would be really crazy.
I'd watch that episode.
I would too. Oh man, yeah. I don't think I'd want to miss that. Lost Experience. Lost Experience is weird for many reasons, and what I see coming with Lost Experience is a little word I learned recently called retconning.
Yeah. Oh, it's all about the retcon.
I read it and I looked up what it meant, and it's something that happens a lot. And I think in the end, if they want something different than they have there, they'll do it. I don't think they'll hesitate. If they don't have to change it, they won't. But
yeah, because 90-something+% of the lost audience is watching the show and not the lost experience. So it's more important that they do what's best for the general audience and the show in general. Not oh no, we did this in the lost experience, therefore we got to do it on the show.
Right. It'll be about as useful as a Lost Diary in the end.
Man, I remember when we first found that, we were reading. We really thought we were going to get some clues about what's going on and stuff.
You remember that shit? It was like they were like, they got awful. My brother in there.
Yeah, they got my brother in the hatch and. Jack doesn't want to listen to me, but I showed him the shirt. What about that, Jack? I've got a shirt.
Call me crazy now, bitch.
Yeah,
it was insane, and and I told Locke, and he wouldn't talk to me, and
I think Echo's building something. He's probably building a church.
Yeah, that's the only thing they were right about.
Yeah, and I was like, I hope you're wrong about the church.
And then in the end, they were like, oh yeah, my brother's dead.
Oh, that was the thing. They that's right, my brother traded seats with me, and was that what happened? He traded seats on an airplane or something.
It was supposed to be me.
Yeah, it was supposed to be me who died. And I blocked it out, and Jack said, don't you remember? And I said, yeah.
And I just thought the other guy was him because I didn't want him to be dead.
Mm-hmm.
It was the worst shit ever.
Jack told me, just breathe, and then I remembered. Where was Libby when I needed her?
I don't know who wrote that shit, but fucking, it was horrible. And I really thought it was important. We were trying to guess who it was that was writing that. Oh, I think at one point, maybe it's Rose.
Yeah.
And the real Henry Gale somehow her brother.
Mhm.
It was. Because he knew the name, but he didn't even know the name. He didn't think he was his brother for any real reason. It was just completely
it was completely
bullshit.
Yeah.
And I guess they started that and didn't know what to do at a certain point. I don't know how to resolve this, so they just kind of dropped it. If they oh man, that's just a really bad plot. Anyway, luckily they don't do that anymore. They abandoned that. Let's see. 420 Brownie. The
illustrious 420 who wants to have our babies one day.
Yes. He was on one of our live podcasts. He came up with the underwater wormhole theory.
Yes.
And he enjoys brownies.
He definitely enjoys brownies. On April 20th.
Yes. Only on April 20th.
On April 20th.
He eats a lot of brownies on April 20th.
Yep. At about, 20 after 4.
Yeah. Yeah. 1/3 past the hour. People don't say that very often, do they?
1/3 past the hour?
Yeah.
No, you said that, and I was like, what's that mean? And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay.
They say 1/4 past, but no 1/3.
Splitting into 4s work. People like that.
Yeah. And half past too, but
I think it just so happens that you can split it into thirds and you still get even numbers.
Yeah.
I think that's why that
the wonderful feature of 60.
Yeah, you split something into thirds usually, and you're not going to get this even thing.
Right. But it turns out to be 20 minutes, which is a pretty nice thing.
Pretty nice. Enough extolling the greatness of how the hours and times are working. Okay.
He's tasking us.
He's tasking us. 420's been a fan for quite a long time.
Yeah, he's been around for a while. I think he came in maybe towards the beginning of season 3.
Yeah. I remember him around October, I think. October, November, or something like that.
Yeah. So,
good guy.
Definitely enjoyed all of his thoughts. I don't know how well we did with explaining this all to you, but
yeah, you tasked us to explain this in the podcast this episode. I hope we accomplished that.
I do too. Oh man. There's me. Thank me.
There's you, and there's Kent again.
Kent again. Yay. Yeah. A lot of comments. We talked about.
He thinks the people on Naomi's freighter will somehow recruit the Losties as a way to get them off the island. I don't know if I buy that. I think he's got something there with some sort of deal or some sort of interaction between the freighter crew and the Losties.
I don't know about recruitment per se.
Yeah.
But I do. There's something about that. That's the kind of thinking I'm having when I say him radioing the guy is going to lead to, all the bad shit that happened somehow. But I don't know, what that means. Some kind of cover up or whatever. But I have so little to go on. I really don't know. Really don't know what to do with that right now. The coffin guy could be someone we haven't met yet, but I guess the more I think about it, the more I think it probably is someone who we know who they are, that we know who they are.
That's the thing, we've seen all the important people in Jack's past life, pre-island life. We know all the important people in his current island life. There could be someone he's met that becomes important in the future. But I just don't see the writers doing that because we have no, relationship to that person.
Yeah, if they were going to have a mystery, it seems odd to have a mystery and, it would be virtually impossible for us to guess who it is. I like to believe that it's possible for us to know who it is.
And it could be that the Michael thing is just a red herring.
It could be. Oh, no. What? Now I forgot who said it. Bruce, maybe? Did Bruce say that we won't pick back up on this flash forward into... I think that might have been Bruce.
I forgot. We just said it, too. I felt bad.
I do, too.
Someone very special and dear to us said that. And I could see maybe if they don't really pick back up on Jack's flash forward until the end, but they continue the flash forwards in general, maybe we'll see this new person, and then the reveal will be, oh, wow, it's this new person. We went the whole season thinking it was Michael or something.
Yeah.
But it's really this new person that's become important.
Could be.
So, that could be something they could do.
It could be something they could do. I agree. Mark? I think I know
Marky.
Mark.
Mark's been around.
Can't wait to hear from you guys. All right, here we are.
I hope you were able to wait.
Yeah, I do too.
I hope you found the willpower to wait.
I hope it was just an expression. You couldn't literally not wait.
I can't wait to hear from you guys. Therefore, I will never listen to your podcast again.
Yeah. That'd be really sad. Libby. Oh, Libby. I don't know what to do about you.
What are you talking about, Libby? Oh, Fat Cartman's talking about Libby.
Yeah, he's talking about Libby. I don't know what to say about Libby these days.
Let's see. He says, given Jack's psychosis, is it possible that Hurley and Libby's stay at the mental institution was actually a flash forward, not a flashback? No. Only because that doesn't make any sense, because the whole Hurley at the institution was a big part of that was Dave. And
and I think that was a fulfillment of Hurley when he kept saying that I remember you from somewhere.
Yeah, and it's like, I remember you from the future.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened yet.
And then maybe you're going to say Hurley's psychic, but...
Well, no, but Hurley's already mentioned the fact that he alluded to the fact he was in the mental institution. He said he played ping pong a lot. That's where he got the numbers from, was being in an institution. So,
and the guy, the Leonard guy, we saw him there too,
Yeah. So,
he's probably still there, but if they really wanted that to work, I guess they could slap it together, but
he would have to have been in there twice, though.
Yeah.
They can't negate that he was. Yeah, they can't negate that he was there before he got on the island.
Yeah, and I don't think. I think that was a real flashback.
Yeah. But good thinking. Hey, you got to think outside the box on this show. So.
Yeah, I agree. Dangling loose ends. Plus, they just go too far back. I don't think they were ready for all this nonsense yet.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. What?
I'm looking at his next post.
Oh boy.
Desmond turned the key. He created a second timeline. One where Kate is not a fugitive, one where Jack has a beard. I just love how he phrased that.
I do too.
This one he's got a beard.
Yeah, ooh.
Bizarro world. Let's see. If that's the case, then maybe people that are on both timelines are dead and one not the other. Slowly
Everything's
crazy.
the same with Jack, but he's got a beard now.
He's got a beard. The idea that Desmond created a second timeline, that's whatever. Where do you go from there is my question. I mean, because if you're working with two timelines, how do they interact with each other? This idea that some people have memories of both timelines and all that stuff. Like, that's just a little too much, I think, for Lost.
Is. I agree. It's too much. In the end, I think Lost needs to be, like, mostly mainstream, straightforward with, like, a little bit of crazy.
A little sci-fi, a little fantasy, but it's got to be pretty much mainstream.
Yeah, they will not. I don't think they'll ever go that crazy. They'll it's little hints of crazy with a lot of normalcy.
I think they would lose a lot of people with some sort of dual timeline thing.
Yeah.
Because people don't like to think too much.
Yeah.
I think Lost makes them think enough. Having two timelines.
I think they try to push it as far as they can, for a regular primetime network kind of show, as far as thinking. So that would probably be a little far for them. And that's really only a meta reason why they wouldn't do it. But but I think it's valid. Next up we have the classic Vicky H.
Vicky H.
Still posting.
We'll never know what that H stands for, and that'll be our little mystery.
It will, yeah. It will. She's been posting, as we mentioned. She was there, and Live Together, Die Alone.
She was there in the beginning, and she was. I remember the beginning. She was spreading the Lost Lowdown name out there for us.
Yeah,
different places.
She was helpful.
Yeah.
She liked us back when it was hard to get anybody to listen.
Yeah, back when we didn't even like ourselves.
Yeah. Oh, that's sad.
It's a joke.
Oh, of course it's a joke. It must be. We all have good self-esteem here at the Lost Lowdown.
Yeah, good self-esteem. Gentle ribbing.
Yeah. High self-esteem is what I'm supposed to say, I guess.
What did you say?
Good self-esteem.
Good, high, low.
Weird.
Yeah.
I think
high. One of those things.
I think high is better than good. She posted the real article there, which we talked about earlier.
Yep.
With Ted and John. Oh, I didn't mention this, but the Ted and the tower and the beam are all Dark Tower references.
What's I don't understand the beam idea. How does beam relate to Dark Tower?
Oh, well, basically, oh dear. So there are these beams that all lead to the tower, and they sort of hold it up somehow. And they all go to these different places throughout the world that the Dark Tower takes place in, and they all have their own like guardian. So they're called different things. Like there's the bear and the turtle and the something else. I forgot them all. I think there's like 6 or 7 of them. It's been a while, I don't remember.
It's a beam, like it's like a big long piece of wood or something that's on the ground and leads to the tower, or is it like it's hanging above you in the air kind of beam?
It's an invisible force.
Okay. So it's more like a beam of light.
Yeah.
That you can't see
that you
or
can't
something.
See, yeah. Like you can follow it, like apparently, according to the book, like the clouds sort of like move around it, so you can kind of see where it is, and like even like stuff in the jungle or whatever would kind of grow around it, so you can follow it, but you can't actually see it.
Oh, I see.
The beam itself. So like most of the book, they're following one of the beams to get to the Dark Tower. So
okay.
Anyway, that's there's a lot more to it than that actually, but come on, how much can I say? I don't want to.
Hey, I'm already bored. No. That sounds really interesting. One day, if I've got a lot of time on my hands, I might try to read that stuff. Sounds really interesting.
I do recommend it. I think it's great stuff. For me, it was quite a journey to go through all that. So I recommend it to anyone who hasn't already read it.
So if you've already read it, you don't recommend reading it again?
No.
Okay.
No, I do actually. I have read it more than once myself. Only twice, though, all the way through. I read some of the early books more because I had time, before the new ones came out. Anyway. Anywho.
You know who again? Let's
blah,
see.
Blah, blah. He's talking about the dad thing here.
What's the rattlesnake?
Right. That was their name. In season 1, they had the bagel, which was the others taking Walt. In season 2,
the bagel?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, it was their name for the sort of the surprise of the finale.
Whose name?
Damon and Carlton.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, they call it the bagel. And then in season 2, it was called the challah, and which is a Jewish bread product, much like a bagel.
Yeah.
But with a slightly harder to pronounce name. And the challah was the penny scene with the Brazilian scientists and all that.
Okay.
And then this year they called it, the full name was actually The Rattlesnake in the Mailbox. So and that turned out to be the flash forward, the future thing.
Okay.
So anyway, that's what he means by the rattlesnake. That was their name for it. So
there we go.
So that's it. So that's why he calls it that. Let's see. So he talked about Minkowski, which we talked about. And I think it's actually Minkowski. I remember a German person correcting me about that at one point.
Oh, Minkowski?
Minkowski, yeah.
Minkowski is more of a Russian thing, pronunciation maybe?
Yeah, maybe so. But yeah, the OW is supposed to be call, not cow. But, yeah. Yeah, maybe it is a Russian thing. I'm not sure.
Like Moscow,
cow,
I don't know what I'm saying.
Moscow? People say that, I guess. Moscow? Yeah,
Moscow? They don't say Moscow.
They say Moscow.
Moscow. I don't even know how to say it now. Moscow.
It all sounds fucked up now.
What did you do? Wrong. I don't know. I think I ruined the word.
You did.
I don't know how to say it anymore.
No, I think it's Moscow.
Moscow. Yeah, it's Moscow.
That sounds really wrong, but that's it.
It sounds Moscow sounds really wrong. Moscow sounds somewhat wrong. Wow, I ruined the word.
Way to go. Wow.
So it's Minkowski? What did you say?
Minkowski. Yeah.
Like A-U?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Okay, like Moscow.
It's probably more subtle than that, but that's what it sounded like to me.
Okay. Subtle in German?
Yeah, believe it or not, they can coexist.
Yikes, oxymoron. So we got Anonymous, which was signed as JLK.
Oh, I've seen JLK.
I've seen JLK.
Yeah.
Thanks for signing your name, JLK, even though you posted as Anonymous. That's good. I like to know who people are.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do. No, I think, should I say what I'm saying no to? He's talking about when Kate said to Sawyer, ever since you got that tape from Locke, it's like you've been sleepwalking. And JLK says, any chance Sawyer's whole weird reaction to the mind control video behind door 23 has been taking effect. And I think, like you did, that it was the Anthony Cooper business, not that.
Yeah, it's a little too. I think if Sawyer had started acting weird sooner, than sooner after. Is that right? Sooner after the thing?
I don't know.
That sounds weird. Anyway, if he had been acting weirder before the whole Cooper thing, I would say maybe the brainwashing could have done something, because he was obviously entranced by it for a second there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think anything that the mind control video imparted to him was trumped by the whole Cooper thing.
Yeah. And, he really wasn't in there very long. I think it's pretty negligible, whatever effect it had.
Believe me, I've been brainwashed for like an hour one time, and it didn't really have much of an effect.
Yeah.
He got like 30 seconds at most.
Oh, dear. Okay, so, who just said what we just said. That's good.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah, that's interesting. I could have looked and saw that.
Yeah. We did that before. Somebody asked the question, and then the very next post answered the same thing we said. But, what are you going to do?
It's easy to do when you're going post to post.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got some more anonymouses. I don't know.
Anonymi.
Yeah. You go, girl. Oh, boy.
Yeah, it was cool how Kate goes in the tracking mode. Me being the skeptic that I am, I'm like, if Ben really brought people with him, they could have, stopped, a click or two before they. Well, I went to military terms. They could have stopped further behind Ben and then encircled everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I think she did the right thing, and it was nice to see her do that. But it wasn't. You can't really say, oh, no one's with him.
Yeah.
100% certainty. But it was cool. It was really, I think, for the audience. But wait, why? Because we already knew that no one.
Yeah, we knew that. I don't know who it was for.
That's for herself. She's selfish.
Guess so.
Selfish Kate.
Mm-hmm.
You go, girl. You go be selfish.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was cool. It was nice to see, because who else was going to do it? No one.
Definitely. Russo.
Yeah. Russo was too busy waiting to touch Alex's face.
Oh, right. Forgot about that. And, the others aren't supposed to leave footprints, so whatever.
They only leave them when they want to, and apparently Ben wanted to.
Mm-hmm. And maybe it doesn't work for Ben because he's not a real other. I don't know. I don't even believe that.
Oh, something we didn't even talk about that I thought was a fairly huge revelation. The idea that the purge was Ben's idea.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
We really didn't have confirmation of that before in his flashback. We knew that, he was part of it. He knew it was going on. But it seemed like the hostiles, I should say, were the ones who really carried most of it out.
Yeah.
But he basically takes credit for coming up with that idea.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing. We didn't even mention that.
It is, and you're right, we didn't. I forgot. When we talked about that scene, we were talking about other stuff, I think, and it got glossed over. But I really didn't get the sense that was necessarily his idea. I thought he was included because he had gone out there and he'd been, talking to Richard for a while and stuff, and they were like, all right, we're going to do it, and, he participated, but I didn't think he was like, all right, guys, let's do it.
I think we hypothesized that, his big sacrifice to join them, as he wanted Locke to kill his dad, was that Ben killed his dad. Mm-hmm. But it's a bigger sacrifice to kill, your own people too. So I would assume that was his show of dedication to the hostiles.
Yeah, I think you're right. Vic H points out the error about the drug Jack was using. We talked about that. Mm-hmm. And then Bruce has more to add about that. Let's see. Bruce wants to know about Bonnie and Greta. Where do they sleep, eat, and shower? How do they spend their day? Yeah.
Yeah, why would Ben trust them with the code to turn off the jamming devices, yet order Mikhail to kill them? Well, because I think
his reasoning at the time was that he didn't want them to tell the others, what he had done.
Yeah.
And that basically he's taken Mikhail into his confidence, but not.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't want everyone to know the whole deal. He's fine with Mikhail knowing.
Yeah, which I would be. But,
yeah, me too. I'd tell him anything.
I would too. Yikes.
Yikes, sounds weird. Let's move on. Brampton.
I don't know Brampton.
New. I've never seen a post from Brampton before. Welcome. Thanks for the Nirvana song information.
Yeah, I guess he was correcting somebody earlier. Said it was an early Nirvana song, and he's saying it was a late one, and that's true.
Mm-hmm.
It was the last album.
There we go.
What I call late.
Brampton.
Thank you, Brampton. Rebel.
I feel like his name is like Brandon
Hampton.
Brandon Hampton.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, I'm Brampton.
Brampton.
Or maybe your name really is Brampton. We just offended you. Sorry.
Sorry.
Rebel. Good old Rebel. She's been around for a while.
Rebel.
Rebel? No. Rebel.
Rebel. Isn't it Rebel?
Oh, is it Rebel?
I think it's Rebel.
Okay, I'll go for Rebel. I'm not going to go Rebel.
Not Rebel, but more Rebel.
Rebel?
Like a short, Rebel.
Oh, so no stress on the first E.
No.
It's not
Accent
Rebel.
on the bell. Rebel. Yeah.
Rebel. But isn't that just Rebel?
Not E, though. Ruh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rebel.
Yeah.
Rebel. That's a very similar
Yeah, well,
thing.
it's unaccented, so it doesn't make that much difference. But
well.
Anyway, I think that's what it
all right.
is. But maybe it is Rebel.
I think it's Rebel, because I remember her saying R-E, then B-E-L-L, capital. That's how I took Rebel. But I don't know.
But the word rebel with one L, it's, yeah. Anyway, I think you can actually pronounce it both ways. Anyway. Because I think you can say rebel, or rebel. Anyway.
Or rebel.
Or rebel. If you mean not the verb.
The noun, not the verb, yeah.
Wow. Lots of capital letter words here.
They weren't supposed to leave.
Back.
Love it. Gotta love it.
Time did right.
I like her idea of Hurley financing an expedition back to the island. I can totally see something like that. Happening. I mean, not really, but I can. If they do it, I can see them doing it.
Yeah. He's the one with the money on the island.
Money.
So.
Well, that's the thing. If his mom didn't spend it all, I would assume. The whole. I don't know if he had a will being so young, but his lawyers probably made him get a will once he got all that money.
Probably.
So he probably has a will, and he probably left it all to his mom.
Yeah.
Hopefully she didn't spend it all or something. It would be hard to spend that much.
I bet
still.
she's responsible with it. She doesn't strike me as a frivolous spender.
Yeah, but that's the thing. She could have, got back with the dad for real, and then he could have spent it all.
Yeah,
and, all kinds of stuff, buying up stuff, and oh, my son's dead. I need to buy another mansion.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't put it past old Cheech.
Cheecher.
Yeah. Cheech.
Let's see. Is Lost Island the center of the multiverse? A place outside of time.
Oh, dear.
Well, that's for scholars and theologians to decide.
Multiverse is a word used in the Dark Tower pretty frequently.
Nice.
But I don't think it's going to apply to Lost. They've
the idea
destroyed
of the multiverses and this question that the Losties escape into the right multiverse. It's just it sounds like sliders to me.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, but a little bit different. And in this world, the door doesn't squeak.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Sliders?
They had a Simpsons episode like that. No, I didn't.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. That's how he knew if he was in the right dimension, was because the gate to his house, his mom's house or his house, whatever, squeaks when you open it. And I think in the pilot, that was the whole thing. She wanted him to fix the squeak or something, oil it up or something weird like that. And so anyway, every time they go into a new dimension, and they, have a chance to go to the house, I think, it doesn't squeak because it's a different dimension. And I think there was this one episode where they actually got to the right dimension. They really actually got home.
Yeah.
And he went, and they thought they were home and everything seemed the same and normal as they remembered. And they got to the house and he opened the gate and it didn't squeak. And they're like, oh, this isn't it. And their portal opened and they went back to the next place. They went to the next, dimension. And then the mom comes out and I think she has the handyman with her. And she's like, thanks for fixing the gate, and you realize, oh, no, it really was the right place.
Oh, no.
They just happened to, the irony of it all. Very Twilight Zone.
Yeah, definitely very Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Little sliders for you guys. Little slider. I watched the first couple seasons. I was really into that show. Then it got weird and kind of bad.
I never saw it. So I don't have anything interesting to add.
Well, my answer to your questions, Rebel, is no. I really don't think they will go too far with the whole multi-dimension, multiverse thing.
I do like multiverse, though.
Yeah.
It's fun. Anonymous, blah, 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 right. Lost experience. There's me again. This was before you had seen the episode, so you weren't able to comment yet. Let's see. Oh. Yeah.
You're reading Fifi?
Yeah.
Fifi Martini.
Yeah. We said that some of this stuff earlier. Yeah. Oh, Fifi.
Oh, she's responding to the whole thing of what Cartman said. All right, Steven, again.
That is a good point. He won but we were saying the same kind of thing.
Yeah, I said that. He got the numbers from the...
Yeah. Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. Where is my last lowdown?
Where is it? It's right here. Sorry for the wait.
Yeah.
You posted at 3:11 p.m. You get 5 points for that because you know 3:11.
Good for you. Paul talking about his drug experiences.
Paul and his drug experiences. Yes. Thank you, Paul.
Interesting.
Gotta love Paul.
Yeah. See. Yeah. And there's me again.
There's you explaining why that I'm really busy and it took so long to do the podcast because I was out of town and my own hell doing stuff that I won't bore you guys with.
All right.
Rebel again, talking about the Lost experience. Justin again, that guy.
Yeah, just keep talking.
You just keep talking.
And then Rebel talks again, and we're talking about the Lost experience, debating its merits, I guess.
Yeah. We got a deleted comment here. Huh?
Yeah.
What?
You know who again after that?
You know who? Bruce posted the very interesting Popular Mechanics reference.
Oh, yeah. I actually read that.
Yeah. I haven't had time to read it, but you told me about it. So.
Yeah. It's actually really short. It'll take you 2 minutes to read it. But
oh, really?
Yeah. It's a paragraph about the 4 things.
You want to put some money on that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read 1 word an hour.
But that was a good one. Riddle me this, Justin. Interesting. Did I respond? Yes, I did. All right. Before I respond again, all right. I stand by my original response.
So yeah, Bruce says, what is he saying? Just the fact that why is Oceanic Air still in business in the future?
Mm-hmm. The other thing that I've seen pointed out is that the OceanicAir.com was actually not part of the Lost experience.
Mm-hmm.
It was put up there between season 1 and 2, and none of the Lost Experience stuff ever sent them there. So so if the Lost Experience is part of the show, that isn't necessarily, because it wasn't a part of that. So
yeah.
So anyway, that's another thing that I didn't say about it. But there's also the whole retcon thing, which I still pretty much believe.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
Let's see.
A couple of Cartmans.
Cartman, yeah.
Then we got me, my long reaction to the show.
Claude finally shows up and has
Claude
a lot
shows
to say.
Up. Let me see if I'm gonna go pop this over into Word and see if I beat Kent or not.
I bet it's really close.
Let's see. Kent had 746 words.
Yeah.
I had 703.
Oh!
Kent is still the victor. I couldn't win anyway, but he still beats me.
Your paragraphs were shorter. I think that did you in.
Yeah.
Okay, you know who? Yeah. Acting good, yay.
Oh, I do want to mention to those who asked the question in reference, I was going crazy not being able to watch the episode, but I was really busy in Dallas, so I didn't have a lot of time to be thinking about Lost. But yeah, if it was normal, my normal life, and Lost the finale had come on, I would have watched it a lot sooner.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way I could have waited as long as I did in any sort of normal thing. So. Just want to say that.
Ash in Toronto? I don't know Ash in Toronto.
Ash? I've seen Ash a couple times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I don't think they always sign Ash in Toronto. It's usually, I've seen Ash before.
Okay. Ash.
But Toronto is a very nice city. I went there once and had a very lovely time. The drinking age there is 18, and I was 19 when I was there, and I didn't drink, but it was nice to know I could have.
Nice. Toronto, the home of David Cronenberg, a very good writer-director who used to be better than he is now. Joe. We all know Joe. Right?
Joe. Joe's
all
been
right,
around.
Joe. Good old Joe. Let's see. What's Joe talking about? Yes, okay. He's sort of responding to the episode. Charles Widmore. Yeah, okay. Right.
Is that Joe's voice?
What?
Was that Joe's voice?
No. That was Libby in the season 2 finale saying Charles Whitmore. That's one of my favorite voiceovers because it's really bad. That one and Nikki's about Echo's brother being in that plane. Both of those are funny to me.
He brings up an interesting point about Locke entering 7-7. If that actually sent a signal to anyone off of the island, and maybe that could have maybe spawned Widmore's search for the island, knowing that people are still there and potentially things have gone wrong. So I think that's interesting. If I don't want to believe that the signal necessarily goes to him, but I could believe he may have found out about it.
Now, the looking glass should have been blocking things, so I feel like they shouldn't have, unless this circumvents that somehow.
So none of the stuff in the flame station was working?
No.
None of his satellite communication stuff was working?
He tried, there was the, communicate with the outside world button is not working or whatever, and the submarine beacon or something wasn't working, and then Inter 77 apparently blew up the thing. But yeah, maybe you're saying it also did something else. It's possible that somehow it got around that, but they should have been blocking the signals by then, so, if it works like other stuff, then it shouldn't have gone through.
I agree.
I'm also very confused about, after the purge, whoever, Dharma must have had somebody in the outside world involved,
the DeGroots. Where were the DeGroots?
Where were they indeed? What happened?
off spending their grant money on cocaine and LSD.
Oh, no.
It was the 70s.
It was the 70s. Professors were crazy in the 70s.
Yeah, they really were.
And they were grad students, not professors.
Nevertheless, your statement's still true.
It is. It is. I stand by it. Let's see. I thought of them that way because they just looked old. They looked too old to be grad students. But
they were. Yeah, in the 70s, grad students were older or something.
Yeah, I guess so.
They looked like mid-30s, late 30s.
Yeah, they did.
Which, they'd be young professors, I guess.
They'd be, yeah. They'd be young professors, very old grad students.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. Maybe they waited to get into science until later in life.
Yeah, after the Vietnam War.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, got drafted.
Oh, dear. Let's see.
So, this idea of Michael leading a rescue team back to the island, I don't want to buy that. I don't think Michael is that, what's the word?
Proactive?
Not that. The word is caring about other people besides himself and Walt. It's hyphenated word.
Selfless?
Selfless, yeah. He's not that selfless.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, Michael. You know who talking about law? What was his ex-wife? I don't even know. I didn't get married, but Walt's mom's name. What was her name? Oh,
do you remember?
Susan.
Susan what?
Susan something. I don't remember.
Susan,
she changed her last name when she got married to that guy, but I don't know what her last name was originally.
Oh, you don't, do you?
No, I don't. You can look it up, I guess.
Yeah, I will. Susan Lloyd Porter.
Ah, there you go. Lloyd was the original. That was
Lloyd.
That was the original last name because that was Walt's last name. He didn't take his dad's last name, so yeah, Porter was the lawyer guy that she married.
Brian Porter,
yeah.
Brian was kind of a dick.
He was a dick. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever really said that about anybody before, but it's kind of bad form, old chap, bad form.
Bad form indeed. Yeah, I just wanted her, and I let the kid come along, but you take him now because I'm scared of him actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Not as big of a dick as the real Sawyer, though.
Well,
but that's
he's a dickwad.
Oh, okay. Ew.
Yeah, he's a king dickwad.
That's a gross 4th grade word.
Yeah, right.
Dickwad.
I'm bringing it back. All
right.
I agree. The most intriguing word in the episode, temple.
Oh yeah.
Same as when back at the first word, Jacob. Not on Jacob's list. What?
Yeah. They really got us with that. That was a good little drop. I'm less excited about that than I was about Jacob because I don't know, maybe because I'm sick of the others going off to a mysterious location. They've done it like 3 times now, and I've had enough of that.
I'm not as intrigued because I think we can place what that means more than Jacob. Jacob was such an isolated thing. We had no idea.
Yeah.
We know a lot more about the others now, and the idea that they're going to a temple is we can sort of understand that a little bit more, I think.
Yeah.
It's still crazy and weird and strange, but the context is more meaty.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't either. Meaty. That was a weird one. But I am interested to see what happens with that. Definitely, I will look forward to that for season 4 because that's where the others should be at the beginning of season 4. Unless they're like, man, we're just back from the temple. That would really suck.
Yeah. We just came back from the temple, and boy, are our arms tired.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think I said that joke earlier. Let's see.
Bruce commends the acting of Lost, and I agree. I think to me the worst actors were probably I forgot her name, the Shannon.
Maggie
Grace. She was serviceable, and she was better at sometimes than others.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
If you know what I mean. She was serviceable in the biblical sense. No, come on now.
Weird.
We're not frat boys. Don't belittle. Don't take the show down to that level. Come on, man. Come on. Who am I kidding? We're always on that level.
Yeah, exactly. I was joking. Whatever.
Yeah. Who else wasn't so
thing
good?
To say,
I think the best. I mean, who else are on the low rung of the acting on Lost? Sun's okay. Sun's okay.
Yeah, I think Sun's right for her character.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to give her character too much more to do.
Yeah.
I think we're reaching the limits of what she can do.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean I think everybody's good enough.
Who's your top 3?
In terms of acting?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Baby Aaron, number 1. He plays a really good baby. He's really good at playing a baby. I mean, he cries just right. He's fussy at the right times. I think he plays a really good baby.
Yeah. I agree. I think Vincent's also a very convincing dog.
Yeah, I'd say it's. I think the kid who plays Aaron is a little more convincing as a baby than Vincent is as a dog.
Interesting.
Because Vincent does some weird stuff, that I'm like, dogs wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe that's just a directing thing. The director wasn't that good in those scenes.
Yeah.
But I would say number 1 is Aaron. Number 2 is Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
And 3, I got to give it to Smokey. He's the best smoke monster I've seen.
Brilliant. Not a false note in that performance.
Not a false note in that performance. Yeah, I totally repeated what you said.
Thank you.
I agree. I totally agree. No, okay, seriously. Human actors that aren't babies, how about...
I really liked Locke in season 1. I love the way Terry O'Quinn played him back then, when he had all those interesting scenes, and you didn't know what he was up to, and he seemed to be on this weird path.
Yeah.
And
Terry's in the top 3.
Back then, these days just don't like the character as much. I think he's doing, as good of a job as he can with the material, but I really loved him back then. As far as 2 more, obviously, I mean, I gotta mention Michael Emerson playing Ben.
I forgot about the others. I was thinking of the Losties, but I forgot. Yeah, you gotta hand it to Michael Emerson.
Yeah, I think he's done a great job with all of the incarnations of Ben. He was good in the Henry Gale days, and he's still good up to very recently doing the full on Ben thing. So. As far as the Losties go, let me think. I don't know.
Can I say Matthew Fox?
Matthew Fox, of course. You can.
I mean, this episode alone, he gets the Golden Star.
I think this was the peak for him so far as acting goes. He really he had a lot to do in this episode, which helps. As far as that goes, but he was very believable and stuff, and I really liked Jack in the early days of the show too. When they first crashed and up through his first episode and stuff, I really liked him back then. And all the best cowboys have daddy issues and stuff. I thought all that stuff was really good. He lost me at some point where I was like, "Oh, Jack, enough with you." But
he got a little annoying.
But I think he got annoying in season 3 for a bit too. But he really came back strong in this last one. So but yeah, I agree. He's very good. He's perfect for that part. I mean, it's really the show's well cast in general. I think they really get the right people to do these parts.
Weren't they going to have Matthew Fox play Sawyer?
That
was one of the. I'm just like, that would have been.
Ridiculous.
I mean, Yeah, it seems like maybe it would have been good, and we wouldn't have really known the difference if he could pull it off.
Yeah.
But now that we can sort of compare the two perspectives, it just seems really ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a better Sawyer, you know.
Me either.
And a better Jack. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're just that's the right part for them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Holloway's well suited for Sawyer. I can't see him playing anybody else.
I mean, oh man, who else could Josh Holloway play? I mean, there's really not even anyone else he could like. I mean, he can't. I mean, he can't be Saeed. You know,
no, he can't be Saeed.
It doesn't. You know, Hurley. I mean. You know, I wouldn't buy him as the lovable scamp. You know, Charlie. I think Charlie's well cast too.
Yeah. I agree.
And I mean, he couldn't have played Boone. Boone's too young.
Yeah. No.
He
Boone
could be
was well
Desmond.
cast too.
Yeah. No, Boone was very well cast.
They really, yeah. I think I think when Saeed has stuff to do, the actor's really good. Naveen Andrews. He doesn't get a lot to do a lot of times, so it's hard for him to show off. But when he's gotten a chance to do big scenes and stuff, he's been you know really good. You know the big speech with Henry Gale in season 2 was really really good. So I really like him. I like how he plays the character in general, and he's also well cast, I think.
Definitely.
So yeah.
I'd have to go. You know, I'd have to go Jack and Locke, and then my third one would probably be Emerson.
Yeah.
Matthew Fox, O'Quinn, and Michael Emerson, top 3 for me.
Yeah. That's a good top 3. I really liked Adewale too as Mr. Echo. I think he did a really good job with that strange part. That's one of those things. It was written for him specifically, so it was obviously well suited for him to play. But he brought a lot of intensity. You listen to what he had to say. So
I think Nestor is really good.
He's good.
You know, he hasn't like had a lot to do, but what he's done has been really good, I think.
And Juliet, of course.
Juliet, I mean, the incomparable Elizabeth Mitchell. What are you gonna do with that? So.
Yeah. So that's well, the acting is pretty good overall, definitely. I think.
And William Mapother, Ethan Rahm.
Oh man,
he's a better doctor / psychopath, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Cannot be found.
The early part of the show he made with his stuff. I think the Ethan storyline is the whole reason I got interested for real in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So he was really scary in those early episodes.
Wait, you mean you weren't hanging around to see if Claire was going to deliver her baby okay?
No, believe it or not.
You weren't waiting to see if Charlie was going to kick his drug addiction? Come on.
I mean, I enjoyed that stuff and all, but that was the hook, you know. The other people on the island, and the not just other people, but like people, kidnapping you and infiltrating the group, and it was just a great, part of the show. And he really, he didn't have like a shitload of lines, but he had the right look, and when he did have lines, you paid attention. So he was very good. Very good. Okay, so maybe I'll get back to this. Let's see. A lot of people who have already said stuff here.
You know who has a lengthy one here? Here's the thing that people have been saying a lot. They kind of throw around this idea. What do you think about the idea that Locke can heal people around him?
Oh, right. Yeah, we talked about that in that episode.
Yeah.
Because that's what I thought originally when Ben made that comment about having him to thank, that he was just like radiating healing powers. I don't actually believe that, though.
Okay.
I think the island heals him, and the island heals whoever else it wants to, but I don't think he actually does that personally. Not that there's like any strong reason for that. I just don't think so.
Yeah, it's just I agree. I don't. You just got to make a decision about what you believe.
Yeah, pretty much. They could do that, I guess, but I just don't think so, I guess. Yeah. There's you again with a nice long
There's me.
Always got something to say. Bruce wants spoilers for the podcast. That's interesting. I don't know how we would pull that off. I guess we could like post now.
Spoilers for the podcast.
Yeah.
Like say what we're going to talk about, I guess.
I don't even know what that means. Our podcast doesn't have surprise plot twists. So,
No. Oh, that's funny. Claude's going to mention something about a profession he's really not in.
I got to hear that. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about the runway. Oh, Bob M. Can't forget
Bob M. Bobby M. Bob M's been around.
Good old Robert M.
Cluston. You got to love that name, Cluston.
Oh, yeah.
You guys really like that, don't you?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we love it.
That's why we say it a lot. Oh, thank you, Bob.
And thank you. Yes, thank you for saying for everyone that you really appreciate it, whatever it is. I guess it is the podcast.
The podcast and the work we put into it.
Yeah, the many hours. As you guys can see, the many hours.
You're welcome, sir.
Who else is going to give you this much?
That's right.
This much lost podcasting?
Nobody.
No one.
I
think
quite confident saying that.
I think this podcast right here is going to be longer than some podcasters' entire season worth of podcasting.
Absolutely. Yeah. You're right.
Our one podcast is going to be more than other people podcast for the whole season.
Yep.
Now, does that make us better than them? Yes. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it?
That's right. Yeah, because more equals better.
More equals better. Size matters.
That's an equation that we're all familiar with. Julia, I don't think we mentioned Julia yet.
I don't think we have. Julia's been around.
Seen Julia around for a while. Another thing about us. Thank you.
Yes.
Fat Carmen came back for round whatever.
He just won't stop.
He really won't.
No, gotta love it.
Yeah.
I think Carmen might get the award for most posts in this.
I think so.
Most comments in this. What do you call it? Post? I don't know.
In this
section.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thing, page.
Not sure how you refer to that. You know who has a bunch. Bruce has a bunch. Anyway, okay.
Oh, I don't think I read this before. Let's see. You know who the gay character is. Kristen's recent true or false interview with Damon. I don't know who Kristen is. Maybe you can enlighten me.
Oh, Kristen from E! Online. She's this like gossip columnist. Not really gossip though. It's more it's more like spoilers for TV shows, I guess.
It's funny because her site is apparently eonline.com/gossip/Kristen.
I think that's where I got that from.
Yeah.
I think I've seen gossip associated. It's like, it is gossip about TV shows, I guess. But
yeah.
She has kind of an inside track with a lot of TV shows, and so she posts spoilers and stuff about upcoming episodes. So that's who she is.
I should read that.
She does mild ones. She doesn't do like the super major, like full episode plot description.
Yeah.
You know,
does she do the stuff like this actor is cast to play this role, like that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
you know?
she has done stuff like that before. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind. I used to read TV show gossip stuff like that, where they tell you a little bit, little like enticing tidbits.
Yeah,
but like
she had a thing like about the season 1 premiere, like Jack's in something that you might find in a science class or something like that. She had some kind of like riddle about where they all woke up, and so yeah, it's mild spoilers.
Nice, thank you, Kristen, and thank you. You know who?
Yeah, so she's got a little thing here. Or he, I don't know what you know who is. You know who is not gender specific.
We know who, but we don't know what gender you are.
Yeah. So
we know who, but we don't know what.
We don't know what. That's right. We got another Vicky. I'm assuming that's Vicky H, but she didn't put the H.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know.
Problems. That sounds like Vicky H. I don't know what I mean by that.
Yeah, she thinks she's responding to the whole thing about the Oxycontin thing, and
yeah. She was talking about that earlier. That's probably her. If not, hello, new Vicky. But I don't.
Hello, new Vicky.
And there's Ash again. Now posting his Ash. And then putting Ash in Toronto at the bottom. Oh, Dr. Quartermass.
Dr. Quartermass, our old friend.
Good old Dr. Quartermass. He, the one that incited us to talk about our personal beliefs. Previous comment section. I
got to say, Dr. Quartermass has one of my favorite monikers. I like that. I like that name.
That is a good moniker. I like that one too. Let's see here. Oh God, there's so much to read.
Hey, you read the first part. I'll read the second part. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, good. I was about to do it. Yeah. Oh, the others in the Lossies banding together. I don't think that's going to happen, but.
I think to a certain degree, maybe. I mean, I can definitely see, them banding together if they both realize that the freighter or some other force is bad. So I don't know.
I don't know either. How does Richard Alpert get in and out of the U.S.? That's a good fucking question, Mr. Hostile. You shouldn't have a passport to anywhere.
Yeah, right.
It's probably a forged thing, I guess.
Well, yeah, they have the resources for the forgery.
It's not legitimate, whatever it is. Sorry, Richard, I do like you, but your ID is not legitimate.
He was in the States when the plane crashed? How do we know that?
How do we know that?
Then he was called back by Ben. Did he fly back with Cooper?
I guess we know that because Ben took Juliet to the Flame right after that happened, and Richard was there to videotape her sister.
Oh, there we go. Okay, forgot about that.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess that's how you know.
I don't think he came back with Cooper and landed on the runway on the Hydra because that wasn't even started yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The plane had just crashed, so they definitely hadn't really started on the runway because
No.
When we saw Sawyer and Kate working on it, it really wasn't even done. So.
I don't think they even knew who Locke was yet. So
yeah,
I think it took a little longer for them to do that. No Hurley-Bird. I think they're done with that nonsense.
I guess they are. Yeah, I mean. I think like 2 times is enough.
Yeah, I think it was just the second time was a joke or a reference, to the, everybody. Oh, he said Hurley. Crazy Lost fans.
Crazy Lost fans.
Because he really didn't, but then they actually had him say it, and that was the end of that. I remember I used to think that was a big mystery. I really don't anymore. It's weird how your perspective changes.
Here's the thing. This is interesting. Jane Doe.
Yeah.
Talks about the others. Let's see. Been in a few of the others, but not always others. They were Dharma people, or Cindy and the kids, or recruits like Juliet.
Yeah.
And then there's the original others, which I like to dub the hostiles.
Good.
How did it evolve that the hostiles and everyone they gained from other means to become what is now the others is endangered of the same thing? All the others are supposedly stronger for some reason, and she sources the Michael Emerson interview, which I did not read or listen to or watch, whatever kind of interview it is. But clearly they're not all born that way, and clearly it's not just being on the island. Otherwise, the Losties would be just as strong. I guess my question is, are the others really all the same despite their varying origins? Does the island and outside influences affect them all the same way? Or are some others more vulnerable than other ones, depending? Depending? It's got a question mark. Depending?
Depending?
My answer would be yes, yes, no, yes, and maybe. All right, let's move on.
My answer would be yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes.
Oh, either you answered more questions than I did, or I missed some questions to answer.
Oh, okay. It's
so
one
I
of
had
the
4
two.
questions. It's one of the two, or both.
Or both.
Which is the theme of Lost. No, seriously, this idea that the others are stronger than the Losties, per this interview, is interesting. I hadn't heard that before. I don't know what to do with that, because I mean, Ben didn't try to attack, retaliate against old Jack here in this episode. I would have liked to know if Emerson could have, or say if Ben could have handled Jack or not. But it doesn't seem like he could have. Presumably, he's still a little not 100% from the operation and the whole cancer thing.
Yeah.
Because he was still walking with the stick for a little bit in this episode, right?
I don't remember.
Or maybe at least last episode he was, if not this one too. So, I don't know, what do you think about that? Let's try to answer some of these questions. I think they're kind of interesting.
At one stage, I did think the others were stronger, but that was actually based on Ethan.
Yeah.
And now I don't think that's true anymore.
But Michael Emerson said it in an interview.
Well, Michael Emerson says a lot of things in a lot of interviews.
True.
Michael Emerson is like the tireless PR campaign guy for the others. Like every interview I see with him, he's defending the others and explaining why they're not that bad, and they're doing this because they think they have to, and he's really he really buys into his character, which I kind of like in a way, but
which you don't like in a way?
Which I kind of like in a way.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Yeah, so because it's, I don't know, it shows some kind of dedication, I think.
Yeah, and like I said, I think a while ago with actors, generally they'll tell you, you really can't play a character that you have a bad opinion of.
Yeah.
You have to find a way, even if you're playing a serial killer, to sympathize and understand their motivations and stuff. And I think that's what he's doing. If he approaches it as being a bad guy, I think his performance will be affected. It won't be believable.
And
because he won't even believe it.
Right. And Moppeter's the same way. I haven't heard like a lot of interviews with him, but he did post pretty regularly on the fuselage, and he frequently was found to defend Ethan and what he did. He never wanted to say he was a bad person or evil or anything. He just said, he's got his reasons, and he's doing what he thought he needed to do and what he thought the right thing to do was, and so he's on the same kind of PR campaign Emerson is. So he's doing the same sort of thing where he doesn't really think his character's bad.
Yeah.
So that's probably good for him too.
So what do you think about this strong? So you're saying you don't think they're really stronger or anything like that?
I don't. Not anymore. Not anymore. I don't see any evidence for that in modern episodes.
Mhm.
The others look to be about the same strength as everybody else. Now maybe the hostiles have something going on, and I don't know where Ethan fits either. He was a surgeon, which makes me think he wasn't a hostile.
He really should not be a hostile if he had a medical background and degree and all that, presumably. I would feel like Ethan was recruited.
Yeah, me too. So I don't think so anymore. Where do you stand on all that?
I agree. I don't think so anymore.
Okay.
I used to think that something was going on. I think originally, like, even though Ethan took some beatings and kept on ticking, I still was, just thinking that that had something to do with like some training, martial arts training, or some sort of fight training, and I was approaching it in a very practical sense, if my memory serves me.
You're right. You were. I totally bought into it when they first got him, and they were like, he beat the shit out of him, and he just like kept getting up, and I really thought he was just like some unstoppable like monster guy, but like the Terminator or something. But I don't believe that anymore. I think that's just the way they chose to depict him at the time. They wanted him to be menacing, and it's menacing when the guy, he keeps coming, and it's hard to stop him. So.
Plus, how hard can Jack really punch?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't want to take a punch.
It's just
no Jack punches for me, thank you.
No Jack punches?
Mm-mm.
How about a Jack beard?
I wish I could have a Jack beard.
Yeah.
My Jack beard isn't as Jack as Jack's beard.
Yeah, it's hard to grow a Jack beard like Jack's beard.
It really is. Really is. Best I can do is the stubble. Let's see. Here's Lara. Or maybe it's Laura.
I've been saying Laura. How far down are you? You skipped a lot.
Yeah, I skipped a lot. But,
you skipped a lot of people's very important comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was looking for new people, I guess.
So you're Laura, huh?
Yes. Who I want to call Lara.
Well, if it was a T, it'd be Tara.
Or Lara. Maybe it's Lara. Like Lara Flynn Boyle.
Lara Flynn Boyle? It's not Laura Flynn Boyle?
I think it's Lara.
Is it? It's not Lara, is it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Is it? Oh, Miss Flynn Boyle, you've tricked me.
Yeah, it is. I had to check. I wasn't sure, but yeah, that's what it is.
But it's still just pronounced Laura, though, isn't it?
I think it's Lara.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because people just say it,
They do. Yeah.
You don't really think about it.
It's one of those things.
I'm hoping someone in her mini biography will explain.
Oh, I wonder where you're looking.
IMDb, of course. Lara Flynn Boyle. Laura Flynn Boyle. I hear Laura when I hear people say it, but maybe they're just saying it wrong.
Yeah, they're saying it wrong. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Who knows?
I think we're all saying it wrong. I don't think anybody gets it right,
no.
including her. She gets her own name wrong.
Oh, she's crazy like that.
Because she's too skinny to remember how to pronounce her name. Yeah, I said it.
Ooh, ouch.
I said it. Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
Yeah, you going to mess with me? You're going to get it, Laura Flynn Boyle. You got 3 names. You can handle it.
Lost Lowdown doesn't usually hurt, but today it does.
It hurts. You know what? After 9-10 hours of podcasting, it's going to hurt.
Let's see. Malcolm. I've seen Malcolm a lot.
Malcolm in the middle.
In the middle.
He's in the middle of Lost. Malcolm's been around for a long time.
Definitely. Just a short thing to say to us. Let's see. Senor Nolte. I hope that's Nick Nolte. I doubt it, though.
That'd be awesome. Oh, there's a Lindsay Lohan here.
Wow. Lindsay Lohan.
Apparently she's in Europe, though, which makes me think it's not the real Lindsay, but I kind of want to believe it is.
Maybe she's just doing a movie over there.
Maybe she is. Lindsay, can I tell you, I think you're actually a really good actress, and you just need to stop partying so much and really focus on your career. Drew Barrymore did the same thing, famous as a kid, got all wild and crazy, but she managed to come back and be, a dedicated, wholesome actress. So you can do it, too. That's just my personal shout-out to the real Lindsay Lohan there.
Okay. Well, I'm sure she appreciates that.
Well, she probably doesn't. She's drunk and on drugs right now somewhere. Senior Nolte, I have not seen before, but
me either.
If that was Nick Nolte, I'd be a little scared.
It would be really scary.
Yeah.
Nick Nolte is.
He's one step above
Gary Busey.
Gary Busey, thank you.
I always think of them together.
Yeah.
He's a milder version of Gary Busey.
Exactly.
Not quite as crazy, but along the same lines.
One more, prescription of drugs. He's at that Gary Busey level.
Oh, God, Gary Busey is terrifying. Amelia.
We got Amelia. Who,
I don't think I've seen Amelia.
I don't really remember seeing Amelia before. So welcome if you're new, and welcome if you're not.
Which means, you continue to be welcome.
Continue to be welcome. The welcoming shouldn't stop just because you're old.
Right.
Just because you've been around doesn't mean you're not welcomed. So.
Exactly. Perfect.
And then you know who with the last question. Claude or Justin, update on podcast, please. The update is that we're finishing up as we speak.
Yeah.
And it'll be posted ASAP. We've got a bit of editing to do, but
yeah, this one's gonna have to be cobbled together. But
yeah. So
I'm done. What else you got?
I'm so done. I'm done for 8 months.
Oh dear. Well, we're sorry if we didn't specifically mention your thing, but we tried. We tried. We did read all the comments, so we all appreciate them, and you guys are great for doing that.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. Great fans. Love you guys. We will be in touch. Stay tuned to the lostlowdown.blogspot.com page. We'll update you guys on when we're going to do our next podcast. I assume, in the next couple of weeks we'll get something together. Because we like podcasting. It's fun. It's interesting. Yeah. We want to keep you guys around and entertained. I don't know what we're going to do. I think we still owe you guys a prize, though, from a long time ago when we did our comment challenge.
I think the live podcast was supposed to be the prize.
Oh, that was the prize.
So we don't owe them a prize, but
we don't know your prize
anyway.
There we go. You don't get a prize. Sorry.
Give them we could give them a. Okay.
No, you got to earn prizes. That's what my mom always said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I would show up at my birthday party. I'm like, where's all my presents? No, you got to earn it.
You got to earn it.
I'm only 5. It's my birthday. Then she locks me in her room, and then, I start crying. And
wow.
That's my birthdays.
I think the Lost Lowdown listeners understand you a little bit better now.
I think so. They understand where I'm coming from. They know the serious, horrible child abuse I had to deal with. Oh, I'm so kidding. If my mom ever heard this.
I'm not laughing at child abuse, by the way.
Don't laugh at child abuse.
I don't think that's funny. I really don't. Laughing at the situation. Anyway, I just felt bad. I felt like I was laughing in the face of child abuse.
Yeah. Child abuse is just a myth anyway, right?
Right.
Like the Holocaust.
The Holocaust, there you go, of course. The most famous myth of all.
Yeah, well, that and the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, that too. Well, I guess that's
which some say is Hitler.
Which some say, yes, they do. Oh dear.
There are some proponents who claim that Hitler dove into the Loch Ness and transformed into an ancient dinosaur.
Oh God. It's the end of the podcast. That's how you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you know it's the end of the podcast, because there's no filters on what it says. Whatever comes into our brains is what we're going to say.
That's a really good, crackpot theory.
Yeah. Whatever happened to Adolf Hitler? Well, you ever heard of the Loch Ness Monster? Let's just say they got more in common than you think.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Okay, well,
all right, guys.
Let's wrap this up, right?
Let's wrap it up.
It's been a long one.
This is a marathon podcast. This has to be the longest podcast ever recorded in history. I will go online and try to Google and find out what the longest podcast is. Last time we checked, it was that Italian radio station
10-hour
podcast.
One, yeah.
No, it wasn't 10 hours.
I think it was 10 hours.
It was like 7 hours.
I thought it was 10.
No. It wasn't 10. Because I remember thinking if we ever got to 8 or 9 hours, we would beat them.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was 10. I think it was 7.
It was 10.
Because I thought they had just barely beat us when we did our 6-something hour podcast for season 2 finale. I
thought it was 10, but it didn't count because it was just like a recording of a radio station or something.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't count because it is a radio station thing. But you think it was 10 hours? Well,
that's what I remember.
Either way, it doesn't count. Because it's just a radio station recording. It's not a real podcast.
Yeah, anybody could do that podcast. Just record your local radio station for X number of hours, and there you go.
Yeah. But
I don't actually want you to do that, but you could if you wanted to have the longest podcast.
I just Googled longest podcast, and somebody has a post at NBC.com on their message boards that says, "Did you survive the longest podcast ever?" And they make a reference to the podcast being an hour long.
Oh, we laugh at that. Oh, come on. An hour is not even come on. Short podcasts are an hour.
I'm trying to find. Here's a Big Brother podcast that may be long. Let's see. I'm trying to find the longest podcast.
Nobody's talking about Big Brother for more than 2 hours.
Yeah, right.
Come on, guys.
Here's somebody saying this is their longest podcast, which was 68 minutes. Nice try, Hey.
Yeah, that's a. We've never done one that short.
This says this might be the longest podcast ever. Let's see how long this one is.
It's all relative. I'm sure in their world it's long.
Yeah. Well. All right. I won't say what I was going to say. Come on. People are waiting. I got to figure out how long this.
Wait.
Oh, okay. Well, they say it might be the longest one ever, but I can't find out how long this one is.
Boo. Can't say that and not give the time.
I know. I'd have to download it to figure out how long it is.
Well,
so
not worth it.
Skip.
Pass.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the longest podcast ever, and people say that phrase, but they don't like to tell you how long the podcast is they're referring to. I feel like there should be a Guinness record or something.
Yeah, there probably will be.
And I'd like to submit our podcast for that challenge.
Good idea.
Oh, well, whatever. I won't waste airtime trying to find this thing, but I'd like to believe that this will be the longest podcast ever recorded, because I just want to believe that.
Yeah, and you should, and I don't want to take that belief away from you.
Thank you. You take so much already.
I do. I'm needy.
You're needy. We're all needy. Yikes. Just broke down our collective
fifth
psychology.
Wall? Oh, that too.
So, what'd you say?
The fifth wall. Oh, I guess
fifth
it's the
wall.
fourth wall.
Yeah, it's usually the fourth wall. If there's 5 walls, that's wrong with this construction.
That's too many walls.
Oh, God. It's a pentagon room. Pentagonal. It's pentagonal.
Pentagonal. It's a nice word.
People don't use that word enough.
No. How often do you get to say it, you know?
You really don't.
How many things are pentagonal?
5 things, I think.
5 things, okay. Strange coincidence.
The pentagon is pentagonal.
Mm-hmm.
Pentagrams are pentagonal.
Good.
Pentagrams are pentagonal.
Okay.
Oh, I said that.
You did.
I mean, pentagons are pentagonal.
Okay, that's
as well
very
as the
true.
pentagon. That's 3 things. What else is pentagonal? And those other 2 things.
Oh yeah, the other 2.
that don't need to be named. We all know what they are.
Right.
Believe me. So there's only 5 things that are pentagonal. So unless you're talking about, you know.
Some things are too obvious to say out loud.
They really are. We all know what they are, and why even waste energy saying them?
Couldn't agree more.
So yeah, guys, we'll be in touch in terms of our plans for the very, very long hiatus. We'll definitely be doing some more Lost Lowdown podcasts. We'll be doing some Mr. Show. By Mr. Show, I mean Mr. Podcast. You know, I'm glad we don't pretend that we came up with that title on our own, because I always flub that.
Yeah, that's good.
You know, I flub that all the time, so I'm glad it's not like, oh, no, we just came up with Mr. Podcast. It has nothing to do with Mr. Show.
That's one of the few times where honesty helps, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry
one
about
of the few.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, honesty is not the best policy.
Never. Almost never.
Especially when you're having an affair.
Oh, yeah. That would be a good time to not be honest.
Yeah. So, thanks and namaste, maybe? Are we ready for that? Are we ready?
Okay, you didn't really say it, though, so good.
No, I didn't really say it. I'm asking if we're ready.
I think we're ready, though. It's been great. Thank you for sticking with us, and we will be back in the future.
We will. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.